Botrix. Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Alright, there we go. We're live. We are here. Yes. For, on a Friday, somehow. Anyways, we're gonna be watching... Wait, actually, I need to fix my thing. So, give me 2 seconds. Oh, actually. Okay, never mind. It just works the way that it's supposed to. Good. Alright. Anyways, we're live. We're here. We're gonna be watching Asmongold. And like I said before, because this was kind of sad. He's talking about his mom. Yep. About my mom. Wait, hold up. Let me actually fix this. Because like I don't do this before. I should honestly do this beforehand. But there we go. Alright, cool. But yeah, we're gonna be watching this, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great, and it's gonna be a little sad. It's 3 years ago. Asmongold, his mom kind of just his mom passed away recently at the time that he's making this. But yeah, his real name is Zach or Zachary. Yeah. All right.
Hey guys. I don't really even know how to begin a video like this. I don't know how to make a video like this. I don't even know where to begin, but I'll do my best because it's important for me to make videos and share my life and at least even document it because it's something that I've always done. And I think that for many of you all who are in, have been, or will be in this situation, it could also help you guys too. Last week my mom passed away, and I'll be honest, I still can't come to terms with it. I still feel like every time I say it, I'm lying. Like, oh, well, she'll be back next week. Gosh, you know, she's just on a trip. She'll be back. I'll go into her room before I go to bed, and I'll look for her to say goodnight to her and wake up and look at her chair where she would sit in and see if she's there. And there's a big part of me that hopes that never stops. And this is probably the worst thing and the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with so far. And I don't know if I'll ever really be the same. And I kind of wanted to share what happened and talk a little bit more about her and just kind of just talk about it, I guess. So for a little bit of context, I live in Austin, Texas, and...
Well, before we get into that, I just wanted to say I have not experienced that, and it will happen eventually. Hopefully not within the next 20 to 30 to 40 years from now, but yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sad, and I wanted to watch it because I have not watched this, and I only got vague hints of him talking about how his mom passed recently, but he never seemed like emotional about it, and this is the first time I'm kind of seeing him very emotional about it. But this is because it happened like in the video last week in context of 3 years ago. But yeah, so I wanted to see this side of him and experience it and get a bit more knowledge because I've only known Asmon because of his political stuff that he started doing recently when Trump came into office recently in 2025, and now he's so now I'm kind of exploring his psyche.
I've lived here pretty much my whole life. I moved here when I was like 6 months old, and the rest of my family and pretty much everybody else in my family is in Florida, Georgia, and New York, and a few other states too. And that's pretty much about it. So here in Texas, I've got my mom and my dad. And whenever I was growing up, they were the two most important people in my life. And my parents are divorced, and I lived with my mom. So I spent so much time with her and with only her. And I also want to make one thing just absolutely crystal clear is that while this is a huge thing for me because of how much time I spent with my mom, my dad has been the best father that anybody could ever ask for.
Yep, and that is super true. Even though I didn't even know they were divorced, but like it's super true. Like the way that like people that watch Asmongold obviously knows this because like whenever he would stream, like I think probably on a daily basis, his dad will just like he'll pump out a video, and then his dad will randomly just call him and be like, "Yo, so like I want to talk," and he'll just have his phone on speakerphone and just have it next to his mic, and then he'll be talking, and they'll be having a conversation in like just together right there, because like his dad watches his stuff, so like whenever his dad hears something that he maybe wants to add more context, or Asmon is telling a story that he probably doesn't remember 100% clearly, his dad will try like give like more info and stuff like that. It's really nice. It's really nice.
He's been there for me. He's taught me so many things, and he's been my mom. My dad has been the best father that anybody could ever ask for. He's been there for me. He's taught me so many things, and he's been even the things that pissed me off whenever I was a kid that he would do. Now, whenever I'm getting older, I think to myself, well, I'm going to do that probably to my kids too. You know, it's for the best.
It's for the best.
So I don't want to make this in any way, shape, or form that, you know, it's not about him too, but my mom, I lived with her, and for the past 10 years, I've taken care of her. I've been, in a way, a caretaker for her. She was 70 years old. She was overweight. She smoked, and she basically lived her life like a college freshman. She sat around getting high and smoking cigarettes and eating fast food, drinking soda, and watching reruns of Ancient Aliens. And to be fair, that's what she wanted to do. And she did exactly what she wanted. And that is a good and also a bad thing. I tried for many years to try to get her to stop smoking and to try to get her to take her diet and her health more seriously. And she would occasionally make a half-hearted measure to do that, but for the most part, she wouldn't. I learned about cigarettes, about how bad they were when I was like 8 or 9 years old. And I come home and I'm like, did you know that it can do this, that, and the other thing? And I was like, what is going on? Why are you doing this? Why are you smoking these? And she just, it could never really be understood to me why she continued smoking. And I was just so upset, and I tried, and I'll always wonder if it was like my fault in a way, because I would buy cigarettes for her. Is it my fault in a way that she is where she is, and what happened because I bought the cigarettes for her? The logical part in my brain tells me that no, it's not, because somebody else would have just bought them for her anyway. But there's still another part of my brain that does feel guilt, and I don't know.
I know it's like a really sad story, but like it's raining so heavily I can barely hear what he's saying. But go on.
That was the right decision or not? Can you really protect a person from himself? It's impossible. And I did try. I didn't. I failed though. And anyway, so.
Oh, so he feels guilty about that. Yeah, that's very perfectly understandable. Yeah, that sucks. it sucks. But you kind of have to. What would be worse, her going through the withdrawal symptoms before she passed, or her just remaining in that state of, like, I guess whatever the smoking does for her, positively, mentally, until she ends up passing? I think so. To be honest, to rationalize it, if it was either go through withdrawal before passing, or maintain high whatever levels of whatever stuff in her brain, whatever that stuff does. I don't know what she was smoking. Whatever it was, it made her feel really great. So she felt really great until she passed, versus feeling really terrible with the withdrawal symptoms before she passed. And I think one is obviously better than the other. One would have extended the life a little bit more, but then it would have been a bad life to extend, I think.
Smoking for 50 years gives you something called COPD.
Because withdrawal is really terrible. Withdrawal is like very, very hard to deal with. So, and withdrawal could literally delete you too. So, depending on how severe it is.
And my mom got COPD quite a while ago, and over the years it's just gotten worse. That's the way the disease works. And basically, about like 10 years ago or so, she first went to the hospital for the first time, and she came out with, in a lot of ways, a clean bill of health. And I tried to get her to, like, live differently, exercise more, etc. And it didn't really happen. I tried the garden that I've showed you all many times. I planted that garden in the hopes that she would go out and like maybe take care of the plants or something, and that didn't really happen. she just did what she wanted to do, and so the disease got worse, right? And this is kind of the first time she went to the hospital, and the second time, and then there was a long period of time where she didn't, and then she started walking around the house with a cane, and I was like, why are you doing this? Why are you using a cane? Just walk around normally. And it was this childish and stupid thing for me to think, because I knew why. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. And anyway, so this is maybe a few months ago. I don't want to make this video super long. Is that a few months ago, she just kind of had really, really bad breathing problems. Like, it went kind of from like, it was like 0 to 60, or it was actually, like, if you want to talk about her oxygen, it was more like 95 to 60, and 75, something like that. Her oxygen went down very drastically, quite fast. And I remember I was like right here out in this deck, and I called a nurse's hotline, and they said that I needed to call an ambulance for her right away. And I didn't do that because she was just like begging me not to do that. Don't call an ambulance, don't call an ambulance, don't do that. And the reason is that her and I, we grew up quite poor, and like not dirt poor, and my dad has always had my back with things for sure, but we did grow up poor. And in the process of that, seeking medical care in the United States is not necessarily the most reasonable prospect. And so anyway, I was able to convince her to go down to the hospital that night, and she was there for 3 or 4 days. And there was a good bit of relief for me, because I was able to just kind of relax a little bit and know that she was in good hands. But I got a call maybe 4 or 5 days afterwards from her, and she was just so adamantly against being in the hospital. She did not want to be in the hospital, that she said that if I didn't come down there and get her, that she was just going to get a taxi and drive home herself. And my mom's always had this, it's been like a streak of just kind of, I'll do whatever I want to do, it doesn't matter what the cost is. And it was like in a way unrealistic, like how could you possibly do that? But this is just what she would say, and I was so worried that she would hurt herself in the process of trying to do that, that I went and I took her home against medical advice. And I, again, another thing that I don't know if it was the right decision or not. I was afraid that she would sabotage herself in some other way, and it just really scared me to even think about that, because I didn't know what was going to happen. I can't know what a person is going to do, and so I just kind of had to make the best decision I could, and I don't know if it was the right one or not. So she went home with an oxygen machine, and she didn't use it for quite a while, and then finally, whenever she started to use it, things got better, and then they were just kind of on a slow decline. They just kind of got worse and worse and worse as the days went by, and this was over maybe a 2-week period. And she didn't even use the oxygen machine. I had to call the EMS because we had a doctor's appointment for her, and she just couldn't get out of her chair. And finally, I convinced her to let me call EMS. And I'll tell you something, man. Like, I've never encountered people that were more professional and more intelligent and competent than the people that came in the ambulance and the fire truck to help her both times. I consider myself so very lucky that we had those people, and we were able to have it taken care of in such an effective way. Excuse me. And obviously throughout the 10 years, I missed many opportunities and many things that I couldn't really do whenever I was in my 20s, because I had to take care of her and do things for her and be there for her. And she would always be very, she would always say that, oh, it's fine, I'll be fine, I'll be fine. But I knew it wasn't true. And I had to do those things, and I want to make one thing very clear, is that I did every single thing like that with no regret, no resentment, nothing. I would do that again. I'd be doing that right now if she was still in that house. And whenever my dad gets older, I'll be doing that for him. And if, I have a wife.
Well, that's good. That's good to think that way. No regret, even though it does sound like he's kind of regretting. Well, he contemplated it. He didn't actually say he was, so.
She has problems, I'll be doing that for her. That's who I am. And I'll always do everything that I can to help and protect people that I care and I love. And anyway, it was at a cost, though. And so throughout those years, kind of the scope of things that I would do and things that she would do waned. They waned much more over to my side, where I was doing all the laundry, I was doing all the dishes and everything. And towards the very end, I was just doing everything. I would wake up in the morning, and I would cook dinner for her, or cook breakfast for her, and then go back to sleep, and then wake up and make sure that she's okay. And I could only sleep for maybe 2 hours a night whenever this was happening. And the first time that she ever really had like a big health scare, this was in like 2012, 2013. And ironically, it's the reason her having this health scare was the reason why I started making YouTube videos, because I had to quit going to school because I couldn't bear to not be there and help her and take care of her. And back then, we didn't have the money to hire a caretaker or a nurse or anything. We didn't even have the money to have hot water. So anyway, that's whenever I started doing YouTube. And I remember waking up and like hearing her screaming my name. And for the next like 6 months or a year, maybe 2 years, it's hard for me to really remember back then. I would not be able to sleep for more than like an hour and a half, 2 hours without hearing those screams in my head and it waking me up and having to go out and check to see if she's still alive. And this started happening again.
That's wild.
And recently, and I couldn't really get any sleep. I couldn't rest at all. Anytime I would wake up, it would just be immediately a panic attack, and it was just awful. And anyway, so fast forward to, I guess, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, no, not 2 weeks ago, like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was out here in this exact chair, sitting in this treehouse, and I was doing a news video about just different stuff that I'd wanted to go online to talk about. And in the process of that, my mom texted me and she asked me to bring her a Pepsi. And I went in to check on her, and she was not doing well. And she was wanting to go to the hospital, within probably the next 24 to 48 hours. And I was glad to hear that, especially with how she had left last time, because that's where I thought she had been to begin with. And I go and I come back, and I'm sitting right here in this chair looking at this phone right here and talking. And I just decide, I'm just too stressed out. I have to leave, and I have to go. And so I leave, and I go to lay down, and I'm laying down stressed out, like really worried, and like my room's right next to her room. And just out of nowhere, I hear a crash. I hear glass breaking. I look up and I see like lights reflected on like the side of the door, and like it's like going everywhere. I'm like, what's going on? Like, did you get a new light from Amazon? Like, what is this? Because the reason why I wonder that is, I guess I'll tell this story first, and then I'll get into her spending my money on Amazon. Anyway, so I go in, and the floor is on fire. Part of her is on fire, and also the thing that she had connected to her face.
This is wild.
Her oxygen machine was on fire because she was smoking with the oxygen machine on. And
oh my god, that's all right.
I don't know why you would do that. I don't understand it.
I shouldn't laugh, but
I don't. Why do you do that? And there's part of me that's very angry at her. I'm very upset. It didn't have to be like this.
Yeah, it didn't.
There's no reason for it to have been like this.
Yep.
And anyway, so I put out the fire, and it's like a Looney Tunes, cartoon where like there's like a bomb and there's like a fuse, and the fuse is being lit and it's going to the bomb. Well, the bomb was the oxygen machine, and her little tank connector was on fire, and it was literally going towards it. And so I'm like frantically trying to put this out before it reaches the machine and it blows up. And meanwhile, she's on the floor, like, she's just completely in shock, and she has no idea what's going on, really. And I think that mostly just in shock. And
this is a wild story. Holy crap. We're only 16 minutes in a 32-minute video.
The last words that she said to me before they took her to the hospital was, "I'm such an asshole." Meaning that she is for doing it. So I think that she did feel like, yeah, I fucked up here. Which is like, yeah, you did. And anyway, so I put out the fire, and I'm able to like give her an aloe plant for her face, for her burns all over her face, obviously, which surprisingly were not really that bad. And we had to call the ambulance, which then again, she was telling me, don't call the ambulance, don't call the ambulance. And it's like, I see her there, she has burn wounds all over her face, and she can barely breathe, and she was on the oxygen 24/7, and she wanted to go to the hospital anyway, and so I called the ambulance. Again, I don't know if it was the right decision, but out of all these, questionable decisions that I'll think about for the rest of my life, I feel like this is the one that I will think the least about.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so they take her to the hospital, and I don't get a call.
Yeah. The least thing that you're going to be thinking about is if you're going to call the ambulance. Like, Yeah, that you're not going to be. Yeah, exactly. Yep, 100% true. It's the last thing you're going to be questioning.
So like way later on that day, and I find out that she's in like a ICU for like a burn trauma, and I go to see her in a couple of days because she was on a ventilator at the beginning, and I couldn't really interact with her because she was like sedated. And anyway, so I do all that, and I finally do see her, and the burns on her face were not really that bad. And the truth is that I held out hope that she would pull through this until the last day, man. Until the last fucking day. I was like, oh, things will turn around, things will get better, things will get better. And I thought, well, she got sick pretty fast, and like maybe she'll just get better really fast. And I tried so hard to hold out hope and to believe. And I tried so many different things. Like I would look things up. I would talk to my dad about it for hours every day. I went to, she raised us, not us, me, her and I went to a church. It was a Roman Catholic church. I had communion and everything whenever I was young, and we went to Mass every Sunday. And I even went to our old church to, pray for her and light a candle for her and everything. And I'm not a religious person in a very strong way. I would say that I'm not a religious person. I don't really know. And anyway, I went there because I thought to myself, well, hey man, if there's a 1% chance that this could do something, like I'll be there every day. And
yep. Yeah, this is why religion is a very, very strong. This is why religion will always exist. This is why religion will always exist. Because like, it's a very human thing to try and find anything to like cope or fix things, or like the way that our brains work. It's flawed, but kind of like by design. There are certain things that people just need in order to like move on and continue like living. And it's weird that humans are like the only thing that needs like that emotional, mental type of fix, because we'll end up deleting ourselves if we don't get that fix. And religion is one of them. It's a really good source. It's a very easy source. And when you feel helpless and you can't do anything, yeah, if it's just a 1% chance, I'll do it. He may be the most atheist person in the entire world, but if it's just a 1% chance, they'll do it. Humans will do it. So, yeah.
And that's what I did. And I told everybody, and I would go and sit with her, and I
just find it very interesting psychologically for the human experience, I guess.
Read all the comments that you all and my friends would make for her, and all the things people wanting her to get better and everything.
Also, I'm not sure if I don't think he's an atheist. I just use atheist because like it's the most extreme. Like they'll be a hypocrite when it comes to like if a family member's dying and they feel helpless and they're very emotionally like unstable. They'll reject their atheism for that one time just to have the 1% chance of something actually like fixing the problem, which sometimes does work,
To try to improve her spirits as much as I could, and try to just be as positive and happy as much as I can be. And it was really hard. It really it's never really been like this before for me, and so this was a lot. And anyway, things were very back and forth. She would be okay one day and bad the next day, okay one day and bad the next day. Then they would want her to wear like a mask for her breathing. It was like supposed to regulate like oxygen and like CO2, and she didn't want to wear the mask, and it was like a fight with like the doctors and her, and it was another fucking thing. And I got a call from my dad, and we had to meet with like all the doctors and everybody because they wanted to actually have like a conversation to get everybody on the same page. And whenever we did that, they pretty much told me and my dad that she had end-stage COPD. That had nothing really to do with the burns. She had end-stage COPD.
Oh, what is that? End-stage end-stage COPD. What is that? Stage. What is that? End-stage COPD refers to a specific stage of chronic... what? Hold up. Boom. Play.
End-stage COPD refers to a specific stage of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. COPD is a progressive lung disease that makes it difficult to breathe. It's typically categorized into 4 stages, each with distinct symptoms and lung function assessments.
And that's definitely because of the smoking. Yep.
That had nothing really to do with the burns. Like, she was in critical condition before that fire even happened. And we tried everything that we could. Tried different types of treatments, different types of like machines, everything. And finally it got down to the point where we either had to put her on a ventilator or we had to just make her as comfortable as possible. And they told me that, and I knew that, I look at her and like, she had so many other things wrong with her, heart problems, like her, everything. I mean, she's 70 years old and overweight. And it's like, we put her on a ventilator, we're just waiting for something else bad to happen. You know, we're waiting on the next thing to happen. And I knew it would happen. And it was kind of already happening with some other secondary problems that she was having. Like, it was not a realistic solution. And we all agreed that if she went on that ventilator, she'd probably just never come off of it. And I couldn't really bear to put her through that. And so we tried to just make her as comfortable as possible, and that's pretty much what happened. And again, I don't know if that was the right decision. We had a lot of conversations about her quality of life and everything, and it was all just fucking grim, man. It was just fire and brimstone grim. And
yeah.
I just, it was the hardest decision I'd ever had to make. And my dad and I obviously made it together. And I don't know if it was the right decision, but I'm pretty much certain that it was. It was inevitable.
Yep.
And my mom, like, she wasn't just like a mom for me. Like Zach and Cody and Lowell and Cameron and Jeff and AJ and everybody else in my neighborhood, and in a way, our little makeshift family. She would always ask about Cody and Jeff, and she would say, how are my other sons doing? And it was so hard to tell Cody and Zach, man, it really was. Oh man, it really was. Like, I'm not an emotional person.
Yeah, he really isn't. He really isn't. So this is like big time. This is like a once in a lifetime type of mental psychological stake he'll be in, and anyone will ever like see him in. Basically, this isn't the norm at all compared to what he does now. Like he talks about his mom now as if everything is like kind of like. I mean, he's not like. He doesn't just say it as if he doesn't care, but he's obviously not. Like, when people bring it up, he doesn't get like emotionally triggered by it. Like, he'll talk about it like just nonchalantly, but in kind of like a serious tone. Like, yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is what happened. Yep, and that's it.
But instead of being filled with like grief, it's just filled me with so much emptiness. She was my best friend. And I would come home and I would be so happy to see her, and I would lock the door whenever I'd leave so nobody could come and like bother her or anything. She was just so precious to me and so important to me. And it wasn't just to me, it was to all my friends too. And I want to say that so many people reached out. So many of you guys have reached out and been so supportive, and so you've shared. Like, there's a guy I talked to a couple of days ago, and fuck, man, the guy's going through the exact same thing that we had to go through. Like, he's in basically the stage of the meeting with the doctors at this point. And fuck, dude, like, and that's the kind of shit, like, that's why I'm making this video, man. Is because I know that I'm not the first person to have to deal with this. I feel like I should share what's happened to me. And some of the people, like everybody in OTK, especially Tips to check on me pretty much every day, has just been so supportive and everything of me and everything. I've just been so lucky. My friends, Zach and Cody, and other people too, obviously you all might not really know, have just been there. Like, my dad has just been there for me, and I've been there for him too. Like, you gotta remember, like, my mom and my dad knew each other for 50 fucking years. I think it was a lot harder for him than he lets on. And that really does kind of make me sad. But anyway, also, whenever I told Izzy that my mom was in the hospital, she had there's this little, like, Swedish horse, and she had a special hand-carved Swedish horse sent to the house, and she wanted me to give it to my mom whenever she came back home. And whenever she found out that might not happen, I brought it directly to the hospital and I gave it to my mom, along with also a Swedish cooking book, so she could look at all the different meals and everything. And my mom, horses were her favorite animal. It made her so happy. And Izzy was there for me, like, every day, and we talked about it. And her and my mom were very close too, and they spent a lot of time talking and just being together. And not a whole lot, I guess, but as much as you would expect from two people that live in the same house. And anyway, whenever they were both living in the same house with me, we pretty much were running a miniature Amazon warehouse. I'm not even kidding, like probably 5 to 10 packages coming to the house every single day. That between the two of them, they would order. And my mom, of course, was using Social Security does not really pay that well, so she was using my card, and she would buy so much stuff, and like we had no room for this stuff, but it made her so happy. And how could I say no? I mean, she was so old; it was hard for her to do anything. This is one of the only things that she could do to make herself happy. Of course I did it, and but it was a pain in the ass having to throw away all the boxes every week, though. And yeah, I really wanted to say that so many people have been so much so important to me through this, and to all of you, thank you so much. And for like, what am I gonna do now? Like, what's gonna happen now? I don't know when I'll be back to streaming on my main channel. I have no idea. I really don't. I have to, like, obviously we have to do like a funeral, and I have to see my family.
Remember, this is like 3 years ago.
There's a lot that I have to do, and it's not going to be simple. And it'll involve traveling and everything, and so I can't really say when.
All my Tyvang
However,
Questio 5 NI. Best viewers on streambo.com. Remove the space.
Oh yeah, you're just a bot. Thank you. Thank you for your botness. Thank you. Don't do it, chat. It's a hack.
To come on my alt stream and just kind of give my fucking opinion about things and talk about stuff that I'm reading online that I have to give my 2 cents for. Because if it's either I talk to the camera or I sit in front of a mirror and I almost have a conversation with myself. So I just have to get that out there. And so I do hope to continue making
videos and sharing your online grief is your personal grief is actually very therapeutic. So makes sense. Completely understand that point of view.
Maybe YouTube content I do on my second stream, maybe a couple times a week, maybe, hopefully. Other than that, just keep up with my Twitter, and I'll let you guys know what's going to happen. And I want to say to everybody, and not just my close friends and family, I really appreciate everything that you all have done. And I know how much many of you all love my mom and thought that she was great. I got so many good comments about her, and people were so nice. And thank you so much. It's made me feel so humble and so small to realize that I had that many people around me who cared.
T-Man,
I really appreciate everything.
Hello. Are you from the other day?
T-Man Holike. Asmongold is an idiot.
Really? I like Asmongold. Asmongold's pretty cool. I wanted to watch his video on his mom and how his mom passed recently. It was 3 years ago, so obviously he doesn't really talk about it anymore, but I recently started watching him. I like his stuff.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see his how he reacted towards the death of his mom, and see the psychology behind it, because it kind of makes it. These things kind of make or break a person. So yeah, it's good to understand people.
Thank you.
When they're at their worst or in a very difficult situation.
I don't really know if my life will ever be the same. I was such a good boy, and we just would sit here in this house and play video games and hang out, and she'd make us like cupcakes, and we were just good boys. It was so fucking good.
What do you think of Asmongold's take on the whole political situation right now? I want to know what you think.
Good, man. It was so fucking
because you called him an idiot, so.
And I feel like the truth is that this is what happens to everybody, and now I guess it's my turn to give that to somebody else.
Theman Holike. Asmongold calls Palestinians an inferior culture and says that we should kill them while he lives in garbage and has a wall filled with blood because he is too lazy to use napkins.
So part of that is true and part of that is completely false. He didn't say... he called Palestinians an inferior culture. Yeah, he was overgeneralized when he said that, and then he got banned for a week for that. But then he made a video saying like, yeah, you know what, that was kind of very insensitive of me. I shouldn't have overgeneralized with that. But it is very easy to say that Hamas is an inferior culture. Is that like a bad thing to say? Like, obviously, Hamas doing October 7th, like, only idiots would do that, right? Because now, look at them. They committed October 7th, and now 2 years in, like, what? Over 50% of their buildings are completely destroyed.
Him apologizing is just a way of getting his money back. He does no care.
Oh, I mean,
Hamas is the good guys.
Yeah, that's unhinged. Hamas the good guys? Yeah. Okay. I guess you deny all the mass rapes that happened there too. I mean grapes. You deny those too. I guess that didn't happen as well.
Theman Holike. What do you expect them to do? The Jews were idiots cause only idiots would try to fight against the stronger Nazis.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you calling the people that did October 7th idiots because they tried to attack a much stronger power? Is that what you're saying? We're almost done with the video, so I mean we can keep continuing, but I want to finish this because there's other videos I want to watch.
That's the most I can really say.
That stuff Israel says with no evidence. The Nazis also accused the Jews of rape and murder.
Yeah, so yeah, you're just one of those that deny that happens. Okay, all right. I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. Like, I know that happened. I've seen the evidence, but like, there's no such thing as convincing anyone that there's actually evidence when they're ideologically captured into one position. So it's just no point in like saying that you're wrong. Like, yeah, you can believe what you want to believe, but like, I obviously seen the evidence, and that's all I really need to know.
Theman Holike. What's the proof it happened?
I mean, there's live streams.
Show me the evidence.
I don't need to show you anything. You can go look it up. You're already, like, it's a waste of time to... I've already figured out it's a waste of time to try and convince anyone otherwise. It really is. So, like, if you really want to, like, know, if you really actually are interested in changing your mind, go look it up. But if you're not, then you can continue to ask, and I'll just continue to say the same thing.
I think that's what she'd want to. She was the most genuine and
I looked it up. There is nothing.
Good for you. I looked it up, and I found a lot of stuff.
Theman Holike. No, rape videos, or babies in ovens.
Yeah, because we need to see the specific... We need to see those videos on the internet, because, like, people are going to have those types of videos on the internet. Yeah, okay. All right.
And kind person that I've ever known.
Like, that's just wild. Oh, we need to see them actually committing the crime. Or it doesn't exist. Okay, all right.
And I think that from now on, I'm going to try to be a little bit less of an asshole. Try.
like circumstantial evidence, like literally the burnt corpses of people in specific positions on like the bodies of how they looked like when they died. Has very high
The-man Holike. What proof did you see then? If not videos of rape? A video of a Jew saying it happened?
Do you have any idea how unhinged that sounds? Oh, but you didn't see a video of them actually graping people? Like, the weird thing is that you're watching videos of people getting graped. That's the weird thing here. Why is this the standard of proof? That's so wild to me. But anyways, the evidence that you're saying, or the evidence that I'm saying, is literally the burnt corpses in specific positions when they found the deceased bodies indicate that there was a oh, that's why they're not going back. Indicates that there is that it suggests that that was going on during the event. And there's a lot of bodies that they saw, but there's also people say, oh, Israel didn't want to share the evidence because they're lying about the whole thing, when Israel's main reason for not, or the organization that was cleaning up the bodies, they don't like to defile the dead. So like, they're not going to let people autopsy their dead because it's like a religious thing. It's defiling the bodies of the dead, and it's actually kind of gross, but like they really should just like let people see it. So, but honestly, even if people did see those evidence, they would still be like, well, I mean, we did see the bodies, we did see that, but we don't have video evidence, so therefore it didn't happen. So like it really makes no difference.
I really am. Just try to be a little bit more relaxed and we're okay.
The-man Holike.
So
that's not really any proof, man. It's just guesswork based on the posture of a corpse, and they might as well just have oriented the corpses themselves. That is, if you already trust the Jews saying they have these pictures, they don't share them.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust the government that has democracy over the organization that committed October 7th. Yes, I'm gonna have a little bit more bias towards a country that runs more like the U.S. than a country that runs more like people that do terrorist attacks. Thank you. Yes, true. I really don't see. It's just so stupid to me. Like, oh, I'm going to trust the people that did October 7th over the people that are getting deleted by October 7th. Okay. Yes, true.
To be honest, I'm glad I'm done with this video. I want to tell you all pretty much what happened and how things went with me.
We got 26 seconds.
Where I'm at. I hope to see you all soon, and I'll probably have new videos coming out, and I'll be back soon.
Oh, the next thing we'll watch is something to do with the Israel Palestine stuff, and that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Much. I'll see you later. Peace.
This was a good video, though. This was actually a really good video. All right.
The-man Holike. Wow, they have a democracy? Do you know what else they have in common with the us? They're colonizers. Go on and trust the people that are similar to the country that enslaved your ancestors. Great argument. Of course, having a democracy is a valid argument for why you're right in a genocide.
You know, if the past didn't happen, I wouldn't be here to be talking about it. So you know what? Hey, I'm here, and all the people that enslaved all my ancestors are all long gone and dead, so I really don't care. Colonialism. If colonialism didn't happen, I wouldn't be here making like little YouTube videos. I probably wouldn't even exist, actually, if things didn't play out the way that they played out. So it's just so I find it kind of just dumb to look in the past and be like, oh, past bad, therefore you should not want this ideology thing that they did bad. And it's just a dumb way to think. Like, all the people that did all that stuff are all long dead and gone. Like, none of my I don't know anyone right now that's enslaved that's in my family member right now. Like, it's just, I don't see the world that way. I mean, I don't let the past dictate the way that I live now. It's just really dumb.
The-man Holike. That's not the point. The point is that being similar to the us is not an argument for why you're right.
I didn't say I was right. I just say that there's a lot more evidence pointing towards that I'm probably correct. But, like, you don't care for that evidence. You don't even think the evidence that I'm telling you is actually legit. You think it's all, like, you think everything that I'm going to tell you, you're just going to write off as, like, oh, we don't trust them. And that's why it's very unproductive to even start debating in this thing. Because, like, you don't care for the evidence that I have because you already wrote them off as, like, lies and disinformation, and I don't trust them. So, like... You can believe whatever you want to believe. Like, legit. There's no, like, if that's the way you're going into this, then it's just not going to, there's nothing to argue about. There's just nothing, like, it's just a disagreement that you just won't concede on. And calling the people that are more closely to us liars, and it's just not a convincing argument for me to, like, calling someone a liar and not providing any evidence of them, like, lying about stuff and just using conspiracy theories basically to, like, say that they're lying isn't enough to make me believe that they're lying. So, all right, I need to find this video.
It will most likely be
no, we're not watching
infinitely...
this. It's 4 freaking hours long. Oh, yeah, it was this. This, yes. All right.
If they don't like it in the West Bank, they can leave, I would say.
Well, if they don't like it in Israel, they can leave.
Well, but to where?
We're not all people who voted for Trump obviously voted for him because...
I like this. I like this so much. It's called Destiny Debates MAGA Students on Campus, but the only really interesting debate the only interesting conversation that actually happens...
No, there's not. We have evidence that the Israelis raped Palestinians with iron rods up their behind. We have videos. Your evidence is Jews saying they have pictures of a corpse in a certain orientation that they don't want to share. The actual Nazis had better proof for why the Jews were rapists than Israel gave, although both were garbage. Being more similar to us is not an argument. Having the same political system, race, or culture is irrelevant in a discussion about killing people.
Yeah, but you still say Hamas is the good guys, even though Hamas did kill people during October 7th, and also raped a lot of people during October 7th. But you justified as that didn't happen, and your proof is, well, Israel lying. And I'm like, that's not convincing. It still happened, whether you think they're lying or not. So I'm not denying anything that you've said. Like, I that obviously probably did happen, but you also said that Hamas is the good guys, which obviously writes that's easily writes everything, every argument that you have to say about that situation, like, out instantaneously. Like. The moment you said they were the good guys, my brain was like, yeah, there's no such thing as having a productive conversation with this guy about Israel-Palestine. But this video has something to do with that. And this is a good segue into this, actually.
They support all of his ideas, everything he supports. Some of us, like myself, I voted for him because I want to preserve certain American rights and freedom.
I, as someone who
what do you think of Destiny's takes on the whole Israel-Palestine stuff? Like, do you care for it? Do you even know about him? Like, is this something that you're interested in? Or do you think he's completely wrong and he's just a Wikipedia warrior or something like that?
Him, if someone were to come and shoot me,
That's up. So you defend what you said then? That's the thing that you stand by?
No.
Yes, that's definitionally, yes, that's how the caliphates work, yes.
In your mind, is moral behavior more consistent in religious societies than in secular ones? So, just an example we wrote, the United States with a secular
government... They tackle a lot of different topics, but, like, this is really... I thought this was a very interesting listen. But we're going to go to 1.5.
Versus an Islamic nation such as Yemen or Afghanistan under Taliban.
Yes, Hamas killed people. Do you know who else killed people? Jewish resistance, Native American fighters, black slaves escaping American colonization. All of them killed people because killing your oppressor is justified. The allegations of Palestinians raping people are empty. You blindly trust the Israeli government because they have a democracy with no proof. Theman Holike. And with Jewish resistance I mean World War II.
Okay, so when you gave me the argument that Israel is killing people, I guess that doesn't matter because everyone kills people. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for conceding that that little argument. So it doesn't matter if Jewish people killed or raped people because like everyone else did it too. So like, what's your point on like bringing that up as like a bad thing that Israel did?
I think that it's hard to analyze. This is on, right? People can hear me?
Theme
Yeah?
like.
Okay.
No, not everyone kills people.
Hamas did kill people. The Indians did kill people. So like, I guess killing people is not that big of a deal, right? Because those guys were oppressed. Oh wait, but it's the whole oppressor versus I don't care for that stupid shit, honestly. Like the whole oppressor or proportionality. I'm like, bro, you do a terrorist attack. If you attack the strongest country, one of a really powerful country, and you're not prepared for the consequences, then that's on you. Like, I feel zero sympathy for the people that did that.
Israel is a colonial nation committing a genocide on the native population. Hamas killed its soldiers who were oppressing them.
Honestly, I just don't give two shits about their excuse for why they wanted to kill other people. Like, you attack someone that's stronger than you, and then that strong person fights back, but then you get mad that the stronger person is the bully, like someone's bullying someone, and then you bully someone, and then that person fights back, but that other person is just stronger, so he ends up disproportionately hurting the guy that bullied him much worse than what the bully did to them. Like, I'm not gonna feel sympathy for either of them. Like, you started it, so like you get deleted.
They're not fighting. They stated this. They started.
Yeah, if October 7th didn't happen, then this whole Gaza war wouldn't be like a problem right now. Like, there's obviously this wasn't happening before October 7th. So October 7th was the catalyst of this entire Gaza war, and everyone hates it because like it looks really bad. But I'm like, hey, you probably shouldn't have done October 7th.
I feel like it's hard to analyze whether or not a country is better just because it's religious versus secular in terms of morality, because you can see even among countries that are relatively secular, like your Scandinavian countries, some people point to those and say they have a better morality because of how they deal with welfare or redistribution. Or you can look at countries...
If 1948 didn't happen, this whole thing wouldn't have happened. It didn't start on October 7th.
The Gaza war did start on October 7th. This whole Gaza war thing, the bombardment of missiles going into the Gaza Strip, this was not happening pre-October 7th. So like, we can go all the way back in time to 1948, but I highly doubt there was any missile. No, they probably did have missile tech back then, but like pre-October, if you look at satellite imagery, pre-October 7th,
no, the Gaza war started in 1948.
What do you mean? What are you saying?
Yes, it did happen pre-October 7th. There was.
Oh, so where was the troops on the ground? Where was the bombardment? Why is everyone now just starting to talk about Gaza's like destruction? Like, where was what buildings were getting destroyed pre-October 7th? Also, how was there like a... What was it called? A human surplus?
In Gaza.
Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because you said the buildings and everything are being destroyed and stuff, just like because it would happen before pre-October 7th. So like, where was that?
The destruction increased. It's not like it only started after October 7th. It was just slower before.
Oh, okay, it increased. Why did it increase after October 7th, like by 1,000%? we could say that maybe there was like conflict before that, but like obviously there wasn't a full-scale war before. I guess you want to like frame it as, oh, it just increased. Yeah, it increased by like 1,000%. Okay, all right. We'll use your framing if that makes you feel any better.
Because Israel got an excuse to speed up their genocide.
Ah, and how did Israel get that excuse? How did Israel get that excuse?
Yes, there was a full-scale wall. There were several.
Oh no, I know there was a wall. There was always a wall. But like, there wasn't a war.
The-man Holike. It was way worse before.
Oh, it was. It was way worse. Then why weren't people talking about that pre-October 7th? Why was it like not in the news like at all until after October 7th? Why didn't no one really care about it until after October 7th? Seems kind of fishy.
That have a similar religion, like say Saudi Arabia or, as you pointed out,
The-man
Afghanistan,
Holike.
and you can see that
They were. You are just young. The-man Holike. Google the Nakba.
I'm talking about in political, like, why weren't any news okay, so Fox News, CNN, MSNBC News, like, that was all being talked about pre-October 7th. Find me those clips. Give me those clips. Show me. I'm gonna Google the Nakba and be like, oh, this happened in like 2000 in the 1990s, I think. Is that when the Nakba was? Or no, not the Nakba. I was thinking of the Intifadas.
The-man Holike.
But I guess we don't talk about
They
those.
were, yes. The-man Holike. You were just not born.
Ah, okay. So I don't really give a shit about things that happened before I was born. Yeah, okay. Do you like talking about who elected oh wait, no, but you already said that Hamas is the good guy, so like I was gonna talk about who elected the Hamas the people of Hamas, because like that was kind of wild. The people that basically did October 7th and they elected that, and that's kind of unhinged, but I guess that's based, right?
The-man Holike. Okay, so please say out loud right now, I don't care about the Holocaust because I wasn't born.
Yeah, I don't. Actually, nah, I'm not even gonna concede that. I care about the Holocaust because Jewish people didn't deserve that. The reason I don't care about what happened here is because October 7th. Jewish people didn't do October 7th. Well, what did Jewish people do to Nazis to make them want to do that to them? Like, what? Justify that. If you could justify that, then maybe I'll concede to the I don't care about what happened to that. So, but I highly doubt there would be anything like, what did the Jewish people do to get to have the Nazis do that? Like, what did they do? What did they do? If you can find that, then I'll concede to your little game that you want me to play. But if you can't, then I won't concede to that, and I'll say that actually not. I do care about that, but the reason I don't care about the other things because they did October 7th, and October 7th is like
The-man Holike.
Completely not
Jewish
justified.
people killed or expelled 700,000 Palestinians, and that what's they did to deserve October 7th.
Expelled. Killed or expelled. So you don't even know if they killed them or not because you put or. You didn't put and. Okay. And what was that time frame? Like, so where's like the mass graves and stuff like that? Where's all? Because like 700,000 people, that's a lot of people. Also, how did the Gaza Strip have a surplus, a population boom under like being blockaded and stuff like that, and not being able to like feed and eat because like apparently Israel was like taking away their resources by blockading them and stuff like that. Like, how did they get a population boom again? Like, how did they become the densest population location? Like, it's kind of weird how they're oppressed but was still able to like have a population increase. It's kind of weird to me. It doesn't really make sense to me.
The-man Holike. LMAO, how did the Jews have a population boom at the first 3 years of the Holocaust?
Is that even true? Wait, the first 3 years of the
The-man Holike.
Holocaust.
They have a lot of kids.
Wait, but why would you... Okay, so why would you have kids when you know that you're being blockaded and you know that you probably won't have enough food to, like, feed your kids and stuff like that? Like, do you think that's, like, smart to do? Like, that sounds kind of unhinged.
Nakba, Palestinian Fedayeen insurgency, Suez crisis, Six-Day War, War of Attrition, Yom Kippur War, Palestinian insurgency in South Lebanon, 1982 Lebanon War, South Lebanon conflict, First Intifada, Second Intifada, Israel-Hezbollah War, Gaza War, 2012 Gaza War, 2014 Gaza War, Syrian Civil War, 2021 Israel-Palestine crisis, Gaza War, Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Theman Holike. Look at those CONFlits. Theman Holike. Non-spot wars. Theman Holike. There is no pause. October 7th is a random step in between, not a start.
No, it definitely is a start, because I know for a fact Israel wasn't having, like, bombing campaigns into the Gaza Strip pre-October 7th. Actually, you know what? We'll look into this. We'll do a new one. Did Israel have a bombing campaign pre-October 7th, 2023? And we're going to do a deeper search so we get, like, actual legit on-the-fly information. Did Israel have a bombing campaign pre-October 7th? Alright, so while that's thinking, I'll have this video playing.
Their approach to morality seems to be quite different. Or you can look at the same religion, like Christianity, and you could like pre or post Enlightenment or pre or post Reformation, and you can see significant differences there. So I feel like you have to speak with a bit more granularity when you talk about a society and whether or not it's moral or immoral, and doing it just through that lens of religion on its own, I think is a little bit reductive, I would say.
No, say the least. Would anybody like to come down and make a comment on what Steven just said, or ask a question yourself? Anybody? Raise your hand and we'll have you come on down. You right there. Go ahead and state your name.
Hi, I'm Kurt. I'm actually the vice president for the Atheists for Liberty chapter here at the university. I think you gave a pretty good answer to that last question, so I kind of wanted to go on to a different topic. Your position on Israel has historically been interesting.
Ronald
You've made a lot of criticisms.
Looking to achieve your goal on Kick. This is the best.
Thank you for the scam. Thank you. But I cut you off. Get out of here, bot. We don't need you. Don't do it, chat.
Palestinian activists for giving an inadequate sort of explanation of the events of 47 and 48. So sort of bracketing that, two questions. The first is, what would your positive advocacy be for like what should be done about the ongoing, you debate if it's a genocide or not, but at least ethnic cleansing you've conceded before in your debate with Hassan or the after viewing for it. So what would your affirmative advocacy be? And then
yeah, the amount of times people use ethnic cleansing.
He-Man Holike. Yes bro, I am surprised how little you actually know about this conflict. Yes, they bombed them before October 7th. The literal week before October 7th it came on the news that Israel killed a bunch of random kid for no reason. Link. Theman Holike. Look at that chart.
Alright, wow, look at that. It just finished. 1 minute and 43 seconds. I'll pull up your thing. Pull up your thing. Let's see. What is this? But let me just make sure that this isn't anything. Okay. Oh, let me just put it. Come on, do it for me. There we go. All right, now it's actually like perfect. The human cost of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Palestinian Israel, 2008, all the way to. It's funny how we start in 2008 when literally that was I think it was 2006 or 2005 that Hamas was elected as like the people that are going to run the Gaza Strip or Gaza. Well, yeah, the Gaza Strip. Deaths and injuries. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, this is just a chart. Israel and Palestinian deaths and injuries documented by the UN. Cool. Source United Nations. I like how it just says United Nations and not an actual like link to like a website that has like actual numbers. Which discredits it a little bit. But yeah, these numbers look really bad. Yeah, they look really bad. Yeah. But it doesn't really mean anything, honestly. But yeah, let's actually see what Grok has to do. I looked at your thing. It looks really bad. It really does. But it doesn't really mean much to me. Actually, wait. Let's just get the conclusion, right? We'll start with the conclusion. Because that's usually...
Conclusion and implications. Based on the research, it seems likely that Israel did not conduct a bombing campaign in Gaza before October 7, 2023.
What?
The evidence leans toward a period of relative calm in terms of large-scale military operations, with escalation only after the Hamas attack.
Yeah bro, this discredits it, but the evidence from Israel, which is a claim that they have pictures of corpses in suspicious postures that they don't show you as evidence.
Yeah, you don't like Israel's pictures, but I'm supposed to believe your picture. Okay, alright bro.
This conclusion is supported by the absence of reports in credible sources for the specified timeframe, though smaller actions may have occurred. The historical context of previous wars is noted, but these are outside the immediate period of interest. This analysis acknowledges the complexity of the Israel-Gaza conflict, where military actions are often debated and sensitive. The findings aim to be diplomatic, recognizing the perspectives of all parties involved, while relying on available data up to the current date, 10:40 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving
There is no
Time
pictures
on Friday,
from
May
Israel.
9th,
It's a claim
2025.
that they might have pictures.
Yeah, they're not gonna take pictures of dead bodies. Yes, true. Like, bro. That's unhinged.
Theme and whole like. Link of wars involving Israel. Here's a Wikipedia list of the wars. Read this instead of listening to AI bullshit.
No, I like Grok. Grok does a really good job at researching on everything, no matter whether it's really good at like not being biased for one side or the other. I like it. ChatGPT is garbage. It's actually garbage. It's biased, which is really annoying. But I like Grok. Key points. Let's go. Go. Play it.
Key point. Research suggests Israel did not conduct a major bombing campaign in Gaza before October 7, 2023.
What?
The evidence leans towards smaller-scale military actions, with major operations starting after October 7.
Judd, read the Wikipedia page with the CONFlits. Theme and whole like. Just.
All right, I'll pull your thing up first. All right. Oh, actually, you know what's really interesting? I can actually... All right, so since we have this up, we'll put this. Boom. All right, Wikipedia. All right, so this link, I'm gonna do a nice little trick. We're gonna duplicate this, right? We'll make a new chat history, a new one, right? And I think Grok can pick up. All right. Give me the information, or no. Summarize the information within this Wikipedia link. And while it does that, I will actually go back to your thing. That's the thing that I like about
Theme and
Grok.
whole like. As you can see, there's no pause anywhere where it suddenly starts at October 7th. There is consistent wars and Israel has consistently been killing Palestinians.
Yes, no shit, Sherlock. Yes, there's been wars all the time. Yes, but there was a period of peace. The period of peace matters. Bro. Yes, no one's denying that wars have happened. Also, things have also happened pre-1948, but I guess 1948 is like the all-encompassing goal. Like 1948 is just the place where everything starts. We don't want to talk about what happened before that and before that and before that. Like we can keep going back and back to say, oh, it all started here. Like why not start it at May at 1? Like why 1948? This is 9,048. Why not start at like year 100?
There's a one-sided period of peace for Israel and murder for Palestinians.
Yeah, you can frame it that way, but I just disagree. All right, what did this thing say? The page emphasized Israel's recurring conflicts with Abrahamic states, Palestinian groups, and Hezbollah, often driven by terrestrial disputes, security concerns, and retaliation. It also notes the controversial nature of Israel's this is why I put it in the A, because words are sometimes a bit difficult for me, policies and the border context of Israel-Palestine conflict. But I'm going to throw the whole thing into this. Boom.
The Wikipedia page, List of Wars Involving Israel, details major military conflicts involving Israel since its independence in 1948, rooted in the Arab-Israeli conflict, including wars with neighboring Arab states.
Yeah, 1948 is the start because that's when Israel was made. The 3rd century there was no Israel, there was no Israel.
Okay, yeah, but I guess you have like a whole Israel bad complex. But I don't exist. I don't have the mentality that Israel is just bad, and therefore we need to start when Israel happened. And like, bro, you can say like when the moment that the Indians were oppressed and now they live in these little places in Americas from the creation of America, and I'm like, bro, I don't care. I really don't. But we're gonna listen to this. Like, it's just so dumb.
The Wikipedia page, List of Wars Involving Israel, details major military conflicts involving Israel since its independence in 1948, rooted in the Arab-Israeli conflict, including wars with neighboring Arab states, Palestinian uprisings, and other engagements. Below is a summary of the key conflicts listed. 1948 Arab-Israeli War, 1947 to 1949, began as a civil war between Jewish and Arab.
How can we start before Israel existed to look at the Israel-Palestine conflict? How is there a conflict without Israel?
Because Jewish people existed pre-Israel? Like, what? What, did Jewish people just not exist pre-Israel or something? Oh, like, this is just...
1948 Arab-Israeli War, 1947 to 1949, began as a civil war between Jewish and Arab militias during the end of the British Mandate, escalating into a full-scale war after Israel's establishment. Israel fought Egypt, Jordan.
Okay, but what does that have to do with Palestine?
Didn't Palestine, like, just like Jewish people existed before Israel existed, Palestinian people existed before Israel existed, and there were definitely skirmishes and fights before October. Oh, actually, man, I guess we'll. Because I know there was definitely like some skirmishes before 1948 between the people, and then Israel, they decided to form something called Israel, and it was like legitimately recognized by the European Union, but I guess no one thinks about that. But let me finish this first.
Israel fought Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and others, concluding with the 1949
I mean, this is
agreement.
basically just telling me exactly what you tell me. So let me ask this. Was there any fights going on between Jewish people and Palestinian people pre-1948? And we'll do a deeper search. So this will think...
South Africa also used to be legitimately recognized by the European Union.
Wait, isn't South Africa still a thing though? Like, we call it South Africa. Like, South Africa is there. It's on every map. I think the thing that wasn't legitimately put into stone was Palestine. Palestine didn't actually like exist. Like, they tried to make something, but then it was, no one recognized it as an actual like place. Like, the only people that think Palestine existed is Palestinian people. And that doesn't mean that you exist. Like, if the people that want to make it exist are the only people that actually wants it to be to exist.
The South Africa of the past is different from now. I am talking about the apartheid white ethno-state.
I mean, but it's still called oh my god, that's a lot of words. It's still called South Africa though. It wasn't changed. Like, the parallel is like Palestine. Like, Palestine, the Palestinian people wanted that to be recognized, but no one recognized it as a legitimate place. So it was incorrect. It was like it just didn't exist, you know? Palestine only existed in the Palestinian mind. Because, like, honestly, all borders is like in the brain.
It still has the same name. That's irrelevant.
Well, to me, it's relevant because like if it was a completely different like thing, then wouldn't they want to like not associate it with how it was before? Like that just makes sense to me. The name is definitely relevant. Maybe not as relevant to you though.
I had an ethno-state of whites oppressing black people, and they recognized that. Why wouldn't they do the same thing for Israel?
Wait, what parallel are you trying to draw? I don't get it.
Research suggests there were conflicts between Jewish and Palestinian people before 1948, rooted in historical tensions. It seems likely these conflicts intensified during the British Mandate period, with notable violence in the 1920s and 1930s.
Oh, wow.
The evidence leans toward these disputes being driven by land, immigration, and national aspirations, with significant events like riots and revolts. Background. Before 1948, the region of Palestine was under British control following World War I, with growing tensions between Jewish immigrants and the local Arab population, including Palestinians. These tensions often erupted into violence, particularly as Jewish immigration increased and land disputes arose. Major conflicts. Key conflicts included the Jaffa riots in 1921, the Palestine riots in 1929, and the Arab Revolt from 1936 to 1939. These events involved attacks, massacres, and organized resistance, reflecting deep-seated disagreements over territory and rights. Conclusion. Given the historical context, it appears there were significant fights and conflicts before 1948, shaped by complex political and social dynamics.
South Africa was a colonial ethno-state, where white people had exclusive white areas and the blacks were in worse areas and not allowed to enter white places. If they recognize this, they will do the same for Israel.
Yeah, sure. Like, isn't like white people getting deleted in South Africa today? But I guess they justify it because, oh, they were oppressed in the past, even though none of their ancestors were. Even though no one today is actually being oppressed by anyone, they're just using something that happened hundreds of years ago to justify their cruelty to other people today, which is, honestly, it's stupid. It's so disgusting. Like, the people that are alive today have nothing to do with the people that what people did years ago, like the sins of the father. I think that is such a it's such a terrible thing to do, like, because all you're doing is perpetuating like it. People that are, no one chooses to be born where they're born.
Also, the majority of the world recognizes Palestine. It's just Western countries that don't link recognition of Palestine.
So in other words, only countries that do terrorist attacks recognize Palestine is actually a thing. Is that what you're saying? I don't even think China even has like Palestine on the map, and they're like another superpower. So like, yeah, that's great. Yeah, it like I said, it only exists in the people that believe in Palestine. It doesn't actually exist like legitimately in the world stage. It never existed legitimately in the world stage. Only in the minds of the Palestinian people and the people that were sympathetic to them, which wasn't a lot.
Survey note: historical conflicts between Jewish and Palestinian people before 1948. This survey note provides a comprehensive examination of the conflicts between Jewish and Palestinian people prior to 1948, a period marked by significant historical, political, and social changes in the region of Palestine. The analysis is grounded in detailed historical records and aims to offer a thorough understanding of the events, their causes, and their implications, ensuring a strict superset of the content in the direct answer section. Historical context and early tensions. The conflicts between Jewish and Palestinian people before 1948 can be traced back to the late 19th century, a period coinciding with the rise of the Zionist movement, which sought to establish a homeland for Jewish people in Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire. This movement led to increased Jewish immigration, which began to alter the demographic and economic landscape of the region. Late 19th century incidents. Early violent incidents included an accidental shooting in Saft in December 1882, where an Arab man was killed by a Jewish guard during a wedding, leading to retaliatory...
No, America is a terrorist state. To this day, children in Vietnam die from birth defects and cancer from the chemical weapons that you injected in their fields to give the civilians illness. If you think the entire world except America, Canada, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and Western Europe are terrorists, then you are just delusional.
I mean, if most of the world thinks exactly the way that I think, then you can call us delusional all you want. You just won't. We just won't share your delusional opinion. But anyways, I'm not gonna think the. Wait, do you live in America? If you don't live in America, then I can understand your point. But if you live in America, and now I'm really just don't really care what you have to say, because you're calling the place that you live in a terrorist state, and you choose to live there. That's funny. But if you don't, then I'm like, all right, yeah, I can see why other countries don't like America. But hey, I'm an American, so like, of course I'm gonna think my country's great.
That's not most of the world. That's 1/20th of the world population.
Yeah. Okay, so 1/20 of the world's population has like 90% of the power. Okay.
The vast majority of the world disagrees with you.
I mean, you can cope and say that, but no one really cares about the people that have no internet access to be able to like share their opinions about like what they think about the world. Like like I'm not comparing it to the world population. Like most of the population of the world doesn't even have like an internet connection, which is kind of sad, but it's just true. So like you're comparing it to something that doesn't even matter. Like, okay, good. I guess it feels good to know that most people don't like share your opinion. But I know that most of America shares my opinion, so and they're the big power. They're the big guys. So like you can have that opinion if you want, but it's not like there's any like it's not like you can do anything about that. Like okay.
Late 19th century incidents. Early violent incidents included an accidental shooting in Saft in December 1882, where an Arab man was killed by a Jewish guard during a wedding, leading to retaliatory attacks by about 200 Arabs who threw stones and vandalized property at the Rosh Pinna settlement. Wikipedia.
It's fine.
Another notable event occurred in early 1886 in Petah Tikva, where land disputes escalated into violence. On March 28th, a Jewish settler was attacked and robbed of his horse by Yehudi Arabs, and settlers retaliated by confiscating 9 mules, seen as provocation. The next day, 50 to 60 Arab villagers attacked Petah Tikva, vandalizing houses and fields, injuring 4 Jews, and causing an elderly woman's death 4 days later. Wikipedia, History of the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. Growing tensions by 1908, by 1908, at least 13 Jews had been killed by Arabs, with 4 in nationalist circumstances and 9 in robberies or crimes. Over the next 5 years, 12 Jewish settlement guards were killed by Arabs, leading settlers to perceive increasing Arab hatred and nationalism. Wikipedia, History of the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. These incidents highlight the early stages of intercommunal violence, often linked to land disputes and perceived threats to local Arab livelihoods.
You are poor. You are black in America living in your hood where you will get shot in the face over gang wars. The rich people in your country are Elon Musk, not you. China is the new global superpower with a military the strength of yours. They recognize Palestine, so does Russia, so do India and Pakistan, so does the entirety of South America, the entirety of Africa, the entirety of Asia except Korea and Japan, the entirety of Eastern Europe.
I guess if that makes you feel better, then yeah, you can believe that if you want. But I don't.
These incidents highlight the early stages of intercommunal violence, often linked to land disputes and perceived threats to local Arab livelihoods. Land and immigration issues. Zionist land purchases from Arab owners for Jewish settlements often evicted tenant farmers, fellahin, aggravating tensions and causing Arabs to feel dispossessed. The Ottoman authorities, responding to local complaints, banned land sales to foreigners in 1892 due to increasing Jewish
That's
immigration.
not something to believe. Link recognition of Palestine #media/file Palestine recognition only.svg. Here's the map. Theman Holike. Those countries recognize Palestine.
Yeah, we're gonna. State Palestine countries have recognition of the state of Palestine. Countries that have not recognized the state of Palestine. All right. Oh, so I guess not. Is that India? No, India's here. All right. So. All right. So okay. Real life map of Palestine. I like how image isn't the first one. Oh, so Israel. Oh, okay. Oh, this makes sense. Yeah. This isn't Israel. This is Palestine. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, but it says that this is Israel, though. Wait, let's get up Google Maps.
Theman Holike. American level geography, is that India? Oh my god man, come on.
No reviews. Palestine, no reviews. That's funny. Alright, let's see. Can we find Palestine? Isn't it supposed to be like... Where would that be? Oh, Palestine. Wait. Where the hell... What? Where the hell is this? Palestine. Wait, is this the island Dubai? Okay, Palestine. So Palestine does exist. Okay, all right. It's these islands. Wait, but where's the legit place? Israel over here. Okay. Palestinian square. Okay, so the Gaza Strip. This is supposed to be like Palestine, I guess. It's not called the Gaza Strip though.
Theman Holike. This is a garbage argument. The fact is most of the world recognizes Palestine, more than Israel actually.
The world recognized it so much more that they gave them a little chunk of islands called Palestine. Yeah, sure, bro. Like if most people believed it, then I think Google Maps would have like fixed that. Cause like, bro, like this is so stupid. Like, if most people did believe that, we would do that. You know, the only people that oh wow, wait, hold up. Did they change it? Is the Gulf of America not a thing anymore? No, the Gulf of Mexico is not a thing any.
Theman Holike. Google Maps is an American application.
Oh, okay. So in the rest of the world, Palestine exists, but on Google Maps that most people use, when I type in Palestine, I see a bunch of islands. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that I'm falling for the American propaganda or whatever, but like, I honestly don't care. America's a superpower, and that is legitimately like a thing. If you don't want to believe that, then that's not my problem, honestly. All right, well, let's go back to the Grok thing.
Theman Holike. Yes, if you buy a map from China or Russia, you'll see a map with Palestine on it.
Yeah, I know China's like, oh, we got the South China Sea. They get so pissed off when maps don't include the China Sea when China's literally the only one that recognizes it. So like, yeah, of course, okay. The China believes that the sea is all theirs and no one else's, but like the rest of the world does not recognize that. So, all right. Of course, they're gonna put random other stuff on there just to prove their point. See, look, we like the sea. We also got Palestine on it. Look at it. That's why you guys should support us, because we put Palestine.
China is the new global superpower. Also, you are completely immoral that you even think having military power gives you legitimacy.
I mean, the reason why it gives legitimacy is because if you don't believe in the people that's the superpower, then you get annihilated and erased, and you're gone. Like,
it's not just China. The entire world has Palestine on their maps from that image I showed you.
Sure. Cool. Sure.
Theman Holike. All the green countries have Palestine on their map.
Well, let me finish this.
The Ottoman authorities, responding to local complaints, banned land sales to foreigners in 1892 due to increasing Jewish immigration. Wikipedia.
Theman
History of the
Holike.
Israeli-Palestinian
So in the time of slavery, the whites were right and you are inferior?
No, I don't think I was inferior. But like the parallel you're trying to draw here is so retarded, honestly. Oh, so back then the whites were you were inferior, right? We're just playing retarded word games. Like, of course I don't think I'm inferior. Like, it's just stupid. But like, it's also stupid to go back in time and be like, oh, so I guess the whites were right? And I'm like, right about what? Obviously I wasn't inferior because look where I am today. Like, this is just stupid.
Theman Holike. I thought might makes right? They were stronger, right? So you're inferior.
Yeah, because I guess that's why, like, it's so stupid. Like, I guess whites were so strong that that today's football is just majority white because white people are just so much stronger than black people, right? Yeah, this just makes. What are you even saying? Like, what are you talking about? You're saying slavery? Oh, slavery! Well, like we abolished that, and now we're here. It's like, but slavery happened though. So back then yes, back then white people were wrong. Yes, if that's what you want me to say, white people were wrong about their delusions about being the superior race. Like, and it played out through history as like today. Like, look at us. Like, we're dominating so many different sports compared to like. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid.
The man Holike. According to your logic, they can decide tomorrow to make you a slave again, and you'd have no argument because of your retarded logic.
Yeah, what logic says that they can make me a slave again? What logic did I espouse?
The man Holike. How can they be wrong back then if might makes right?
Did I say might makes right? I said might means that you have power. So like, and if you bully the people with power, you're just going to get annihilated. What does that have to do with having power being right? Like, you're making arguments that I didn't make.
Yes, you did.
Oh, so I said might makes right.
Holike. You said might makes right.
I said might has you have power. Therefore, you can do basically whatever you want. That doesn't mean you're right. Let me like actually correct that, because I guess you just assume when I say that it means might make. I'm saying might makes right, but I guess you're just you're too cognitively like broken to like actually understand what I'm saying. So.
The man Holike. You're backing off now.
I'm backing off now. I am not backing off of America being the superpower, and if you bully the people that are in power, you're going to get like consequences. Like, that's just true. Like, I'm not backing it around. Like, Israel getting hit by October 7th was the stupidest thing that Hamas could do, because now look at them. Like, obviously they had like Israel has the bigger power.
Might makes right means might makes right. That's the words you used. The man Holike.
Nah, you're just putting
That's
words
what you
in my
said
mouth.
word for word.
I didn't say might makes right. Unless you think... Yeah, I definitely insinuated that might makes right, but like, I guess you can... Yeah, I guess you can say that. Sure. I mean, it's not necessarily untrue that might doesn't make right. Like, if you have more power, you're probably going to be the one that's on the right side of history or whatever. Because like, you can kind of force your right.
Look back at your VODs.
Yeah, that's great. I guess you can call me out on like a semantical issue of like, oh, I said the word might make right. Okay, there you go. You win the debate. Your point? Israel still like is going to be the guy that's winning in this.
The man Holike.
Like, that's
you
great.
Forget the words you said and confuse Myanmar for India.
When did I? Okay, now you're just spouting out bullshit now. You're spouting out bullshit because you're pissed off that Israel has more power than the Palestinian people. And I'm not agreeing with your worldview and framing. It's just retarded. All right, let's go back to the video.
The man
Would you be
Holike.
willing to?
That's not the point, though. The argument is who is morally correct.
I don't give a shit on what you think is morally correct. Like, what you think is morally correct is probably ass backwards. So, like, yeah, that's great. I think things are morally correct. Oh, so what do you think about, like, Christians and Muslim people when they talk about what's morally
correct? You looked at
correct?
Google Maps and looked at Myanmar and said, is that India?
Okay, I don't give a shit. Like, what? I confused a country. Your point? Like, I really don't care. Oh, you got me. Oh, I confused something that I don't really like think about too much, because like I live way the fuck at the other side of the planet, and I'm supposed to know the differences. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I guess Christians. Oh, let's talk about the moral. Well, who's morally right? Like, Christians or Muslims? Which one? Which one would you say? Like, it's just so, like, obviously you're gonna say the Muslims are. Like, it's just, this is so stupid. Oh, let's talk, like you're gonna be morally bankrupt because you don't believe what I believe. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, bro, you can believe whatever the fuck you want. like, okay, you could feel like you have the moral superiority. Like, other people don't see it the same way. Like, that's just a fact. it's pointless to argue over who has the moral superiority or moral over, like, it's just dumb. It's just dumb because, like, religion is complex, but it's only complex because it's very emotional, not really logical. So
condemn what's going on there right now as something which is cruel, unusual, and needs to be stopped.
In terms of positive advocacy,
I would agree with the Christians more than with any person like you who literally doesn't even consider morals and just talks about, haha, this country has more nukes.
Okay. All right, bro. That's great.
thing that I've always said about the conflict is that both sides have to be willing to make some painful concessions.
That's exactly
and I feel like a lot
what
of
I
international
said.
pressure infinitely incentivizes both sides to continue on their current course. If you're a part of the pro-Palestinian movement, the international community has gassed you up into thinking you don't have to concede on literally anything that you would have negotiated pre-67. And if you're Israel, the international community has offered you basically only harsh words, which means you should just keep trying to conquer more and more of the West Bank. So I feel like both sides right now are in this weird position where it would be stupid for Israel to stop because they've only made gains, and it would be stupid for Palestinians to give up anything on paper because they still have the whole world open to them. So I guess when I look to advocacy, what I really look is there has to be like a painful concession that both sides are willing to make, and the international community has to agree to kind of like force both sides to start making progress in that direction. Because right now there's just, I think there's too much incentive on both sides to continue into perpetuity. In terms of like, would I condemn anything there? I mean, like, I condemn people when they do things that they shouldn't do. So, I mean, I think with the recent war, I think there are definitely criticisms for Israel. There are some events that are almost unimaginable. I think the bombing of the WCK trucks was pretty bad. The individual, like, multi-step bombing of, like, I think it
learn
was 3 or
basic
4 different trucks that
geography
they
and
did.
history before getting into geopolitics. You have no clue about the history of Israel and Palestine. You showed that you think that Israel has not bombed Palestine before 1948. This is complete ignorance with blind conviction based on nationalism and superiority complexes.
No, you're just being purposely obtuse with what I'm actually saying. Like, I don't need to know where India is on a map to understand that what happened during October 7th is obviously a disgusting thing to do. Like, this whole premise started off with you saying that Hamas is the good guys, which is obviously writes off anything that you have to say about that stuff. Like, this is just retarded. Like, why? Like, what? Like, I'm dealing with a guy that says Hamas is the good guy. Like, bro, this is retarded. What? What are you saying? Like, oh, you can't talk about geopolitics because you don't think Hamas is the good guys. It's so stupid. Or you don't know where India's on a map. Oh, therefore you can't have an opinion. Oh, like get the fuck out of here. This is retarded. This is so stupid. Like, obviously this is my analysis starts and stops at October 7th. I don't give a shit what happened before then. October 7th was not justified. Like, justify that and then we'll talk about what happened before then. If you can't even justify that, or you're gonna say Hamas is like the good guys, like that's not convincing me otherwise. Like, it's just so stupid.
Obviously, I think a lot of the conduct on October 7th was probably unacceptable from Hamas, but I feel like when people...
Oh, October 7th is so bad, and Jothin happened before and nothing happened after. I will close my eyes to everything else. Everything rotates around October 7th because Fox News tells me about it and doesn't care about Palestinian lives.
Yeah, see, like, you just write off October 7th as if it's just everything rotates over October 7th. Yes. For a person that doesn't pay attention to this stuff, it starts and stops with October 7th. So if you want people to actually believe what you want them to believe, and you just tell them that they're crazy or they're idiots because they only like look at October 7th as that, then yeah, you're definitely convincing more people to join your side by calling the people that don't know about the situation they're idiots, that everything revolves around October 7th. Like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, okay. That's convincing me. 100%. Yeah. I'm definitely joining your side by you telling me that. True.
People are looking for condemnation. They're not usually looking for anything that is like, I don't know, is intelligent. People usually just looking for you to take a side on it. I think that it's a little bit too complicated to just to stake out like a singular position on it. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's actually that complicated, right? I mean, you're willing to call Project D or whatever it was, and it was Project D in the aftermath of 1947, the initial sort of conflict there, and the ethnic cleansing which occurred then when they burnt over 500 Palestinian villages and sort of led to the Nakab. You're willing to condemn that as ethnic cleansing, but not when they say, we're going to force them out of the north, we're going to force them into the south, and then we're going to force them beyond that. Right, which
well, I depends how deep into foreign affairs we go. I don't like the term ethnic cleansing.
Yes,
I think
on a global scale, considering the death and destruction in this conflict, then October 7th is literally nothing. Absolutely nothing happened that day if you just compare it to the rest of the shit that happened.
Yeah, and if you compare the rest, like all of humanity, to all the violence that happened within humanity since its like beginning in like a couple 100,000 years ago. Like, Like all this stuff here, it doesn't even matter. Like, wait, hold up. Let me like draw a parallel to like the retarded argument that you're making right now. When did humans start to exist? Around 300 years ago. Oh wow, that's a long time. But we're only talking about what happened in like a couple hundred years. Yeah, like it's so stupid. Like the whole all of this starts and stuff. Like, bro, we can keep going back so far. What happened to the other 100,000 years of all the death and destruction that people were doing to each other because but oh no, we don't care about that. It's just like going back in time and then using the justification of going back in time to do present stuff is just retarded.
We don't have to talk about all of humanity. We are talking about an argument between two parties. There is no logical reason to even bring this day up considering the rest of the conflict. The argument of a caveman is not the topic.
Yeah, I don't care. Your argument is saying we need to go back in time to justify why people shouldn't start at a specific point in time. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I'll just use the same argument here. It's like, oh, this is irrelevant. Oh, okay, then going back to 1948 is irrelevant. Boom. Argument 1. Like, what?
Especially applied pre-91, pre-Yugoslavia, whatever. I mean, like, I'll condemn things insofar as if you're killing civilians with the purpose of killing civilians, I don't think it's good. In terms of Plan Dalit, which was arguably it was the mass expulsion of Palestinians from villages that they lived in Israel in 48. Some people argue that was the goal all along. I don't think there's ever been compelling evidence of that. Other people argue that the Arabs would have done the same to the Israelis. I mean, I think even the Arabs would tell you that. What's the problem with the history
you
is
called it ethnic cleansing in the past.
I don't think I ever have. I hate that term. I think it's a really silly.
Quote if you want. I got the clip.
Oh okay. Wow, it's not ethnic cleansing. Oh okay, all right.
Sure. I mean, there might be a clip of me saying something akin to this, but insofar as like the definition of ethnic cleansing applies, I mean, I might have said it before, but the term ethnic cleansing, this idea that
you're basically looking at two people fighting. One person literally skins the other alive, and then the guy who got skinned flicks his finger and slightly scratches his skin.
Yeah, the proportionality argument, I don't give a shit about. Like, you don't mess, you don't attack.
And you focus on finger flicking.
The finger flicking? Oh, so October 7th is just the finger flicking. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't care. like disproportional, the disproportional arguments, they're meaningless to me. Like, it's just stupid. Oh, but the other guy has more power, therefore he's the bad guy for attacking back after he got hit. He shouldn't attack back with missiles and nukes just because he just had a finger flick. Like, I don't care. I really don't.
That you're expelling people from some area because of their ethnicity or whatever. It fails to capture a lot of the history, like at the time, like things that were happening between.
And the reason why I'm so against the whole disproportional bullshit argument is because like it's a manipulative, like emotional, like you're pulling on sympathy cords just on a human level to like make people feel a certain way. And I'm like, I just don't like, you're not gonna manipulate me into feeling bad for one side when one side started it. Like, it starts and stops with whoever started it. And then you're like, oh, but we have to go back to 1948 because it all started back then. And I'm like, oh, wait, then why don't we go back 300,000 years ago? I'm like, what? Oh, but that's irrelevant. We shouldn't go back that far to talk about that. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, then why go back at all? Why go back at all? Oh, because they started in 1948. This is where we, like, I don't give a shit. To me, it started in October 7th. I wasn't born back then. I don't give a shit what happened back then. You want to go back in time? We'll go back in time real far back. Oh, we shouldn't do that. It's irrelevant. Then it's irrelevant to me if we go back to 1948. It's just stupid. I don't care. like if you're gonna give me the justification it's irrelevant to go back that far, I'm gonna use the exact same argument. Oh, it's irrelevant to go back to 1948 because I wasn't alive. I don't care.
Because 3,000 years ago there was no Israel-Palestine conflict to talk about.
I literally just said, oh, because Israel started like that. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's a good point. Yeah. I don't care though. Because you could just keep going back in time. Because apparently there was skirmishes even pre-1948. So why do we start at specifically 1948 when obviously things were happening in the 1920s and the 1930s and even in the the late 1800s? Like, it's funny how we just start there as if that's like the thing we need to think about. Like, it's yeah, I don't care.
I think it was India and Pakistan, things that were happening in Turkey at the time, with big population transfers or sometimes even genocides. It just doesn't get you very far. I feel like when people bring up the term ethnic cleansing, what they're trying to do is they're trying to invoke some level of like normative badness, so much so that you were forced to condemn one side or the other and say that they're like completely in the wrong and they have to leave it. It doesn't progress the conversation. It does the thing that I was saying earlier, where it just makes the conflict intractable because one side is so obviously wrong and the other side is so obviously right that you can only pick one, and it's like, well, this is never going to happen, obviously. So
well, then we can try to look at like active, like feasible policies which you can use to resolve it. And you've criticized a right to return before across the entire Palestinian state.
Okay, great. Go back to the 1800s. You'll find that the good side is Palestine.
There was fights between both sides. There's no good side or bad side. It started out with, like, just like if we go back in time to America, there was no good side or bad side. They both attacked each other, and one side won.
The-man whole
like, it's so stupid.
Why is proportionality meaningless? By that logic, Hitler was right. The Jews are partially the reason why the Germans lost World War I. So by that logic, what he did was just a valid reaction if you don't calculate proportionality.
Oh, so where's Israel gassing Palestinians and deleting them? Where is that? And don't bring up, oh, but these wars where they sometimes fought and then some people got hurt because of extremists. That's not the same as gassing people.
Yes, there was the Americans were bad and the Native Americans were good. They are colonizers.
They only became good because the Americans won. But a lot of people criticize the colonizers because, like, well, I mean, colonizers is like a bad term.
I would call it that, but across the entire region. And, you know, there might be something to that. Obviously, you can't have, like, a total displacement of the people who, like, currently live there. But in situations like the West Bank, would you support a right to return to the areas which have been, like, overwhelmed by settlements?
Would I support a right to return in the areas that have been overrun by settlements? So
in the West Bank, the areas which have been, you know, blockaded off by walls, they've set up checkpoints, they've completely removed any Palestinian presence in those territories. Would you support the people who have been displaced from those locations being...
No, the Native Americans are good because it's their land.
But what about the people that existed before the Native Americans? What about those guys? Oh, you don't know them? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter because you have no idea.
Able to return at the expense of expelling current Israeli settlements.
Yeah, so from my position, and there might be other positions that you could take in negotiating some final peaceful settlement. I think that when I talked earlier about how both sides probably need to make some painful concessions that they're not willing to make, personally, I think either the mass expulsion of Israelis, which would qualify as an ethnic cleansing under the definition that you're using, also...
not from the settlements, no.
Why would that not be an ethnic cleansing?
Because the settlements are predominantly a proactive settler movement, right?
Yeah, but how is it? But wouldn't it be an ethnic cleansing to clean the Jewish people off of?
But it's not.
Yes, true. Yes, like what? Yes, concede to that. It's so easy. That is an ethnic cleansing. You guys use ethnic cleansing for every little thing. Why can't we use it for this one? For expelling all the Jewish people that are in the West Bank. Oh, we can't use because they're the oppressors. Oh, the oppressors feel bad for us. Yeah, I don't give a shit.
They're Jewish, it's because they're settlements. That's the issue.
Careful.
No.
Well, because then Israelis would say they didn't cleanse Palestinians in 48 because they were Palestinians. They did it because they were at war with all the surrounding states, and these people they couldn't.
Well, that wasn't their own justification. In Project in Project Dalit, in the documentation, like leading up to the conflict, they explicitly stated that the purpose was to expel Palestinians from their villages, to destroy the villages, and to bomb Palestinian.
That might have been something they said prior to 48, but
no, they said that during 48, in April 1st, 1948, the OG documents, the tactical documents for Project Dalit, explicitly stated that the goal was to expel Palestinians from the territory.
Yeah, but that's like 10 months into a civil war.
No, it wasn't.
Ooh. But we don't care about that detail. No, we don't care about that detail.
It's because the Jews are occupying in illegal settlements and they are colonizers. They are not native.
Okay. But it's still an ethnic cleansing.
The people who existed before the Native Americans? You mean also the Native Americans, but just different Native Americans. They are all Native Americans because the definition of Native Americans means someone who is native to America. The Israel's preferred killing method is bombs and targeted drone strikes, not gas.
Ah. Okay. That's a major difference there. Yeah.
Civil War started.
Explain how all those bombing attacks and stuff were made the Gaza Strip have a population boom. Yeah, explain that one to me. Like, it's just retarded. Like, there was no Wait, what? Was there a population boom during the Nazi attacks against Jewish people? For Jewish people. do a deep search, because like I was gonna ask. I need to know the information on that. It's gonna take a little bit.
47, yes.
Yeah,
I know that the independence started in 48, but
it wasn't a civil war in 47 because there wasn't an Israeli state in 47. They only declared independence in March of 48. November 30th, 47th is when the UN signed
adopted Resolution 181. Yes. I'm aware of that, but there was a civil war that had already started a year prior to Israel declaring independence, and then the other Arab states coming in.
How can there be a civil war if there's no state?
Because everybody knew that when the mandate was expiring, which it was scheduled to expire, and the Jews were there, and they had already been floating ideas for adoption of that partition plan, that obviously there was going to be a huge uprising prior to.
But we didn't see something on the scale which you see in April, right?
Also, because again, I don't want to. I guess we really get 48. But all I'm saying is that, like, I think that the mass expulsion of settlers from the West Bank, I think that is a concession that Israel should be willing to make for any kind of like lasting peace there. I don't think that they can maintain everybody there, or if they do stay there, then it has to be like in a one vote, one state thing where they have the same rights as the Palestinians there, which I imagine all the Jewish people would probably leave anyway. So that would be a concession I think Israel should be willing to make if they want an actual like real long-term peace thing. I would agree with that.
But in the past, you've objected to ideas like that. You say that like if we were to have like sort of a one vote, one person type thing, not just in the West Bank, but one state solution, one person, one vote, that Israelis would react violently to that because they would be suddenly outpopulated by Palestinians.
They would, but in the West Bank, that's different than doing it through all of Israel, I think. If they don't like it in the West Bank, they can leave, I would say.
Well, they don't like it in Israel, they can leave.
Well, but to where?
If it was a democratic state, then there shouldn't principally be an issue.
Oh, but we don't care about that. To where? Like, where would they go? Oh, we don't care about where the Israelis would go. It's just that the only thing that matters is Palestinians. They were there first. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like the Native Americans were here first. It's just so it's a child argument. It's such a childish way to think.
What's the argument here? The Palestinians have a lot of kids because they want to increase in number and be stronger. How does that disprove that they are being murdered in high numbers? The UN has stats that prove this. The Jews were massive in number and had layouts of kids in Nazi Germany, where it took a long while for the Nazis to get their reproduction rates go down to the negative.
It is just wild to me that when Palestinian people know that their lives are like in danger and they're going through a lot of struggle, that they're like, you know what? Let's have a lot of kids so they can go through all this struggle too and make everything worse. Because the more people you have, the less resources you'll have per person. And then the more likely people are going to end up starving. Like, that's just such an insane thing to think about. But I guess we need to do it because we need to get stronger, and so we can resist. Yeah, because that's exactly what we need to do. And like, it's so childish. It's so childish. Like, it's kind of disgusting. Like, you want to grow kids for the explicit purpose to like fight in your war. Like, that's just disgusting. Like, that's just wild.
Theman Holike. Do you think the solution to having your nation murdered is to let yourself go down in number? That's what the Jews want.
No, the solution to leaving an unwinnable battle is to leave an unwinnable battle. Like, it's just, it's so stupid. Like, it's so dumb. Like, where are the Native Americans now? They have their own little places somewhere. Most of them probably left, and a lot of them integrated it within the U.S. Like what? And there's no problems. But we did all this colonial, disgusting stuff in the past, but like, everything's chill now because they conceded. They decided to either leave, come into our country and become us, or just have, I think there's like little tiny spots and patches and throughout the U.S. that they actually have like places where they live, but they can't really expand and they don't really have any agency. They have no military. We're not giving them anything that could have like that they can use to attack us.
Theman Holike. They will not leave. We will keep fighting even if we lose and take as many of these evil colonizers down with us or win.
Okay, yeah, and you keep doing that, and then when Israel finally is like, hey, you know what? It seems like you guys aren't going to concede to anything. I think we might as well just annihilate you and like disappear, and then you guys get disappeared. Like, that's what's going to end up happening. And I'm not gonna, personally, I won't care because like, like if that's the mentality, then like, yeah, you're just going to get what's coming to you. Unless you guys somehow get nukes, like try to become the bigger power. Like, keep fighting, man. Keep going. It's going to be a struggle, and you're going to put your kids through all these traumas and distress, but that's on you for bringing that life into the world. Like, Israel didn't force you to have kids. Like, this is just stupid. oh, it's Israel's fault for why all these kids are getting killed. It's not because people just didn't want to, like...
Israel has no right for this. The global community is agreeing with Palestine, even the younger generations in the West.
Yeah, Israel's slowly losing support. Yeah, that is true. So over time, Israel might actually end up, like, losing all their stuff because of political pressure around the world. So that is true. That is true. But until then, I mean, they've been going strong since 1948. It's been over 80 years, and they're still going strong. And they've been getting hit by war after war after war, and somehow Israel still exists. But I guess it's all because of the U.S., right?
Are you actually making the argument that it's not their fault for killing kids, but it's the fault of Palestinians for having kids?
There would be no kids to kill if kids didn't exist. You know, if Israel is these evil, disgusting people that just want to kill kids, right? And there's no kids to kill. Can Israel still kill kids if there's no kids? Can Israel still delete people if there's no people to delete? I need to minimize my language a little bit. Like, it's just a logical, like, understanding. Like, bro, who's responsible for having kids in the first place? The people that made the kids. So if there's no kids to be there, and you know that Israel wants to do that, why would you continue to have kids? Like, this is just stupid. Like, we're treating these people as if they're idiots and they're childs. They're too dumb to understand what's going on. Like, it's just so, like, do you not understand that? Is that, like, too much of a brain stretch for you to understand? Let's read this. Oh, wait, what? No. Oh, what? Why did I copied a bunch of string? Actually, research suggests there... okay, that's all research suggests that there was no population boom for Jewish people during the Nazi attacks. Instead, the Jewish population declined significantly due to the Holocaust. Oh, okay. So that was just completely wrong when you said that the Jewish people had a population boom during the Holocaust. You did say that a little while back, so, like, that was obviously false. It seems likely that the emergence of Nazi-controlled areas occurred, but this was not a boom, as it was driven by perception and limited by restrictions. The evidence leans towards a decrease of about 6. Yeah, I guess a lot of people dispute this claim though, because they're borderline anti-Semitic. But I guess we won't get into that because that triggers people when you call people that. Reducing the global population from around 16 million to around 11 million by 1945. Oh, wow. And in 1948, Israel spawned in. Wow. Interesting how that happens. 2 years later, after everything is done, they're like, you know what? We're sick of this. We're going to have our own stuff. It's funny how that plays out. But yeah, let's go back to the video, because I really just want to see that part.
The idea that, like, a state needs to be ethically homogenous in order to operate is, like, the snuck-in assumption here.
It's not a snuck-in assumption. It's the de facto existence.
Wait, let's go back a little bit.
But in the past, you've objected to ideas like that. You say that, like, if we were to have, like, sort of a one-vote, one-person type thing, not just in the West Bank, but, you know, one-state solution, one person, one vote, that Israelis would react violently to that because they would be suddenly outpopulated by Palestinians.
They would, but in the West Bank, that's different than doing it through all of Israel, I think. If they don't like it in the West Bank, they can leave, I would say.
True.
If they don't like it in Israel, they can leave.
Well, but to where?
If it's a democratic state, then there shouldn't principally be an issue. The idea that, like, a state needs to be ethically homogenous in order to operate is, like, the snuck-in assumption here.
It's not a snuck-in assumption. It's the de facto existence of basically every Arab majority state.
Not even necessarily that, right? When you look at, like, I don't know, for example, Afghanistan.
Like, there's so many Arab states that the people in the West Bank can go to. Like, you got Egypt. You got, you got a lot of states. They're gonna bring it up in the debate.
That's a non-homogenous state, which is able to.
Like, where is a more Jewish-controlled state? Like, I guess America, but, like, where else? And that's, like, all the way to the other side of the planet. Like, we're not talking about states that are literally bordering Israel as, like, places that the people in Gaza can go to. Like, this is just dumb.
Afghanistan doesn't really operate. We can take Pakistan as a better example here. It's an ethnically non-homogenous state, right?
But religiously, I think these places have they have like a top-down, basically theocratic rule.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of theocracies in
Sure,
general.
and I'm not saying even whether you are. Listen, if people want to,
they shouldn't sin there.
Okay, wait. So I guess, do you think that if So just to be clear, if Israelis decide to leave the West Bank and don't want to be there, I'm okay with that because I think that they shouldn't be there anyway, and that would be one of the painful concessions they have to make. But for you to say that if they don't like Israel, they can just leave, it just seems weird when there are some like 24 Muslim states, there's like 50 Arab states, and like for the one Jewish state, you're like, well, if they don't like that, they can just.
Well, my objection would be to the idea of an ethno-state, right? That's the objection here, right? The existence of homogenous states isn't an issue, right? Like I don't know, Bhutan is fairly homogenous.
When you say what is an ethno-state in your mind, what does that mean?
Something which is defined around a specific ethnicity. That this is a state for this ethnicity, right? So like I mean, Israel explicitly defines itself as the Jewish state, which is an ethno-religion, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's different ethnicities that are encompassed within like what it means to be Jewish, like an Ashkenazi Jew versus a what is it, Marathi or whatever the people from the Middle East.
You can bracket different categories all day. You can be like, oh well, Germany has sub-Germans, right? So it's not.
Well, no, these aren't. I'm just saying that if a country wants to exist to protect its identity or its character, you know, in the United States we have quotas for what we allow for different countries. Obviously, in Israel it's a bit more strict. I mean, I think that there's probably good reason for them to feel like if they were a minority in that country, they would probably have the same fate as every other Jewish minority in every other country.
It just feels like it's a dangerous logic which we don't apply to a lot of other states, right? Like if we were to say like, oh, Germany should shut its borders to all immigrants, Germany's for the Germans, we would go, whoa, that sounds familiar, right?
Well, yeah, but then the question would be, what is the motivation for that?
Well, the motivation is that there's a group of people who are currently like living in horrible conditions who have been forcibly expelled to that location at great human cost to themselves.
Well, the question would be, do you think that Jews would feel safe living in a minority state controlled by Arabs?
It's like I say, would white South Africans feel safe in South Africa after the end of apartheid? And I know you dispute that Israel isn't apartheid.
Well, hold on, that was a huge pivot. It's a very simple question. Do you think Jewish people would feel safe living in a minority state that's run by Arabs?
I think any unsafety they feel is because they're scared of like that what they did to them might happen to them, right?
Okay, so I'm going to ask a third time. Do you think Jewish people would feel safe living in a Jewish minority state that's run by Arabs?
Yeah, I mean, he asked the same question 3 times and he just doesn't respond.
They historically
have. He doesn't answer the question. He just keeps deflecting and answering a slightly different question than what he actually asks.
Right, if you look at like Iraq prior to the end of the monarchy, right after British decolonization, there was a large Jewish population there, which is fine. It's not fundamentally some Jewish-Arab conflict. It's just because one has gotten so horrific that they're scared that again, what they've done to them.
Okay, so then one final time, do you think Jewish people would feel safe?
Yes, I think they feel safe. I think
the majority of Jewish people in Israel would feel differently about that, and I think the last 100 years of history has shown us that probably wouldn't be the case. And the fact that you literally keep saying over and over, why would I go back 1,000 years?
If you look at the history of like Arab-Jewish relations,
why go back to 1948 and what?
Relatively fine until recently.
They literally haven't. The only reason Palestinians are in that area is because of the caliphates that have conquered like the greater Middle Eastern region.
There weren't expulsions.
I am sorry, but this is the worst argument I have ever heard in my entire life. How can you argue that people don't have a right to have kids, but that if others kill them then it's their fault for having kids? Do you think that the Jews in Nazi Germany who had kids are at fault?
Did I say that they had? Did I say that they don't have a right to have kids? I didn't say they didn't have a right to have kids. You're putting words in my mouth. I said they're responsible for having kids and putting them into that situation. I didn't say they didn't have a right to do that. They can do whatever they want. They have the right to make a really bad decision. Like what? Why are you saying I said that they don't have a right to have kids? Like, bro, they have a right to make a really terrible decision. Yes, that's true. I didn't say they didn't have a right to not make a bad decision. Like, this is just dumb. Like, you're starting off from a false premise. Like, you're putting words into my mouth, and then you're gonna like act as if I said that, and then try and talk about how bad it is for me to say that they shouldn't have the right to do that when I didn't even say that. Like, that's just so disingenuous. It's very disingenuous. And then now you're gonna talk about, but didn't the Jewish, don't they have a right to? Like, you're starting from a false premise. Like, so there's no even reason to acknowledge anything else that you have to say after that. Like, bro.
What are you on about bad decision? How is that a bad decision? People don't just want their entire civilization to be removed from existence.
It's a bad decision to have kids during a war of, like... If you know that you have famine in your area, but you decide to have kids within the area that you're in and expecting to find food, like, that is just a bad decision. You don't have kids when you have no food. Like, what? What do you mean, how is it a bad decision to have kids during a time of famine? That is so stupid. Like, it's obvious. If you don't have food, then you don't have food to feed your kids. So why have kids when you... This is stupid. This is stupid.
There weren't expulsions. They were locked into one particular piece of land and served like as subservient to the Muslim population. I mean, or you can have the last word if you want.
Not historically, though, is my point. What? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Anybody else?
And yes, if Jewish people decided to have kids during the Holocaust, that would be very stupid to do. Yes. But as we saw, there wasn't a population boom, so obviously a lot of them were smart enough to not do that, so.
Thank you.
Unlike a certain population that had a population boom.
That's important. That's the first passionate attendee question. I was going to cut it off earlier, but I know you seem very passionate in how you were answering it too. So I was trying to.
Actually, we could watch the rest of this, but we will. Let me copy current time URL, and then we'll throw it into this browser so I can keep it saved.
Trying to see where the line is here.
This is where we're going to start later, but I want to skip ahead to.
People can choose to wait for the kids so they get through the famine, but this famine is on purpose to get them to die off. So if they give the Jews what they want, they won't make it through. The reason the Jews are still alive is because they had kids during the Holocaust. If they didn't, then they would not exist anymore.
People can choose to wait to have kids to go through a famine, but the famine is on purpose for them to get to die off. You do know they can move to a place where there isn't a famine, right? Like, other Arab nations exist all around. Like, is Egypt having a famine? Is Lebanon well, Lebanon is going through a really terrible place. But you got Egypt, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Jordan, you also got Iraq. You got, like, are all of those other places having an issue with famine? Like, obviously there's all those places they can go to if they really want to have kids and not have to worry about not feeding them. They can move to a place or integrate with Israel.
Most of them cannot move out, and they do not want to. Their goal is to survive. The Jews want them to leave so they can build settlements in Palestine.
Okay, so we're just gonna go with the childish argument. I don't like that Jewish people are trying to kick us out, so we're gonna sit here and die of starvation. All right, good job. All right, you showed them by dying because you starved themselves when they tried to starve you out. Yeah, we're gonna sit here and die of starvation and still have kids to show Israel. Look how bad they're doing by look at us. We can't even feed our kids because Jewish people are giving us famine. Yeah, okay, all right. You're showing them 100%. It's definitely helping your situation. It's obviously just not making things worse or anything. Yeah, no, this is the way we should do it. Okay. I mean, good for you. Keep fighting the good fight and surviving. Yeah.
Trying to see where the line was here. Yeah, that was just, attendee question number one. So I think this is going to be a very...
What we want is to stay and survive. The solution is to stay, have kids, and resist. This is why the Palestinians still exist. If they gave the Jews what they wanted, then the Jews would have all of Palestine now.
You do know that Jordan is majority, there's a lot of people that are ethnically Palestinian in Jordan right now. So if the West Bank were to fall to Israel right now, there would still be a ton of ethnic Palestinian people living in Jordan right now. Literally right now. Oh, but if we leave Palestine, this location, we're completely gone, erased from the entire earth. That's delusional. That's just delusional. Bro, what?
Interesting.
What are you even saying?
Give another question.
Palestinians don't want to become Jordan. They want to stay in Palestine and have their Palestinian state. The Jews can go to New York.
Nah, a lot of people in New York don't like Jewish people. Especially because of the Hasidics here. A lot of New Yorkers have a really bad disdain for the Hasidic Jews here. So, I understand why people don't like Jewish people, but that doesn't justify October 7th. It's just retarded. But anyways,
what we originally talked about.
New York is filled with Jews.
Are concepts like forgiveness and grace?
It is. Definitely is, yeah. Jordan is filled with Palestinians, so Palestinian people can go there.
They can go live with the Hasidics.
Yeah, they can, but you know what? Just like how Palestinian people don't want to leave their location, Jewish people don't want to leave their location either. They got Israel. It's recognized by basically every single country in the entire planet. And, yeah. Well, it's recognized by all the people that matter. Like, you can say, oh, but the whole rest of the world don't actually believe, like...
Seaman Holike. Palestinians own Palestine. Jews do not own a state. They have a colony.
Yeah, so Israel is just a colony. It's not a legitimate state run by a legitimate government. Oh, and it's just a terrorist government. Okay, dude. Like, I really don't give a shit about, like, your worldview of what you think is, like what you think Israel is or what Palestine... Like, it's like, you can live in your delusional world where Palestine is this great place that exists and has all these great things and we're marching and, like, okay, great. Then continue getting deleted by Israel, I guess. Like, that's all I have for you.
Better exemplified under a Christian worldview, or if you think a secular or secular...
Oh, I wanted to skip to the part where... Yeah, I wanted to skip where the same guy comes back. Because, like, they start talking about other things, and I want to continue with the... Wait, so it's this guy with the hat. Let me just find that guy with the hat. There he is, he's back!
Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Sorry, my awaited return here.
Literally an hour later.
Yeah, so kind of picking up where we left off. When you were discussing the idea that, like, Jewish people might not feel safe within an Israeli state where they're outnumbered predominantly by Palestinians. I would say, like...
All the people that matter, you are an enslaved African ma sucking the dick of the whites who enslaved you. OMG, the West is so good. Thank you for enslaving my parents Americans. You are a shame to your ancestors and their history.
I like how you assume that my ancestors have been enslaved just by looking at my skin color. Kind of says a little bit more about you than actually anything else, so... Wow, good one. Good one. We all know who the real racist is here. Like, it's so funny that you assume because of my skin color that I automatically have ancestors that were enslaved by Americans. Like, how could you even tell? Oh, because I'm black. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, good one. That like, it's so dumb to engage with people that don't think. It's so dumb.
Well, the view that like Arab populations and Arab populations and like Jewish populations are incompatible is like relatively historically inaccurate.
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear, that is the history of all of the nations of Arabs and Jews that have lived together. Prior to the formation of the Israeli state, there was a mass exodus of Jews from every single Arab state, and pre the formation of Israel, there were massacres literally inside of the mandatory Palestinian area from Arabs to Jews. And then during the reign of the Ottoman Empire, there were also different massacres and pogroms of Jews. So that's just.
But it doesn't contextualize the entire history, right? So to have conflicts.
Wow. So he just started off from a false premise, and now he has to backtrack that. Wow.
Historically, yes, right. Like
not just conflicts; it's a one-sided.
Well, yeah,
when the Jewish population is a minority in the population, they tend to be abused by the people that are.
But there's also been long periods of history where that hasn't happened, right? Like if we look at oh my God, Spain, for example, right? A large Muslim population. I mean, they were Berbers, but you know, not Arabs. But that's the same point, right? There's a very large and prosperous.
Yes, I can tell that your ancestors have been enslaved by your skin color. The Americans wouldn't let you live there if you are not building bricks as a child slave workers for their president. Either that or you are a recent African immigrant, and every single one of those countries have been colonized too.
Why are you assuming that I'm African? Like what? Do I look African to you? Oh, because all black people look African to you. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I would say that you're a racist, but I honestly don't. I don't care. Like, it's just wild to me that you're like, your assumptions just show like the type of character you are, and it's so easy to just write off everything that you have to say because of the assumptions that you make. It's just so like, okay, all right, dude.
There's Jewish culture there, which you can still observe in their architecture and like the Alhambra and stuff. And so like, there's not an intrinsic conflict of identities here. And
I'm not saying, well, actually, I don't care.
Sort of playing into the idea that like,
yes, you are African. A Chinese guy living in America is also still Asian. It's not an assumption.
Ah, okay. So if my family was born in let's say so would you consider people in like Haiti and like Jamaica and like all those like
Where's Mary?
islands down there,
Do what now?
Dominican. Like, would you consider all those people African, even though they were born and raised in like a completely different location on the entire planet, not in Africa? Would you consider those people African because they look black? Is that like what we're doing here?
Regardless of what we do, these people are just going to hate each other and destroy each other, is sort of playing into like the larger ethno-nationalist arguments.
It has nothing. So ethno-nationalist, this is like a privileged American position that we can take, where we pretend that none of this actually matters, because in the United States we do a phenomenal job at integrating a ton of different type of people. For the rest of the world, that's not always the case, and you're never going to be able to go into the Middle East. Like, only like a Western white American would say things like, "Oh, well, ethno-nationalism is wrong." Like, if you actually
yes,
go to the
they are
Middle
African
East,
too. The Europeans brought African slaves there. Your ethnicity stays African.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I mean, at least you're consistent on that. I disagree. I wouldn't call them like I think people from born on an island that isn't in Africa, it's safe to say that they're probably not African. But if you want to call every single person that's black African, because Africa, people from Africa, like I guess all the white people from South Africa, they're also African too, right? Because like they're South African, so they should be African too, but their skin color is white. Like, at least maintain that thing. And actually, technically, everyone's is African.
So I am racist if I call a Chinese guy in America Asian?
No, not necessarily. That's why I said I don't really care about the whole racist accusation. It's
Where's
just
Neri?
funny that people...
We all came from Africa originally.
Yeah, so we're all Africans.
South Africans are Europeans.
No, but we're all Africans.
At least the whites.
Nah, South Africans, nah, I think everyone came from, like, the first people, the first humans who ever exist on the planet was from Africa. Like, we spawned out of Africa. It's sort of speak. Like, white people didn't just, like, spawned into Europe and then black people spawned into...
Well, the Chinese guy has never been to Asia, yet he is Asian.
Yeah, you can, like, yeah, I have no issue. They can be Asian. That's fine. I don't really care about the whole racism stuff. Like, it's just, I just find it funny that you just look at my skin color and it's just automatically I'm an African, and that it starts and stops at that. Like, it's just so dumb. I find it funny. But yeah, like, yeah, you can call the Asian person, like, that lives in Africa, like, and that looks like they came from China. Like, you can call them Asian. Like, there's no like, they look Asian, you call them Asian. Like, there's no problem with that.
Where's Neri? I thought you were an American.
Yeah, exactly. I am an American, but apparently, because I look a darker skin color, apparently I'm African. So in this guy's ideological worldview, that's how he sees me. So I'm like, okay, whatever, dude.
The-man Holike. Yes, the race that has black skin is African. That's the African race. Unless you injected color into your skin, you are African.
But what I'm saying is that every human being started out from Africa.
Fish, which year is it? 1840?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, that's what he thinks. I disagree. Like, I call myself an American. Like, he wants to call me African. That's his prerogative. I really don't care.
Or if you go to Palestine, if you go to the West Bank, you ask some people, like, do you guys think you would fuck up the Jews if you guys were the government? They wouldn't give this weird answer. They would go, fuck yeah, we would. They would just be honest with you. Like, this is only a defense of people in the West. Well, not always the case. And you're never going to be able to go into the Middle East. Like, only like a Western white American would say things like, oh, well, ethno-nationalism is wrong. Like, if you actually go to the Middle East, or if you go to Palestine, if you go to the West Bank, you ask some people, like, do you guys think you would fuck up the Jews if you guys were the government? They wouldn't give this weird answer. They would go, fuck yeah, we would. They would just be honest with you. Like, this is only a defense of people in the West put up. There's a reason why almost all of these Arab majority states are Arab majority. Like, they don't have to be ethno-nationalist in origin, because the populations are vastly Arab. I mean, like, they're never going to have that threat of, like, being an Arab minority in any of these states.
That is bullshit logic. Everyone came from Africa. Okay, so an Asian guy can claim he's ethnically African and go say the N-word and stuff. This is stupid. You don't apply this logic.
No, they can if they want. Like, yeah. But everyone came from Africa, so everyone can use the N-word. I have zero problems with that. You have no idea who you're talking to. Like, what?
And, like, just not a minority.
Like, all the assumptions you're making is just batshit crazy. It really is. Oh, but so they can say the N-word, right? That's bad. I'm like, okay, I don't. Yeah, they can. I don't give a shit. like now your brain is completely broken. What? The black guy said other people that aren't black can say the N-word? What? Like, this is retarded. This is so stupid. Like, your assumptions are obviously just stupid assumptions. Like, you have no idea what I think. You're just assuming all these stupid things about me, and then when I contradict them, you're like, I don't know what to say now. So what are you gonna say to this? Like, oh, you would never use that argument. I just did. Your point?
These days, but they're like ethnically.
You are a kook for white men and spit your ancestors in the face.
You don't even know who my ancestors are. And then when I say, oh, we can't go back.
Can I have an N-word pass, please? Winky face.
I have already given you the N-word pass. I've already given you the N-word pass. I think I did it a long time ago. A long time ago. But the only thing that I say is that...
Seaman Holike, you might as well go to the cotton fields at this point.
Nah, I'm gonna sit in front of my computer and
I wouldn't say it anyways, winky face.
Yeah, if you don't want to say it, that's not, like, I don't use the N-word because the N-word doesn't mean anything to me. But like, if other people want to use it, like, I understand that other black people, when they say the N-word, it means like brother or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Like, why can't, like, if black people can use it in a positive way, why can't white people use the N-word in a positive way? Oh, but skin color, like, it's just so stupid. It's such a childish way to think about it. But yeah.
Non-homogenous, right? Like, if you look at Egypt, there's like a large Coptic population. They also haven't been treated super correctly in the last 100 years, but historically, they've been a dominant force in the area.
I'm going to continue spouting my opinions on my supercomputer. So, yeah, I'm not going to go back to the fields and pick cotton, because apparently, I guess that's what you think. You think since I'm a...
Where's Neri? Oh God, that's the cow guy?
I don't know. I don't remember. Actually, are you the cow guy from before? I don't remember. I kind of vaguely remember the name, but I'm not sure. That's a good one.
And you look like a cross.
But honestly, I like this argument. I find this argument more.
Like, ancestry is real. You have an obligation to respect your ancestors.
I don't have any obligation to respect people that died a long time ago.
Yes, I am the cow guy.
Oh, cool. That was a funny thing. I would rather be talking about this than the whole cow thing, because like I don't really have any input to talk about the cow thing. Like, people could do whatever they want. Like, I don't care. I like cereal and milk. You found that hilarious yesterday, Wartsnary. And I like my beef too. Beef is great.
Again, the large swaths of history here, and yes, there are periods of extreme conflict, and those periods aren't good, but denying the possibility of like an equitable coexistence is
like what you just said is not good enough.
Where's Neri? I was a banger. Where's Neri?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, with the possibility of not being destroyed if they live in a single state where Arabs have majority rule, especially when, if that did happen, there's nothing we would do about it, right?
And so it's impossible for there to be like a one-state solution where people are given like equitable access to a democracy, and there's like an emphasis on like international protections from like
what international protections they would ignore that.
Something like a Truth and Reconciliation Committee.
That would never happen historically. Why would they believe
Yugoslavia, we had an effective program like that in Bosnia.
Yeah, but this isn't Yugoslavia. This isn't Europe. This is the Middle East, where historically nobody is going to step in if Jewish people are getting killed in their state by Arabs. That's just never been the case historically, right?
Well, then you would need effective intervention, right? You would need some sort of like UN observer, something like that.
And proof is literally the Holocaust. Like, what?
That observer status, and then some like means of ensuring like regular inspection to ensure that like,
just the idea that you would tell somebody in Israel the UN will save you, like, this is a non-starter. Like, nobody would agree to this. There's again, if people in the West want to push for it, I mean, you're free to do it, but like, there is no world where Israel agrees to sacrifice itself to create like
you're right.
a
So
state
it needs to be pressured. And what I would say is that the pressures
there's no pressure. They would just say, we'll just fight the rest of the world, and they'll just keep doing that.
Well, so then
Israel will just do exactly what the Palestinian people are doing. We don't care. This is our place. We're gonna keep fighting no matter what. Like, yes. That's what Israel would do. If people stopped backing them, they would just continue to keep going until they died out, which would be delusional. They should just leave at that point. Just like how I say to the people that are in the West Bank, you should just leave at that point. Obviously, one side is more... If the people in the West Bank like just randomly got more power than Israel, and Israel was getting deleted all the time, I would just say, like, Israel, it's a lost cause. You gotta move out. Like, America's here. You can come here. Like, you're obviously not winning the war. I would have the exact same argument, but like, that's obviously not the case right now. The case right now is one side is being completely disproportionately deleted, and they're delusional to keep thinking that they're gonna just keep like they should just stay there and keep fighting and get even more deleted, and also have kids and raise their kids in a war zone, essentially, because like that's the right thing to do, I guess, right? Like it's just like I don't really. I'm only saying what I'm saying because of the on the ground situation. If the situation changes, my opinion will change. Like that's just it.
What, there's just going to be this one state which these people can never be a minority in this country. There's just going to be this one country with its ethnically exclusive, only Jewish people.
It's not ethnically exclusive. There's a huge Arab population in Israel
who are systemically marginalized. Like if you look at like larger like.
Wow. So okay. So he just lied, and now he's conceding that point, and I was like, oh, but they're marginalized. Oh, they're marginalized. Like where? Like they would use the same excuse for like, oh, black people are marginalized in America, and I'm sitting here being like, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like what? I'm so marginalized that I'm able to like talk about my opinions on the internet with my supercomputer and do whatever I want. Essentially, I feel so marginalized right now.
Tendencies in like education, access to adequate healthcare, like all of these metrics. I mean, it's similar to the way that
when you talk about like an ethnic majority, you're describing every other state in the Middle East, in the Greater Middle East, in North Africa. You're describing basically every other state of people where all of them are.
We're so afraid for Jewish people to be an ethnic like majority state when every other state around them is ethnically Arab like majority. But like. So like you don't care about ethnically majority nonsense. Like you're literally scared of what Israel's doing, but like every other country is doing the exact same thing, but you have nothing to say about it.
There's usually singular large ethnic groups.
Yeah, and if like a group of like, I don't know, Nepalese people wanted to move to like Syria and set up a thing there, I'd be pretty mad if the Syrian government was like, hey, Syria for the Syrians, right? Like the issue here is that what you're saying is.
Wait, do you think that governments like, do you think that Bashar al-Assad would have allowed like millions of people?
No, and he was a bad guy. Like this is like, yes, I think it's bad when.
Okay, do you think that Iraq probably wouldn't allow it, right? I don't think that any of the Gulf states.
Yes, I think these are.
I don't think any states in North. Yeah. So, but when you have all of these countries and you acknowledge, all of these other countries that operate on this like ethnic level, and then you look at Israel, like, but you guys aren't allowed to. That's just a non-starter. Like Jews are going to say, we're literally going to get genocided if we give up our ethnic majority status. Nobody will help us, which is probably true. Nobody would help, and they'd be like, well, why the fuck would we ever give this up? This is ridiculous.
Well, again, like there's the ability for an effective like state to exist, right, which has representation for both of them in equal proportion. And if you think that like just because,
but it wouldn't be equal proportion, the Arabs would probably start to outnumber the Jewish people like dramatically.
Yeah, but does that automatically include their destruction?
They would say yes, historically it has, and then yes, it would.
Yes, true. Why were like all those wars before? Yes, like what? Like the whole state, the whole reason they keep the people of the West Bank stay there and endure all this conflict is to completely annihilate and return back to their location. Like yes, which if they return to their location, that automatically means that the destruction of whatever's there now. Like that's just true.
Again, only for periods in history, right?
What period? There was never a period where Jewish people lived as equal with Arabs. You understand that, right? With Muslims?
Yes, there was. What? Immediately following the Muslim invasions, there weren't massacres, right? They were explicitly protected under Muhammad and the laws.
When you say explicitly protected, that means that they were walled off as their own inferior religious group. Yes, that's definitionally, yes, that's how the caliphates work. Yes.
Under the caliphate, there was just an additional tax which had to be paid. There wasn't like mass like pogrimization.
They didn't have, correct. They didn't have mass pogromizations. Like we didn't have mass pogroms against slaves in the United States.
No, and
but you wouldn't argue that as like being they weren't. They did not enjoy the same rights and privileges as Muslims did. And
they had an additional tax, but
it wasn't just an additional tax. That additional tax jizya that they had to pay, that additional tax was part of them being not formal members of the caliphate. They weren't Muslims. They weren't part of the, I think it's Ummah or whatever. For like
they weren't considered part of like the larger Muslim community.
Yeah, so they could participate in a lot of places in government. They weren't allowed to fight in the military.
No, but they were able to participate in government. Again, look at the Umayyad Caliphate.
In parts of the government, they were. They literally,
the head vizier of the Umayyad Caliphate was a Jewish man.
It's a religious theocratic empire. They can't incorporate another religion into it. That's not how that works. They live as sub-people in that they get the quote-unquote protection because it would be unethical to kill them.
Well, then how are they able to like rise to the second highest state within the Umayyad Caliphate? Like, explain that.
We're going to give out another 10 seconds. We got to move forward.
Definitionally speaking, regardless of any amount of prosperity they might have enjoyed, I mean, they're going to tell you the exact same thing that Palestinians living, I mean, Jewish people would just say, well, what about Palestinians living in Israel? Like, they've enjoyed a huge level of prosperity, probably greater than almost every other Arab state.
While watching their children die, like watching their
Israel proper?
Israel proper? The Israel proper is built on bombed out remains of, like...
and that was built on conquered territory from the however many half dozen caliphates that came before it, and then that was built on territory of the Romans, destroying the Jewish temple and destroying Israel before it, and I mean, like...
long ago.
How long ago do you want to go? You want to go back to 48, so we can go 80 years back, but we can't go a couple hundred years back, or we can't go 2,000 years back. Where you stop is like...
The difference is people who would identify as Ottomans in that area don't exist anymore. The Ottoman Empire never claimed to be we're the people who live here. The Palestinians have a 100% justified claim.
The Palestinians...
okay. So as soon as the Palestinian people stop existing, then it doesn't matter if we go back to 1948.
This is bullshit logic. Your entire argument is based on, I saw October 7th on the news, so history started here, and I don't care about history before I was born, except the Holocaust.
Yeah, sure, dude. That's exactly what I said.
Absolutely had a much weaker claim than like the Ottoman Empire did. There were no people there that identified as distinctly Palestinian.
Whatever
There were no
makes
people
you feel
identified as
better.
Ottoman, but there were people.
There were Turkish people who ran the Ottoman Empire. They felt very strongly about the country of Turkey.
But
Egyptians felt very strongly about Egypt. Of course they did. They had a whole revolution after the mandates expired to fight for their individual land of Turkey after I think it was after 48. Like,
Yeah, but the people who lived in the area wouldn't have called themselves Ottomans at the time.
they wouldn't have called themselves Ottomans. They would have been broken down by whatever random groups of people that all moved in another place at the time. But some people did feel strongly about it. Like Turkish people did, Egyptians did.
Like, are you like denying that the Palestinian ethnicity has existed with or without a name in the last 200 years? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I went over time there again.
Very passionate to say the least.
Oh, man, I really wanted them to talk more. I really wanted them to talk more.
All right, so we're in the final half hour of this event. Once again, thank you all so much for coming on out. Want to make one little short announcement. Be sure to go ahead and follow us at Atheist Sorority on all major social media platforms. This is being streamed right now via Destiny's channels. And also, I want to give a big shout out to Modern Day Debate for partnering with us. This is also being streamed to their networks right now.
Actually, I'm going to...
James Coons has done a great job working with us.
I'm going to look for more the Palestinian stuff. Or I want to... Because Destiny had a really... This is the thing that got me into Destiny and why I actually kind of respect him a little bit, but only because of his only because of his Palestinian, only because of his Middle Eastern debates and that he's done, which was I think they were really good.
As well. He has been nothing but humanistic and kind in his endeavors. The Modern Day Debate logo is also being showcased as well as ours, so I want to give a big shout out to them too. We're going to be doing a lot more events here at UTK as well. So if you like what you're seeing here right now, this is just a little preview of what is to come in the semesters to follow. So once again, thank you all for showing up. We're going to go ahead and do some more questions and commentary for the next half hour. And then for those of you who have VIP tickets or royalty tickets, we're going to ask that you guys...
Since you don't mind this word, my friend watched a clip of what you said. He said NR logic.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, that is a thing that exists.
You guys stay behind. So once again, thank you all so much. We're
Like
gonna
just like how
keep this
there's
going
just like how there's N-word time as well. When you have N-word time, like whatever you which is also, it's a stereotype, and then like people just don't like it because it kind of is kind of true. Like it's funny to point out because like there is an N-word time because like it means that we don't we're not always on time. So there's N-word, there's real time, and then there's N-word time. So like, yeah, whatever. Like that's great. If you like on it personally, like you literally like you say that Hamas is the good guys. But I guess in your, like, Wartzenary, can you at least agree with me on this one? This guy, the cow guy.
Cage here. I'm gonna spank her little loose wet black pussy with...
Yeah, I'm not gonna let that play out. I'm gonna... Yeah, good. I'm so glad I caught that before that happened. Bro. This is why I shouldn't keep the text-to-speech thing on, because the AI will literally read every single word out of that. But yeah, let's not have that right now.
Cage here. You love BWC.
I don't even know what that is. Is there a way? Huh.
1888 LOL. I'm gonna spank her little black pussy.
Oh, I guess the we got a bad guy in the chat. We got a bad guy in the chat. I gotta do some first time moderation. Boom. Boom. Oh, that actually works. Oh, that's so legit. So I can actually still see their chats coming up, but it won't show up on my stream or play. That's fun. Oh, let's go. This is the first time thank you for letting me like figure out how to like use the moderation thing.
Thieman Holike. Can you say the N-word fully for me, MR Black Guy?
No, I don't like saying that word. See, they're still continuing in the other chat, but they're literally just talking to themselves. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's so good. This actually Oh, that's so good. Hey, you. This guy's like, oh, you want to be white. I think it's a bot. Yeah, I think it's a bot because it's just saying the same thing over, like saying the same scripted thing over and over again.
Cage here. You wish you were white.
Yeah, see? Oh, I only timed you out for like a specific amount of thing. Beta Cuck wishes he was white. Oh, you got me, bro. Oh, you got me, bro. No, I don't. I'm glad that I'm the way that I am. I agree with him. You want to be white. You are a black white supremacist. Oh, that's funny. What do you think of Candace Owens? I want to know. What do you think of Candace Owens? We're just gonna block that guy because like he's just spamming. But I'm only blocking him, the other guy, because like I don't mind you chatting. But if I mute the chat, then it also mutes everyone else, and I don't want to do that. Agree with him. You want to be white, and you are a sure, dude. That's great. Oh, so since I disagree with you on the Palestinian perspective, therefore I'm a white.
She is sometimes right and sometimes retarded.
Yeah, that's literally my relationship with Candace. Yeah, except it's completely opposite. Like her weird nonsense surrounding Jewish people is kind of weird, and I think it's kind of retarded. But I guess you think the opposite. Whenever she talks about black people, you probably think, oh, that's where she's being retarded or whatever. But I think she's actually being legit. But yeah, I like Candace, but and I have that same relationship with Candace and stuff. they're still mad at the other chat. Bro, I can literally. Thank you for letting me figure out how to use the moderation.
Thieman Holike. No, you're a white supremacist because you're okay with black slavery. Thieman Holike.
Wait, I said
in
that?
In the past, at least.
Did I say that I was okay with black
Thieman
supremacy?
Holike. Candace Owens is right about Jews.
Candace is a little... She has her conspiracy theories around that. I wouldn't call Candace Owens anti-Semitic, but I think she has like a weird little obsession with Jewish people right now. She has a hate boner with them, mostly because of like what happened with the Daily Wire and people telling her that she can't talk about it, so she's kind of contrarian in the way that where she'll talk about things that she thinks she can't talk about. So the more people say that Candace can't talk about Jewish people, the more Candace will want to talk about Jewish people, and I'm like, whatever.
It's not a theory. The Jews are controlling the West with media.
Oh yeah, they're controlling the West. Yeah, that's great. You can believe in this conspiracy theories. I don't really care. It's not like there's no evidence of that. It's just that I don't like. Sure. All right.
Thieman Holike. Google APEC.
Yeah, yeah, the whole APEC. Oh, the APEC, they have this thing, and like, yeah, I
Thieman
really just don't care.
That's the most open part. Most of it is hidden.
Like APEC, yeah, they have like a nice little deal with America where they say that, oh, it's influencing like our politics and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, that's true, but like lots of different countries are influencing our elections. Like there was a whole Russia thing that happened. There was also evidence that China is doing the same thing, but like they don't have like a specific organization. They just do it under like hidden. At least Israel has the decency to actually be open about their manipulation of like our government. Like every other country is like trying to do it underneath the rug, but I guess we don't care about that.
Another 28 minutes. All right. So getting back into foreign policy in relation to religion. Should religious or ethical values shape our immigration policy? Immigration is a very big contentious issue, to say the least, right now in our country. But right now, there have been stories that have popped up over the last several months of Catholic charities and Roman Catholic organizations, for instance, pushing illegal migrants to come through our southern border in the name of religious charity, in the name of religious humility, that kind of give people sort of a shield to get past the kind of law and order typical comeback in the debate.
Yeah, I think our immigration policy should definitely be shaped by our values, of course. I think it's important when you talk about immigration that there are distinct categories of immigrants that you talk about. It seems like people are unwilling to do this sometimes, especially on the right. Like, if we're talking about people who are seeking asylum, for instance, like our qualifications for those people are going to be a lot different than people that are ordinary immigrants who are just immigrating here for work or whatever. That's going to be different than people that are coming for reasons related to family members or extraordinary athletes or whatever else. I think it's important that our values are reflected in each of these different areas. I think it's
Hey, Wartsnary, are you still? No, you're not here. Well, are you still here, Wartsnary? Because I wanna talk to you about something.
Fair for people that are like genuine asylum seekers to place some kind of like economic expectation on them. Like, if we truly feel like somebody's coming here because they're escaping some kind of horrific oppression in another country, then we're not bringing them here to be productive workers. We're bringing them here because we understand that we want to make a sacrifice to help other people, because that's reflected in our values. But that doesn't mean that if we feel like we have too many immigrants here for whatever reason, or if we feel like too many are coming through, that we can't clamp down on that a bit as well. Because for ordinary immigration, obviously the well-being of the country and everything should be taken into account for that too. So it's not all just a charity program.
Yeah. Well, that is something I know that would definitely continue in the comments, to say the least, as well. Anyone want to go ahead and give commentary or ask a question of your own? You right there. Come on down.
Oh, yeah, we're done with this. I actually found the debate that I wanted to play.
The whole world is lost. What are you talking about? He's talking about ethnic cleansing.
No, he's not. He's literally telling the people. That quote reinforces everything I'm saying.
Attributing enough weight to the Zionist transfer.
This was 8 months ago. We're doing it.
What actually
We're going through the Israel-Palestine stuff, baby. Let's go.
Happened in Palestine in 1948.
You understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that's his euphemism.
Hold on. No. You understand that, like,
Yes,
for
yes.
instance, so wait, if they would have accepted Partition 181, is that ethnic cleansing?
What's Partition 181?
If UN General Assembly Resolution 181, which is the official name given to the 1947 partition plan,
yes,
it was the partition plan. Okay,
Right.
if they would have accepted that, would you consider that ethnic cleansing?
Absolutely not, because the resolution specifically said not to do that. It said to protect the minorities.
It didn't explicitly say not to do. Ethnic cleansing doesn't even exist as a term, so why would it explicitly say not to do that?
That should just be my PowerPoint.
Good.
Yeah, you seeing it?
All right, we're going to try 1.5. I'm going to slow it back down to 1.25 because Destiny talks really, really fast, and I don't want it to be super drowned out. I can listen to it. It's just that some audience members can't listen to someone speaking that quickly.
Okay. And also, one thing that I want to mention is...
I muted it. Oh, boys. There's a Harvard guy?
When you happen to... There you go.
No.
Once you get done showing your slides, if you can do me a favor, just like you did, and take it down. I can do it on my end. All right, cool. So let me just double check this is good.
Destiny, what, are you on the East Coast?
No, East Coast.
Wait, would you say West Coast?
East Coast, sorry.
Oh, East Coast, okay.
You like living in Miami, Steven. You must like it somewhat. You've been there for a while.
Miami, okay.
I got people here, yeah.
Would you recommend it?
I sit aside all day on the computer, so don't ask me for a place recommendation.
Let's see. Perfect. We're set. So here I go. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun. And there we go. Cool. 3, 2, 1. Ready, set, here I go. Hey, everybody. Today we're debating Israel versus Palestine. Who is more at fault? And we are starting right now with Javad's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Javad, the floor is all yours. Dr. Hashmi.
I'm going to slow it down.
All right, thank you so much. I'm just going to share my screen, so if you could just give me 1 second to set that up. All right, you should be able to see my PowerPoint now.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to begin. So my overall thesis is quite simple. Zionism is the primary cause of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict because it is an ongoing settler colonial project, which by its very nature creates and perpetuates conflict with the indigenous population that it seeks to violently replace and to create in its stead a Europeanized Jewish majority ethno-nationalist state. The Zionist project is analogous to other settler colonial projects, such as the European conquest of Native American lands and of South Africa, which involved ethnic cleansing, occupation, genocide, politicide, and apartheid. Stephen doesn't like to call it settler colonialism and confuses the term with imperialism and classical colonialism, but settler colonialism is a technical term used by experts in the field, and it's only within this framework of settler colonialism that you can truly understand the conflict. Stephen doesn't like the word because it gives the game away. No reasonable person today blames the Native Americans for what happened to them, and 100 years from now, the same will be the case for the Palestinians. Under settler colonialism, native populations are subjected to ethnic cleansing, another term that Stephen doesn't like, so he denies and downplays it. But the reality is that you can't establish a Jewish majority ethno-nationalist state in Palestine when the population is overwhelmingly Arab. The only way to create a super majority of Jews, which is what Zionists demanded, is to ethnically cleanse the indigenous population, or what Zionists euphemistically refer to as transfer, which, contrary to Destiny's past claims, was overwhelmingly endorsed by the Zionist leadership. Israel was thus created in sin, born in an act of massive ethnic cleansing, the Nakba, which resulted in 700,000 refugees and involved the destruction of over 500 Palestinian villages. 90% of Palestinians in Israel proper were thereby eliminated, creating the supermajority of Jews without which the Jewish state of Israel could not have come into existence. Israel is a supremacist ethnocracy in which the state apparatus is controlled by Israeli Jews, who use it to further their own interests, power, dominance, and resources over and above the Arab minority. Consistent with Zionist propaganda, Stephen stresses that Israel is a democracy and makes the absolutely fallacious claim that the so-called Arab Israelis have equal rights under the law, employing the same arguments as defenders of apartheid South Africa, who claimed that South African blacks had a higher standard of living than surrounding states. As numerous human rights groups attest to, such as Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and Israel's own B'Tselem, Israel as it exists today is an apartheid state. Of course, this is yet another word that Stephen does not like because, again, it gives the game away. Nobody today would be on the side of apartheid South Africa. The next term Stephen definitely won't like is politicide, which is
the only issue with watching something like this is that I'm super unknowledgeable of what's going on, but I can point out when someone is like trying to do like a little debate trickery. So like, yeah.
Israel has been doing since the first
really
Nakba all the way to today's second Nakba in Gaza. The Zionist version of Manifest Destiny, Eretz Israel and Greater Israel, precludes the acceptance of a sovereign Palestinian.
No, I don't want to skip through all this. I want to skip through all this and get to when Destiny starts speaking, but like, let's just hear what this PhD has to say, you know? I mean, he's a legit PhD, but like, Destiny, Mr. Gamer Boy, that did some Wikipedia research, is going up a guy that has a PhD in, like, I guess, I'm assuming history, right? Hopefully. But how is he... It's weird that how Destiny's on the same playing field as a PhD when he obviously didn't go to school for this. Like, it's just kind of wild.
Palestinian state, something rejected by every single Israeli prime minister and administration throughout Israel's 76-year history. Instead, the goal is to herd the Palestinians into smaller and smaller reservations, as was done to the Native Americans or to the blacks in South Africa, to create autonomous Bantustans. As Destiny's favorite Israeli historian Benny Morris puts it, Palestinians need to be put in a cage. Destiny attributes the failure to reach a peace settlement to the Arabs and Palestinians, who he portrays as being religiously, culturally, and socially prone to violence. They just don't want peace, are fundamentally anti-Semitic, are hungry for wars, display an inability to engage in diplomacy, and in any case cannot be reasoned with. However, contrary to this...
I mean, yeah, literally.
Man Holike. That's because PhDs are a piece of paper and this guy argues for a living.
Well, yeah. But like, you would think that the guy with the PhD would actually have more information than the guy that argues for a living.
No partner for peace Zionist trope. It is in fact Israeli violence, intransigence, and its strategic peace obstructionism that prevents a peaceful resolution to the conflict. This is due to the foundational Zionist Israeli opposition to the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state, which logically precludes a peaceful two-state resolution. Finally, I will argue that the Zionist endorsement of the two-state solution is a chimera, designed to indefinitely sustain the status quo, ever with the hopes of a final solution, a future fuller ethnic cleansing under the cover of war, in order to complete the settler colonial project. This is the context of the current Gaza crisis. Like Benny Morris, Stephen publicly supports the two-state solution, even as he thinks, and perhaps even hopes, that ethnic cleansing is inevitable. Honestly, he says, I'm pro-genocide. Palestinians can go live in another place. His interlocutor asked rhetorically, so...
Destiny has less information, he has more smooth words from his debates.
Alright, well, we'll see. We'll see. Like, I love to call out when Destiny's trying to do, like, a little debate trickery, but, I think Destiny's right on this, but I could be wrong about that.
The Palestinians can, quote, Native American the F out of there? This eloquently sums it up for you, the Zionist logic. As the founder of revisionist Zionism, Zev Jabotinsky, put it in 1923, quote, it is utterly impossible to obtain the voluntary consent of the Palestine Arabs for converting Palestine from an Arab country into a country with the Jewish majority. The native populations have always stubbornly resisted the colonists. The native population of the Americas fought the European pioneers with the same ferocity. It does not matter at all which phraseology we employ in our colonizing aims. Colonization can have only one aim, and
he doesn't do anything else than debate trickery.
Yeah, Not necessarily. Like, you would agree with him if he were to like start talking about like leftist values and like how he thinks like black people should probably be like being treated and stuff like that. Like, but you wouldn't say that, oh, he's just doing debate trickery. Like, unless you disagree with every single thing that Destiny has to say, obviously he's right about some things, right?
Palestine Arabs cannot accept that aim. It lies in the very nature of things. In a moment of brutal honesty, David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, also expressed the obvious truth, saying, quote, politically, we are the aggressors and they defend themselves. We have come here and stolen their country. Why should they accept that? In fact, Palestinians have long accepted that, and it's high time for Zionists to do as well. And here is a summation of my arguments that I hope to expound in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Seaman
for
Holike,
that opening.
what did this guy verse say that I would agree with?
I don't know. Like, I'm not in your head.
We are going to kick it over to Stephen for his opening.
I'm just saying the odds of Destiny saying something, the odds of Destiny never saying anything that you would agree with would show more about you than actually Destiny. Because like, it just means, either it means Destiny is ideologically like completely captured on one side and only ever speaks about one side, which is obviously not true. He has multiple opinions about multiple things that are very contrarian towards some of the other beliefs that he has. But then if you can't, it just means that you're the one that's ideologically captured, that completely is bent to one side, and that's why Destiny could never have any agreement with him. Like, that's just a statistically impossibility, unless you're completely mind screwed yourself into believing a specific thing.
Well, but want to say in the meantime, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James Coons. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We have many more debates coming up, and DebateCon 5 this October 5th in Newark, New Jersey. More to come on that. But first, let's kick it over to Stephen for his opening. Thanks for being with us.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Can you? What is the prompt again for this?
Israel versus Palestine. Who is more at fault?
Who's more at fault? Just that. Okay.
Ooh, who's more at fault? What? That's the prompt? Okay. All right.
When we look at the modern conflict and we see who's at fault, I feel like the opposing opening statement, I think, works just fine for my opening statement. I think that a lot of Arabs and Palestinians especially consider that Israel was conceived of and born in sin, and therefore it has been the policy, both de facto and de jure, whether we're talking about the actual rejection of things like the Partition Plan in 47, we're talking about the 3 no's that the Arab League all issued at the Khartoum Conference in 67 after the Six-Day Wars, or after we're talking about explicit rejection of peace talks in 2000 at Camp David, Taba Summit, or 2008 between Abu Mazen and Olmert. There is just no type of Israeli state that can ever exist in the Levant. I think that every single argument that my interlocutor
gave... That is flawed logic. The only way that me being pushed to one side would cause a complete disagreement with Destiny would mean that he is also on one side like me, else we would have agreement in the parts where he is on my part. Theman Holike. So what is it?
The only way that me being pushed to one side would cause a complete disagreement with Destiny. No, I'm just saying it's statistically impossible for you to disagree with every single thing that Destiny has to say. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else but that, so contend with that statement.
And we'll expand upon here, leads us to only one conclusion, which is we either have to destroy Israel as a state that protects the ethnic Jewish character of the state, or Israelis and Jewish people just need to leave the Middle East, both of which I believe satisfy the idea that Palestinians, or at least this type of Palestinian strain of thought, just cannot have or deal with Israeli people or the country of Israel existing in the Middle East. So I feel like the biggest driver to, or I would say one of the largest drivers, probably the largest driver to an inability for both sides to seek resolution, is that there is just no Israeli state that the people in the Middle East are willing and ready to accept, at least not the Palestinians or the people that support them and the more radical ideas of them.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well, Stephen. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. First, just want to let you know, if you've seen it on the Modern Day Debate homepage on YouTube...
I don't watch him. I disagree with everything I heard him say. Tell me something I would agree with.
That's like... Wait, do you think I can read your mind or something? Like, you're asking me to tell me what I think you would think. Like, I don't know. I don't know your opinions. I don't know what opinion he has that would be, like, related to what you would think, like, what you would agree with. I'm not, like, I don't know you that well to do that. The only thing I know is that you're very, ideologically, like, bent that Hamas is, like, the good guy. I guess you would agree with some of the takes that Destiny has about Hamas.
You should know my general views by now.
Yeah, your general views on Israel-Palestine, but that's it. Destiny talks about a lot of other things besides Israel and Palestine.
Tomorrow, Destiny versus Tiger King. Joe Exotic is not a joke. It's for real. Don't forget to hit subscribe for that epic debate tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss it. With that, we're going to jump right into the open dialogue.
Yeah, Stephen, thanks so much for that. I think it's interesting that you've said that you have no problem with what I've said in the opening statement, because what I said in my opening statement definitely differs with many of the statements that you've made in the past. For example, you have said that you don't think it's settler colonialism, and that's the entire framework which scholars view the conflict as. So are you
See, man,
now...
Holike, I talked about homosexuality, age of consent, and bestiality with you.
Oh yeah, I guess there might be some agreement with that with him. But like, he's probably gonna agree with me as well. Like, he just doesn't care. If people want to do that, then that's fine. Do you agree with that? People want to do that, that's fine. Destiny agrees with that.
Ceding that point that you're wrong on the issue of settler colonialism is my first question for you.
I don't know what settler colonialism has to do with. I don't know what settler colonialism has to do with the current conflict as we understand it.
The-Man
historically,
he is pro-homosexual, so we disagree. The-Man Holike, I am anti-gay.
Well, yeah, that's a point of disagreement, but what you specifically said was the bestiality thing, which you agree with, and he has no issue with. So yes, you would agree with the bestiality thing. Obviously not the not the gay stuff, I guess. Like, those are two separate things. So we found a point of agreement and a point of disagreement. Those two things can exist at the exact same time.
I mean, you had Jews that lived in the Kingdom of Israel. You had
The-Man
caliphates that expanded across the Middle East. And you had Jews moving there.
Yeah, he would agree with that.
From the 1880s onwards, you've had, all sorts of people colonizing this particular region. I don't know if I would stop and say, like, just Israel was settler colonialism, or the Muslims before were settler colonialism. So I don't know the relevance exactly.
Well, there is definitely relevance, because that's the entire framework, but you're also confusing terminology. So you're confusing classical colonialism with settler colonialism, and you're also confusing the word imperialism. These are three different terms. So only the Zionist project is a settler colonial project.
When you say settler colonial, can you explain what do you mean by settler colonialism?
So settler colonialism, there's a difference between classical colonialism and...
Okay, but who does not? I don't think he ever debated this or said he agrees.
Yeah, but my whole point is that obviously you don't, there is going to be some agreement with him. Like, that's, my whole point is that there would be a little bit of agreement somewhere, and that's where it was. Like, that's it. That's my point.
Settler colonialism. Classic colonialism is where there's a metropole, and the metropole is trying to exert its influence over another region in order to extract and exploit its resources. Okay, that's classical colonialism, like the British Empire. Okay, imperialism is like the Roman Empire. They expand their borders, and those are like the Islamic empires that you're trying to lump in as well. So that's
the difference between imperialism. Yeah, we agree dying is bad, but what did he ever debate that I agree with?
Do you have any idea how contradictory you just sound? Yeah, we agree that dying is bad, but what did he ever debate that I agree with? That dying is bad. Do you not see, you just answered your own question.
And classic colonialism, and then there's settler colonialism. Settler colonialism is in which you have a population that almost always breaks away from the metropole, and then tries to settle a new territory and replace the population. And that, because of that, inherent in that is ethnic cleansing. So that is the issue of settler colonialism and why it's...
When did he ever debate if dying is bad?
You'll have to look that up, because he's had so many different weird debates and stuff like that. But I highly doubt Destiny has never... I mean, it's such a simple thing to think about, though. Like, obviously dying is bad. So, if Destiny was going to disagree with that in a debate, then you would have to find evidence that he actually did disagree with that debate.
No one debates that. Everyone agrees.
Nah, not everyone. Not everyone. Like, what's going on in the Middle East right now? Some people think dying is actually it's okay. You should do it for your religion. Like, it's okay to get killed and put people in harm's way because it makes Israel look bad. So, not everyone actually believes that. Especially in wartime.
It's important to understand, and I can give you some resources for that. There's a book called Settler Colonialism, a Theoretical Overview. There's Patrick Wolf's article, Settler Colonialism and Elimination of the Native. And there's several other books that you can read on this topic as well. But it's important, even if you don't think it's important, but in order to get the framework to understand that's how this started.
So you believe in American propaganda?
Wait, what did I say that was American propaganda?
They're not dying on purpose to increase stats. The man whole like. This is propaganda.
People are dying, right? And they're choosing to die, right? By purposely staying in a terrible situation. Yes? They don't want to leave, they want to survive. They're choosing that. That is happening. What are you saying that's wrong?
The man whole like. No one is choosing to die.
You have settlers in the West Bank.
They're indirectly choosing to die. They know that they're in a terrible situation and that they could die. And dying, so they know that they could die, which is indirectly choosing death.
So that's still a settler colonial project.
So
they're also choosing to try and survive as well. That's the thing that they're ultimately
the man
choosing.
Whole like.
But
that's
they're
not
okay.
choosing to die.
They're
not
okay.
giving up is not choosing to die.
They're okay.
Choosing to die is like running in front of an Israeli tank on purpose.
Well, I mean, some people do that, which is actually kind of wild. And have you ever heard of the term suicide bomber? Yeah. I want you to think about that one a little bit.
My understanding is there was
The man
land that was
whole like.
purchased. So
okay, so the Jews chose to die from
When
fighting
Jewish
against
people
Nazis
bought-
instead of stopping having kids and trying to leave.
Well, no, they did try to leave. The Nazis just made it very difficult for that to happen.
land from the Ottoman Empire prior to 1917. Was that settler colonialism?
Okay, so here we have another thing that you've said.
Ooh, let's go back a little bit.
Still a settler colonial project.
My understanding is there was land that was purchased. So, I mean, we can go through each of these individually. When Jewish people bought land from the Ottoman Empire prior to 1917, was that settler colonialism?
Okay, so
Theman
here
Holike.
we have...
Some tried to leave, some fought back. Theman Holike. Suicide bomber is American propaganda. It's like when they call Muslims terrorists. It is lies.
So the people that took over the planes in 9/11, they did not choose and flew it into the buildings. They didn't choose death. Or they were just expecting to miraculously stay alive when they flew those planes into the Twin Towers. Like, stop being so retarded. Like, seriously.
have another thing that you've said in the past. You've said...
Not retarded, obtuse.
That the majority of the land was purchased by the Jews. You said that in your podcast with Lex Friedman at about the 30-minute mark. You said, I never hear anything about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period of 1920 even started.
That's not even a suicide bomber, you retard.
They literally flew the giant plane with tons of fuel on board into a plane, and it bursted into flames and died. You think they were trying to like stay alive when they did that? Like, what?
Theman Holike. What bomb? Dumbass.
Oh, because they don't have the specific word bomb wasn't there, therefore it wasn't a suicide bomb. They deleted themselves. I guess you're too ideologically bent into your worldview where I guess if the word bomb isn't in the thing, therefore it didn't happen. Like, you're being so obtuse. Like, it's so stupid. Like, obviously they did. The whole point of me bringing them up is that they deleted themselves. It doesn't matter if they use what type of method they used to delete themselves. They deleted themselves. The point of contention is deleting themselves, not whether they had a bomb or not. Like, I like how you're focusing on the bomb part. Like, it's just so stupid.
However, this is completely false.
That is false. That's correct. It's the majority of the land that was purchased prior to that. The majority of the land occupied after 47 would have been nobody.
Okay,
lived in it. Yeah, of course, yeah.
So I'm just saying, based on the statement that you said, that statement was false, and that it was Jews only owned 7% of the lands at the point of partition.
What percentage of the land did the Palestinians own?
So they occupied the majority of the lands.
No. I'm sorry. What is the number?
So
Theman
I don't
Holike.
have that number for you.
What did you expect them to do? Use an RC airplane? LMAO.
Oh, so now you think the 9/11 was justified and that was a good thing, right? Is that what you're insinuating here? What else were they supposed to do? This is retarded.
Do you think that's curious that you have the 7%?
Like, you're literally just anti-American. Like, this is so, like, you're talking to an American expecting them to agree with your worldview that America is bad. Like, this is so stupid. Like, and now you're gonna get mad at me for agreeing with American propaganda. Like, bro, I'm American. No shit, Sherlock. Like, you believe in the whole Middle East propaganda about how Palestine is just being oppressed and everything. Like, I could just like you dismiss everything American
on a state level. Yeah, sure.
Just like how you agree with like how you say everything America propaganda, like everything good America propaganda, like you just believe in anti-Israel propaganda. That's it. Boom. Debate 1, bro. Debate 1. Like what? No, you believe in Middle Eastern propaganda. Everything that has to do with Palestinian movement and how Hamas is like great, and I guess 9/11 is not that big of a deal. I'm just assuming that last one based on like your other one, so I could be wrong on that point, but still, it's kind of gross.
Don't have the other because the implication there is 93%. But I think it was 13%.
Well, I have no, that's not true. I have actually seen different.
What propaganda? What did you say that you claim is not true? What did I say is not true? I'm not saying that you didn't say anything that's not true. Everything you're saying is true. It's just that you're writing everything off that I do as propaganda. Like, I can easily do the exact same thing to you. That's all I'm saying. Like, you believe in Middle Eastern propaganda about the Palestinian people and how it's like, oh, it's this terrible thing and Israel's all bad. And I'm like, that just sounds like propaganda to me. Boom. Debate 1.
Numbers for
just
this.
call it propaganda.
And I've even seen people say that it's 70%. Okay, but I don't have that exact number for you. But the point is that
calling it propaganda implies I believe in invented ideas. Yes, that was that. Yeah, it's an invented idea that the Palestinian people are gonna eventually get a state because Israel's just gonna one day be like, you know what, we're just gonna pack up and leave.
Holike.
Yes, that's an invented
idea. What fabricated
idea.
information do I believe in?
That is an invented idea. that Israel's gonna just one day leave and then just give them the land that they say that they've claimed that isn't theirs anymore. Yeah, that's an invented idea. Like what? Israel's never gonna end up doing that.
You're now obfuscating because this is a complete debate.
Well, I'm not obfuscating.
You're trying to say
that is a delusional worldview.
That they didn't steal the land, they didn't occupy the land, they bought the land fair and square.
Right? I never even said, just to be clear for where we are, okay? All I did, right? We don't have to talk in implications. You gave me a definition of settler colonialism. You said that inherent in the idea of settler colonialism is ethnic cleansing. And I mean, to some extent, that is probably true. I would imagine if you move to a land where there are people there and you move them off the land, if we consider that to be ethnic cleansing today, common parlance, then sure.
But
my question...
That's the goal. That's not information. When you sue the word propaganda, it implies fake videos, fake stories of stuff that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's great. But when I say propaganda, I mean... Like you literally said, calling it propaganda implies that I believe in invented ideas, and the invented idea, unless you want to backtrack from what you said before, and that you were mistaken, you don't actually believe that anymore. You don't think it's invented ideas. You think it's all this other stuff, fake stories and fake stuff, and that didn't happen. Like yeah, it's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily propaganda doesn't necessarily need to be fake. It can be hit like truth, but over exaggerations that basically implies something that you shouldn't imply. Like it's delusional to think that Israel's just going to give up his stuff. Like that's a fake idea. That's just never going to happen.
It's not like a law. It's
ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing is not. It's not like a legal term. It's not like a.
It is a technical term that scholars use.
Some scholars use the term ethnic cleansing. I'm aware. After 91, some scholars have taken to using this term, but it's weird to apply that prior to 91 or going back to the.
So you're saying that before 1991 there was no ethnic cleansing that ever happened in history. This is a technical term that historians use, scholars use to talk about the past. So
I don't believe good historians use the term ethnic cleansing when they're describing things in the past, but that's not neither here nor there.
Is your favorite historian Benny Morris? Is he a scholar that you would rely on?
My favorite historian is Benny
Morris. I don't think Israel will give up anything. I think if we stick long enough eventual through public support they will lose.
Yeah, and what happens if you guys don't get that public support? Like, you guys haven't gotten public support since 1948. What's gonna change now? Like, what? Like, it's delusional. Well, eventually they'll lose public support. They haven't done it since 1948, but still, it could still happen. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's not a delusional worldview at all. True.
Morris,
he has called it settler colonialism. He has called it ethnic cleansing.
That's great.
Okay.
My question was a very simple question.
So,
I just had a simple question of like.
We do have public support. Look at the youth in the West.
Yeah, and how is that working out for them? Like Israel's still bombing them and doing all these terrible things, but we have all these protests. Yeah, these protests they're working so well in stopping the I guess the supposed genocide that's going on over there. Yeah, that's great. Like they have all this protests and public support, but it's not doing anything. Like Israel's still doing what they're doing.
The general view aligns with Palestine, and eventually the old people will die out and the youth will gain power and they will bomb Israel.
Yeah. I mean, they were sending rockets into Israel since like 2006 when Hamas came into power, when the Palestinian people voted them in. So that is true. The Palestinian people have been shooting rockets into Israel and doing damage, and that's why Israel has like this whole Iron Dome thing, because like they really can't. If they didn't have the Iron Dome, they wouldn't be here right now. To be honest.
When we go back again,
why are you avoiding the terms that scholars have used for this? The reason why you're retreating from it.
I'm not, just to let you know, right after this round, I'm going to ask the same question because this is pretty insane.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
My only question was, I asked, was land purchased prior to
Seaman
1917? Would that be considered?
You are privileged to have specific dates of events you complain about, like 9/11 or October 7th or whatever.
Oh, I'm privileged. Yeah, I am privileged. But did I choose this privilege? No, I was born with it. So I'm going to use what I've been born with. If you have a problem with that, then that life sucks. Life's not fair. Too bad. Maybe try and fix your situation instead of complaining to other people and telling them, oh, you're privileged. Oh, you're privileged. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'm privileged. All right. And you're not. So maybe you should go and try and fix that instead of like complaining about how other people are privileged. Like, it's just stupid.
So yes, it isn't a big deal.
Privileges for days. No, it's definitely a big deal to me. Because apparently I'm privileged. So, like, yeah, it's a big deal to me. And it's also a big deal to the United States. And the United States has a lot of power. So it seems like when the person that has a lot of power thinks something's a big deal, it turns out that if other people don't feel the same way, well, I've never used this before. What does this do? I mean, it's just a logical, like,
yeah,
cause and effect.
ULMAO. But whatever goes on along in your head is irrelevant.
Yeah, I guess. But, like, that's fine. You can believe that.
Considered part of
Seaman Holike.
Answer that question with
China is the next global superpower.
Yeah, people keep saying that, and I've yet to witness any evidence to that, but, okay.
Quote that I given to Lex Friedman like 12 months ago. Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Okay, so yes, you have asked this question before where you asked, is it a big deal that they're just purchasing the land? What's wrong with that, right? That makes sense. Like, what's wrong with me going and purchasing land in China, right? I could do that. But there's a difference between purchasing lands and then saying I'm purchasing land with the plan to A, kick off all the in this case, the non-Jews from the land, and B, most importantly, that eventually I want to establish a state. That was an intention with the Zionists from day one, even before they started this process. Okay, so that is the key differentiator. It's not just purchasing lands, it's about purchasing land with a settler colonial project in mind. And here we have Theodore Herzl, the founding figure.
I don't doubt that China's a powerful country. It's just that the over-exaggeration of saying, oh, China's bet is stronger than the U.S. now. And I'm like, the U.S. still has air superiority around the entire world. Like, we have military bases everywhere. Like, does China have that? I'm not so sure. And
Seaman Holike. Link AD to 2003 AD historical trends in global distribution of GDP China, India, Western Europe, USA, Middle East.png.
You're really gonna talk about GDP? Like, yes, they make a lot of cheap crap that Americans buy. Yes, that's obviously gonna inflate their GDP, but that doesn't mean they have like military, like.
Yes, China has that outside of the West.
Oh, in Africa, but that's basically it. Where's the China military bases, like in Cuba, I guess?
Seaman Holike. Look at the chart.
Yeah. The chart doesn't really mean, like, just like how you showed me this chart.
Money equals military power.
Yeah, sure. Not necessarily. Military infrastructure equals military power, not whether you have tons of money or not. Ooh, a bunch of lines on the graph. Wow. Wow. Wow, we even started all the way at 1,000. What? Whoa. Middle East? Wait, where's US? Where's US? 1970s.
Seaman Holike.
China.
Yeah, and how do you buy that infrastructure?
Well, you build it. And so far, China hasn't used the money that it's it's gained to build more infrastructure. Like, okay. That's why I say money's kind of irrelevant. Like, if someone has a ton of money and they build a lot of stuff and then they become poor and broke, but they still have control over all those military bases around the world. But then you have another guy that has a ton of money, but hasn't built any military structure. Who's gonna be the guy that wins these wars? Obviously the guy that's poor and has a ton of control over the entire world with all their military bases, not the guy that has a ton of money. Like, what? Like, more money does not equal better. Like, it's just, okay.
Of Zionism, who has said this explicitly. He wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, who is a British imperialist, and said, hey, why doesn't the British Empire help us in this project? Because it is a colonial adventure. So this is a key difference. Yes, they're purchasing the land. And the Ottomans, by the way, they said, you can come settle in Ottoman Empire, you can buy land, but you just can't focus in Palestine. Yeah, go ahead.
What'd you say, James?
I do want to keep it rolling in terms of the dialogue. Go ahead, Stephen. It sounds like Javad wrapped up just in time.
Yeah, so Theodore Herzl died in, I think it was like 1907, right? 1908?
Yeah, and that control is irrelevant when the other guy can buy more bombs and nukes. You having a base in Cuba is irrelevant in long-distance military strategy.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. They can buy more bombs. Where are they buying the bombs if they have no infrastructure to buy the bombs? You really think the other guy is going to take the other guy's money to take his bombs? Like, he's going to take money from his enemy so that they can buy bombs from them so that they can use those bombs against him. Like, do you know how dumb you sound right now when you say that? Oh, he has more money to buy bombs. Who is he going to buy the bombs from?
Seaman Holike. They are the ones producing their own bombs, mate.
Yeah, they produce their own bombs. Yeah, that's great. That's great. They're producing their own bombs.
Stolen knockoff tech vs Bleeding Edge.
Versus Bleeding Edge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we don't even need to get into that argument. Like, it's dumb on its face. Like, honestly, it feels like you're just coping at this point. But China, look, China's GDP, they're doing so good. Look how much money they got. Look, they're strong. Yeah, until I start hearing military bases being crept up against, like, America and, like, Cuba, with China having the power to even put military bases by the border of US, like we kind of have with them. Like, Japan is a really big major US power, and they are very, very close to China. Don't forget about South Korea, how we basically own that place. And it's run militarily with us, I think, up until recently. Maybe something changed recently, but, like, they're also very, very freaking close to China. Like, bro.
Most of the modern world works through proxy wars and airstrikes, not military bases in Cuba. Having a base in Cuba is irrelevant.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, and I guess having a military base very close, having a U.S. military base very close to China's borders is also irrelevant, too. Because, like, China would obviously just let that happen normally. If they had the power to stop it, they probably would stop it, but I guess they don't have the power to stop it, so... Or China likes having the U.S. on their borders, basically. Yeah. China loves having that happen. Yeah, because China loves the U.S.
Shame about the Uyghurs.
I'm not sure what happened with the Uyghurs? The Uyghurs? Oh, you talking about Hassan, the Zhank Uyghur and stuff like that? The Hassan stuff? Is that what you mean?
Wait, 1907, around there? So
we were talking about
whatever
that yesterday.
Conversation he was talking about in terms of settling Jewish people in the Ottoman Empire, the idea that he would ask the British, can you help us, like, go and conquer the Ottoman Empire and create a state and carve it out of the Ottoman Empire as we buy land? What was the exact conversation that Herzl, this exchange of letters that he was asking for? Was it to conquer the Ottoman Empire? That's what he was asking the British in 1880 or in 1900, and when?
It was the letter is in, I think, 1902, and he's trying to get the British. He's trying to get any big power, and including the British, to help them to establish a state. And the Christian Zionists, by the way, who preceded the Jewish Zionists, did in fact have that plan that they are going to conquer that territory, and they did so. In fact, the Balfour Declaration came 1 year before the British occupation. And the even decision to occupy Palestine was done because of the influence of...
Yeah, that is irrelevant in a war. This one base isn't going to do anything. Most of the troops come from the mainland. The important stuff is not military bases, it is equipment.
Yes, and the fact that U.S. has enough military bases around the world, like, it's not just one military base. We have multiple.
Where's Neri?
Multiple.
The camps in China.
Yeah, the camps in China, yeah. But we don't talk about that though. We don't talk about that. With the Uyghur. Oh, the Uyghur Muslim. Yes, the Uyghur Muslims in China. Yeah, we don't talk about that. And the organ transplants and stuff like that, and the taking organs from those people so they can satisfy a specific trade that they have with, like, that's just wild to me. It's the way they use the, no one talks about the Uyghur Muslims, and they're like, oh, but the Palestinian people, and I'm like, bro, China literally is selling organs from those people to other Muslims.
I don't agree fully with China, but they are far better than the Americans.
Where in America do we have camps for Uyghur Muslims and harvesting their organs? Like, bro, and then selling it on the black market. Bro, oh, but America's worse. What? That's wild. Okay, dude, that is a big cope.
Of the British Christian Zionists, who were in conversation with the Jewish Zionists.
That's great. Timelines are a little important here, though, right? Balfour Declaration was a whole, it's like a decade after the death of Herzl. The idea that Herzl is having a conversation with the British.
And they're doing it today, so if you're going to go back in time, be like, but slavery! But like, bro, we abolished that shit.
You have Guantanamo Bay.
Them.
Worse, Neri. It makes me sick that's why we must stop them.
I don't want to downplay China. China is a superpower, but like, they're obviously not better. They're not stronger than us. If they were stronger than us militarily, they would have tried to have at least conquered us, but they can't. So they're not going to. But we shouldn't try and start a war with China because they are a superpower. They do have nukes. They are very big militarily. Like, we're not going to start a war with a major superpower when we don't need to. Like, it's just really dumb to do that. But like, yeah, they're doing these terrible things, and there's definitely an argument for going in and stopping that, but like, honestly, they're doing it to themselves. Like, we should probably do something about it, but like, I'd rather not start a war with
Worse,
China.
Neri. India is next door.
Yeah. India might want to do something about that because it is somewhat closely related to them, and they are very close. Yeah, India's also like India's also a major not a super major superpower, but like strong enough to basically have these little skirmishes like with don't they have little skirmishes with China, or is that only with like Iraq and no, not Iraq, what is that other location?
They are as strong as you at the moment. They are just not this crazy imperialistic ideology. They are focused on themselves. They help build African infrastructure while you got slaves from there and forced your culture. China has an as strong military as you from recent statistics, and they are rising.
Iran. I think it's Iran. Where's India? India, and then Pakistan. Yeah, they're having these issues with Pakistan, but they're also, don't they? They border China. Yeah, that's. Yeah. They're as strong as you at the moment. No, I think we're a little bit stronger. Like, hence our military bases.
Bro said Iraq.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to what's going on in the Middle East. They're all like fighting each other. Like, oh, I said Iraq. Oh, therefore I can't say anything about anything. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Wait, I clicked that as if that was a video.
Can you please help us conquer the Ottoman Empire when the Jews were still pretty hated across Europe and didn't even have a guarantee that there would be a state set up anywhere? It seems like that conversation is being exaggerated at that. I don't believe that was the nature of those conversations.
They're not fighting each other.
Wait, wasn't there like a whole India World War III? Yeah, literally like missiles into Pakistan. Yeah, it was Pakistan. Yeah, literally 2 days ago. What are you talking about? There is obviously something going on over there between India and Pakistan. Oh, but I said Iraq. Oh, you said Iraq. Oh. Yeah, I made a mistake. Like, are you gonna like continue to like pin me down because I made a mistake of two countries that are basically the same? Like, bro, they're both. Nah, I won't say that. I'm not gonna say that.
Number two is, you're right that
India and Pakistan are not in the Middle East, you American retard.
Nah. All this Yeah, all this over here, everything like from Egypt all the way to over here, all this, yeah, that's Middle East right there. That's all Middle East. Yeah, I don't like, this is all desert. This is all desert. They're all, I said I wasn't going to say this, but they're all desert people.
Where's Neri?
They're all
Egypt
desert
is in
people.
Africa.
They're all desert people. They're all basically the same to me. I really don't give a shit. Oh, I'm a retard for not saying. Yeah, okay, great, good. Like, there's a reason. I won't say that either.
Like, no idiot. It stops at Iran, India, and Pakistan or Asia.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah.
Like, you are a monkey.
Yes, true, bro, true. Yeah, and you guys are all basically the same. That's great.
Anti-Semitism was rife in Europe, but in fact, Zionism started out with being, I mean, if you read Herzl's own writing in his diaries, as well as the Jewish state, as well as he even wrote an article under a pseudonym, he was...
Also, there's a very good argument with like most of the wars that are happening in the entire world right now.
Bit too racist here.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting a bit more annoyed with this guy, so I'm getting less and less tolerant with the way that I use my words. But like, here's another really nice, interesting point. Like, most of the wars that's happening in the entire world is all in this spot right here.
Yeah, and you guys Ariel the same too. You eat KFC and watermelon while sucking white dick. Where's Neri?
Okay.
I meant him.
Yeah, but I was being a little bit flagrant with my words as well. But yeah, he is like, I'm just matching his racism with more racism, honestly. Yeah, like most of the wars that are going on right now is like in this little triangle.
Most of the wars in the world all have to do with countries that are controlled by Jews. Where's Neri?
What?
Do you have a banhammer?
Where do we? Yeah, I do have a ban hammer, but I won't ban him because like he's not as crazy as the other guys that I actually had to ban. Like he as long as he doesn't start spamming crazy stuff. Like he has a different opinion. People with different opinions are allowed to speak. But like, yeah, this is apparently the U.S. has a lot of Jewish people, right? And it's also controlled by the Jews somehow. And where's the wars? Where's the wars here? Might have there's issues with the border, but it's not like we're having gunfire in the border, so there's no war. There's no technical war here. Maybe in the north, maybe you have a border war with Canada, right? Yeah, I guess America, that's run by Jewish people. Yeah, like because like all places run by Jews
Portland.
have a war. Portland, is there a war there? Like, when I say war, I mean like tanks rolling in. I mean tanks rolling in, gunfire, and two factions shooting missiles at each other. Like he literally his whole argument is that the wars over here are just as comparable as like the wars over here, because he said every state that has like Jewish people controlling
you are
in
wars with the Vietnamese, with Afghanistan, with Iraq, with countries in Africa and Asia, with the Philippines.
Ah, so no wars over here by the U.S. is basically what you're saying. Nothing over here. So yeah, there's a lot of Jewish people over here as well.
Every war in the Middle East is related to Jews, as well as every war in Europe since 1918.
Okay. We all know that you don't like the Jews. Yes, true. All right, let's go back to the other video.
Friends,
I've lost interest.
He said the anti-Semites will be our best friends. And why is that the case? Because they have the same goal and say that Jews don't belong anywhere in the world, not in Europe. The only place they belong is in Palestine. So the fact that they had anti-Semitic views, Lord Balfour, who did the Balfour Declaration,
yeah, that's because you cause issues in other countries, not at home.
Yeah, there's like, I don't like that we causing issues in other countries, but like, what am I gonna do about it?
Actually helped pass the Aliens Exclusion Act.
Some of them are okay, but a load of them cause war.
Yeah, like the whole regime change thing, that was just stupid. And then we pulled out and then basically lost like that 20-year war thing. That was really stupid. Yeah.
was specifically about Jews coming from Russia to come to England, and he passed that because he was anti-Semitic, and at the same time he supported Zionism. He was a Christian Zionist.
Sure.
So
yeah,
these things are not in conflict with each other.
Sure. Jews were definitely trying to find a place to move their people to. I agree.
Not Jews. Zionists, who are a minority of the population. In fact, they were such a minority.
Well, hold on.
Wait, are there Zionists that aren't Jews? Like, bro, we can just use the word Jews. Come on now. I know you feel like we can't use Jews here because like not all Jews are Zionists, but Zionist people. But he's so afraid to look anti-Semitic that he has to like say, oh, not Jews, Zionists. That's what I mean, Zionists. I don't mean Jews. I'm not anti-Semitic. But like, find me a Zionist that isn't a Jew. Like what? I guess some people would argue like Christians are, and I'm like, okay, whatever.
Zionists were searching for Jews, not because of historic like
Seaman
oppression
Holike.
against Zionists.
Yes, there are Christian Zionists, atheist Zionists, and not Zionist Jews.
Yeah, but that's like less than 1% of the entire population of Zionists, so I don't really
Where's
care.
Neri? Me.
Haha! Actually, true. Me as well. So I guess, yeah, you got us. You got us, man. You got us. But literally, Zionist just means that you think Israel should exist. Like, that's all you need to do to think that you're, to basically be a Zionist.
No, most Zionists are Christians in America.
There are way more Zionists in Israel than they are in America. That is definitely true. Actually, I mean, but Zionist just means the belief in that Israel should exist, and most people think Israel should exist. So yes, okay, that's true. Then yeah, most people are Zionists.
I'm an atheist, non-Jew.
Yeah. Wait, you're an atheist, Wartzenary? I didn't know that. I was bashing atheists all the time. I didn't know that.
Seaman Holike.
Because of oppression.
No, there's not. The Zionists in America are more than Israelis' population.
Yes, I conceded.
Most people do not think Israel should exist.
I think that we're gonna talk to Grok. Do most people in the world think that Israel should exist? Question mark.
Where's Neri? That's fine. I've always been right-wing and a non-believer.
Yeah. It's just that I Destiny made the term atheists a bad word to me, because the way that he uses it is it feels like the way that he uses it against religion. Really, I find it very disrespectful towards religion.
Stop asking this AI.
Oh no, I love asking this AI. This AI is legit. Oh, you don't like it when I actually like research stuff and do research? Yeah.
Atheist is a bad word. Seaman Holike. They deny God.
Yeah. But like I like that it shows me what it's looking at. Like, oh, don't use the AI because it might actually research something that I don't like. But I like how it actually shows every single thing.
I have a fedora. Winky face.
Fedora? Did most people in the world think researchers as global public opinion on Israel existence is divided with no clear majority?
Actual research is not AI. Actual research is searching for sources. AI is biased.
Yeah, but Grok isn't biased. As you will see here, look at these citations. This is everything that it researched. If you have an issue with any of these places, then by far me, AI is just biased. Yeah, but look at all those. Like, I literally will put these exact same things into the search engine and I'll get the exact same answer. It's AI, this Grok AI is so good that
you just like the ideology of Grok.
Grok doesn't have an ideology. ChatGPT actually does have an ideology. Grok is the absence of ideology.
Yeah, you see what he researched, not what he didn't research.
I mean, I literally can ask it.
Got to take a call. Leave the cows alone. He-Man.
I love it. I love it. We're just gonna take all this. Boom, boom. Throw it into my other AI thing and then read it off.
Direct answer. Israel's existence is recognized by most countries globally, as it is a member of the United Nations and has diplomatic relations with 165 out of 193 UN member states. However, public opinion on whether Israel should exist is more nuanced and varies widely. Recent polls.
Oh wow, that's so biased, right? That's so biased. Like, bro. Like, a biased AI would say Israel probably should exist, not Israel that it's a nuanced debate. Saying it's a nuanced debate means that it's playing both sides. It has no opinion. Like, if it were to say Israel should exist or Israel shouldn't exist,
yes, that is biased.
then you don't even know what bias. I guess biased. So if the AI said actually Israel shouldn't exist, you would say, oh, it's not biased. Like, right? You would say that it's not. If the AI said Israel shouldn't say,
it's not nuanced. Israel should not exist.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So if the AI said that Israel should not exist, then you would say that it's not biased, right? I'm gonna wait until you say that. Like.
Theman Holike. Whether the Nazis are right is a nuanced debate, that's biased. Theman Holike. Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's stupid. So anything that disagrees with your worldview is biased. Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that. Now we're going to continue this.
Recent polls, such as those from Morning Consult, show a decline in favorable views of Israel in 42 out of 43 countries since the Israel-Hamas conflict began in October 2023, particularly in regions like the Middle East and parts of Asia, where opposition is strong. In contrast, Western countries, especially the United States, show significant support, though this is waning among younger generations and Democrats, according to Pew Research Center surveys.
Yep,
Given the lack of a direct global poll specifically asking if Israel should exist, it's difficult to say if a majority of people worldwide support its existence, but the division suggests no clear consensus. Survey note: Global public opinion on Israel's existence. This survey note provides a comprehensive examination of global public opinion regarding Israel's existence, focusing on the period up to May 9, 2025, and incorporating recent polling data and historical context. The analysis is grounded in detailed surveys and aims to offer a thorough understanding of the topic, ensuring a strict superset of the content in the direct answer section. Historical context and recognition. Israel's statehood was
No, bias means that it's selectively choosing more wrong information. More wrong. Yeah, so literally what I said. More wrong definition. Like, you're using your biased definition of what you think is wrong. Like, what you think is wrong isn't what the rest of the world thinks is wrong, which means it's biased towards you. But like, since it doesn't agree with you, you think everything else is biased because it's wrong in your opinion. Like, you're not the arbiter of like what is wrong and right. Like, come on now.
Israel's statehood was established on May 14, 1948, following the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181-2 of November 29, 1947.
And it's just narcissistic to even think that way. That, oh, my opinions are just the right opinions. Therefore, anyone that agrees with me is just... Everyone that disagrees with me is just biased. Like, no, like, who are you? What? If you're right, then you're not biased. Bias towards the truth is just accuracy. Yeah, you don't even know what bias is. Bias is literally is basically just having an opinion on something. Like, saying it's nuanced is playing both sides, which means it's not biased. Bro, do I have to like... What is the definition of biased?
Here's the definition of biased: unfairly prejudiced for or against someone or something.
We will not tolerate this biased media coverage. Okay. Yes, unfairly prejudiced. It has nothing to do with whether something is right or wrong. Like, bro. Let's continue. Oh, wait. I can have this open while I play it.
Israel's statehood was established on May 14, 1948, following the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181-2 of November 29, 1947.
Playing both sides when it is unfair to give one side equal treatment is bias.
It is unfair on both sides, yes. October 7th was obviously unfair to the Jewish people. But obviously you don't think that. You think it was justified, which is disgusting. So you're obviously biased towards one side. Jewish people obviously did not like that October 7th happened, but you don't give a shit about that. So you're biased to your own worldview. If you can't see that, then there's nothing else I can say to, like, convince you.
Israel's statehood was established on May 14th. Israel's statehood was established on May 14, 1948, following the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181-2 of November 29, 1947, which proposed the partition of Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states. Since then, Israel has been recognized by 165 out of 193 UN member states, reflecting international acceptance at the governmental level.
Ah, so most people in the UN member state literally says that accepts that US is actually like a legit government. So
Like,
obviously
it's statistically irrelevant in comparison to the rest of the death and destruction in the conflict.
What are you talking about? Oh, what the AI said. That's probably what you're talking about.
Since then...
But, like, yes, as you can... Like, it literally just said here.
Since Israel has been recognized by
Scrat
160...
YOOO. Scrat Carter. What up?
Hey, hi. Are you, gonna particularly talk about art and how I should probably buy your art?
Like. Yeah, on member states saying stuff for economic and political gain is not a reflection of public opinion.
Yeah, well, if most countries believe that this other country exists, then that's obviously like showing that the people in that country, the majority of the people in every one of those countries are agreeing with that. Like it's just true. I mean, you can say that it's not, and you disagree with the European Union, but that's literally like the biggest thing out there. Where are you from? That's classified. Where are you from? That's classified. Where are you from, actually? Well, I can say that I'm American. I am American. That's where I'm from. I mean, that's what I am. I'll just say that I'm American. There you go.
Scrat Carter. I'm from Turkey.
Ah, cool. You want to talk about what we're talking about?
No, that's not how it works. Many countries will recognize them for economic and political reasons, not because that's their public opinion. Like. He is from New York.
Yeah, he's Yeah, you're basically just coping with the fact that you don't like the European Union statistics.
Scrat Carter. That's cool.
Yeah. What do you think of the whole Israel-Palestine stuff, Scrap Carter? Let's get your opinion. let's spark even more debate. Or are you indifferent? Like, if you're just indifferent, then that's fine too. You don't have to have an opinion on it.
Since then, Israel has been recognized by 165 out of 193 UN member states, reflecting international acceptance at the governmental level.
I thought you were American.
Yes.
This recognition is significant.
African. Like. Those statistics are of countries that recognize them formally in the Union, not a poll of the word population.
Yeah, and that's more of a better statistic to pull from than what the world population thinks. No one can calculate what the world population thinks.
Israel's statehood...
Stop.
This recognition is significant, as it underscores Israel's status as a sovereign state within the international community, despite ongoing conflicts and disputes, particularly with neighboring Arab states and Palestinian groups. Recent polling data on public opinion. Recent polls indicate a significant shift in global public opinion toward Israel, particularly influenced by the Israel-Hamas conflict that escalated after October 7, 2023. According to a Morning Consult poll reported by Time...
Oh, but that's irrelevant. We don't need to keep talking about October 7th. What?
According to a Morning Consult poll reported by Time on January...
I'm being facetious.
17th, 2024.
Obviously, October 7th was very important.
Of Israel dropped globally by an average of 18.5 percentage points between September and December 2023, decreasing in 42 out of 43 countries.
Like. No, LOL, that's not a good statistic at all. Many countries formally recognized Nazi Germany. That doesn't mean they think Hitler should be in power or that Germany should exist. It just means that they're appeasing them. Many countries have literally given money to recognize Israel.
That parallel is so stupid. Yes, we can still recognize Nazi Germany is...
October 7th is not important. It is irrelevant on the global scale.
Yeah, sure, dude. Sure. Like, you say the whole, like, Germany still exists. Everyone still thinks that Germany is, like, a thing. Like, comparing it to Israel is just, has nothing to do with anything. That parallel is so dumb.
This decline was particularly stark in countries like China,
South
South Africa, and
They have literally paid countries to recognize Israel formally. That doesn't mean the people there want Israel.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Yeah, we can't assume anything.
Brazil, which shifted from positive to negative views, and in rich countries like Japan, South Korea, and the UK, where already negative views became more pronounced. New polling shows how much global support Israel has lost. Time. Pew Research Center's surveys provide additional insights, particularly for the United States. A 2022 survey found that 55% of Americans had favorable views.
Use polls. That's fine, but obviously that's less. The European Union, their stats are way more legit than some random poll. Like, people trust polls only when it says the thing that they want to say, and then people don't trust polls when it doesn't say what they want to say. Like, this is actually something you can legit, like, this is the European Union. Like we talk about international laws all the time from the European Union about how this is a big issue, and it's recognized as an occupied state or whatever from the European Union. But then when the European Union says another thing that we disagree with, oh, that's a bad stat, man. I'm like, bro, get out of here. Like, you guys pick and choose when you want to listen to the European Union when it says the thing that you want to hear.
A 2022 survey found that 55% of Americans had favorable views of Israel. But a more recent 2025 survey reported by the Times of Israel
No, their stats are irrelevant because the European Union is not measuring the opinion of civilians, but they are just telling you what their government recognizes, and those countries are literally given money to recognize them.
Yeah, they're paid off, I guess. Yeah, I guess you can believe that if you want.
It's not about that they're wrong. It's about what they're right about is not reflecting public views.
Oh, so I guess they were also wrong about when they said that what's going on in Gaza was a genocide, because the European Union did that. They were just paid off by all the Middle East people. They just got paid off by all of them, right? But for saying that, because they also recognize that it's a genocide, so they were just paid off to say that. True, 100%.
A 2022 survey found that 55%...
That's not a theory. Countries like Morocco have literally been paid off by America to recognize Israel.
Yeah, and the European Union was paid off to recognize that what's going on in the Gaza Strip is a genocide. So that's also been paid off as well. Yeah.
Of Americans had favorable views of Israel, but a more recent 2025 survey reported by the Times of Israel on April 9, 2025, showed that 53% now have an unfavorable view, compared to 42% in 2022, with significant shifts among Democrats, 69%.
All right, let's go to the next thing.
This indicates a growing divide, particularly along generational and political lines. Gallup polls also highlight U.S. trends, with a March 5, 2025
there's your favorite thing,
report showing that
polls.
46% of Americans express sympathy for Israelis compared to 33% for Palestinians, but this margin has shrunk to a new low, reflecting declining support, less than half in U.S. now sympathetic
towards Israel. Ooh, yeah, that war is really not looking good for Israel. It really is not looking good.
No LOL, the rich people are Jews. If anything, it would be the other way around. But what you're saying is a conspiracy theory, and what I'm saying is admitted by both Morocco and America.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and everything that you're saying is not a conspiracy theory. True. You just call me a conspiracy, therefore I'm wrong.
Regional variations. Public opinion varies significantly by region, reflecting historical, cultural, and political differences. In Western countries, particularly the United States, there has traditionally been strong support for Israel, driven by historical alliances, religious ties, and political lobbying. However, recent polls show this support eroding, especially among younger generations and Democrats, as noted in the Pew and Gallup surveys.
Yep.
In the Middle East, opposition to Israel is strong.
Your government admits that they paid off Morocco to recognize Israel. Google it, you brainless retard.
Yeah, I'm not doubting what you're saying. I just don't give a shit. Like, bro, They also paid off the European Union to say that there was a genocide there, but I guess we just pretend that didn't happen, right?
In the Middle East, opposition to Israel is strong, particularly in countries like Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey. For example, a 2007 Pew Global Attitude survey showed that in Egypt and Jordan...
I don't need to prove it.
Give evidence.
You can look it up yourself. I don't need to prove anything.
97% of respondents sympathized with the Palestinians, with only 2% and 1% sympathizing with Israel, respectively, international opinion toward Israel. This trend is consistent with historical tensions and the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In Europe, opinions are more mixed. A 2008 Transatlantic Trends poll asked respondents to rate their feelings toward Israel on a scale from 0, very
I looked
cold.
it up. Nothing. No one claims this, not even Israel.
Ah, good for you. Good for you. Does that make you feel better?
To 100, very warm, with results showing varied support. The USA rated Israel at 62, France at 41, Germany at 47, and the UK at 45, while Turkey rated it at 8, international opinion toward Israel. A 2014 Vox article based on a BBC World Service poll found that in almost every surveyed country in Europe, more people had...
You're making shit up.
Does it make you feel better that you think I'm making crap up? Does it make you feel better to think that? Good for you.
Negative view of Israel, with a global average of about 2 to 1 negative over positive views. How the world sees Israel in one chart. Vox.
I don't know how many times I can say that I just do not care. Like, you literally just said, like, your whole premise is that Hamas is the good guys. Like, it's easy to just write everything that you have to say about this situation as, like, delusional, because you think Hamas is the good guys. Like, bro. Like, I don't really care what you have to say about the situation, because you called Hamas the good guys. Like, bro. Like, good one. You can feel good as much as you want about calling me any name you want to say. Like, it's just...
A 2014 Vox article based on a BBC World Service poll found that in almost every surveyed country in Europe, more people
Yeah, you have no empathy. You only care about yourself and whatever your media says.
No, I have empathy for the...
Oh, Hamas is so bad because they're fighting back.
Yeah, that's what October 7th was, fighting back, yeah. Now, I have sympathy for the Israel people that had to endure October 7th, because, like, it was literally no justification for it. Like, before then, the only thing that Israel did was that there was a blockade because they kept sending rockets into Israel for, like, the past 20 years, and then they decide to do, after sending all those rockets into Israel for the past 20 years, they decide to, let's do an October 7th because the rockets weren't enough. And then they actually did something that actually breached through Israel. And now Israel is the people that now it's the people that have been constantly sending rockets and then did October 7th for the past 20 years. They're the people we're supposed to feel sympathetic when Israel responds to. Now, I'm sympathetic to Israel. They had to endure all, like, the reason they have the Iron Dome is because of Hamas. Since 2006, whenever they got elected within the 20, like, between 2004 to 2000, I forget the exact year. It's one of those. And they've been constantly sending rockets into Israel. Israel has to, like, basically have the Iron Dome, and then and this is all happening within my lifetime because I was born between a specific date and 2006, and then like until now. But I'm supposed to feel bad for the people that had to endure rocket bombing over and over and over again, and then in October 7th. But I guess bro, like, oh, you have no sympathy. I have sympathy for the people that had to endure that, not the people that shot rockets for 20 years, and then I'm supposed to feel bad for when Israel responds to that. Like, that's just so stupid. Like that's just so stupid. Like, I'm just not going to do that. Like, what? I'm just not going to do that. Yes, October 7th was a reply to millions of Palestinians getting murdered or expelled. Yeah, okay, cool. The rockets of Palestinians were made of the scraps of the rockets of Israel. Therefore, it's justified. Yeah, okay. All right, dude. The Palestinians do not have an Iron Dome. Their state is nothing to complain about. Yeah. We can't complain about the rockets shooting over into Israel. Yeah, okay. Because I don't care for the whole oppressor-oppressed bullshit nonsense. It means nothing to me. Like, it really does. It means nothing to me. Like, if you think it's okay to do that because they have worse weapons than Israel, then that's just delusional.
A 2014 Vox article.
Oh.
In Asia and Latin America, opinions are also diverse, with some countries like China and Brazil showing recent shifts to negative views, as per the Morning Consult poll.
China and Brazil. All right. Yeah, I don't doubt that support for Israel is going down because the war does look bad. So Israel, that's why I'm like, when October 7th, Israel should have just responded instantaneously with like one big old...
Yes, those rockets are a reply. Their rockets are literally made from scraps of other rockets that have killed Palestinians. The Jews aren't being attacked. The like scraps.
They're shooting rockets into Israel, but I guess the Jewish people in Israel aren't being attacked by the rockets that they're shooting over to attack Israel. But Israel is not getting attacked. Like, what type of, like, the mental gymnastics you do with this is so weird. It's like you're not even listening to what you're typing. You just type out something, and then when you contradict the statement that you previously just said, you just pretend it doesn't exist. It doesn't make any sense to me. But we're done with that. Let's get back to the video.
The like. Yeah, those rockets are a defense and not an attack, since those rockets are made from scraps of Israeli rockets.
It's defense. That's so... bro. It's yeah, they're shooting rockets into Israel to defend themselves from what? Like, what? Shooting a rocket into Israel, what is that defending against? That makes no sense. You don't shoot rockets into another country to defend yourself. That's so stupid. That's literally an attack.
Yes, but Zionists had the belief that early Zionists, including Theodor Herzl, had the anti-Semitic belief that Jews themselves are the reason for anti-Semitism, that they create anti-Semitism by their very presence because they don't belong anywhere other than their own homeland.
Why
that
is
was
that?
the belief that they had.
And so wait, hold on, wait.
Wait, just one last point.
Yeah.
And the reason and most Jews at that time, they thought this was incredibly anti-Semitic, and they didn't agree with the Zionists, and that's why the first Zionist Congress, they were initially going to meet in Munich, and they had to relocate because both the Reform Jews and the Orthodox Jews protested and said, you can't have this anti-Semitic conference here, and so they had to relocate to Basel. So that is the case of Zionism being a fringe anti-Semitic idea initially.
So Zionism was a fringe idea initially. Obviously, all ideas start off as fringe. Anti-Semitic is a huge stretch.
You can read his own writing.
There's no part in reading his writing where he will say that he's anti-Semitic or say that.
I will be considered an honorary anti-Semite. This is in his work. He says this. Just look up his complete diaries and type in search anti-Semite.
Why does he say honorary anti-Semite?
Because that's what other Jews are accusing him.
No, I believe he even makes this reference in his book, A Jewish Nation. The reason why he says that is because Jews create their agencies to move people into the Levant. He's saying that the Christians in Europe will help us because I will be helping them move all of the Jewish people out of Christian. Yes, correct. But that's not.
They are quite literally grabbing the Israeli rockets and turning them 180 degrees around. They made the rockets from scraps of Israeli rockets. For every Palestinian rocket, it is made from the few parts of Israeli rockets that are left over. Rockets are a defense when it is a reply.
Oh, okay. So Israel, by that logic, Israel's replying to what happened on October 7th with all the war that's going on right now. Those are just replies to what happened on October 7th. Every single thing that they've done since October 7th into Gaza, all those rocket fires, that's just a reply from October 7th. Yeah. It's just a reply. It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life, but okay.
Hold on. That's not, yes, that's not anti-Semitic. That's him acknowledging pragmatically that is...
No, Israel is not replying because they started the war.
Nah. They didn't start the war. Who was the one that did October 7th? It was Hamas. Hamas started the October 7th war.
October 7th is an irrelevant middle point in the war.
That's not an irrelevant middle point. It's the start of the war. It is the start of the bombing of Israel. Israel wasn't bombing Gaza pre-October 7th the way that they're doing right now. Like, it... Oh, yeah. See, this is why I said it's just pointless, too. Like, we're just gonna go in circles, like, oh, but the war started back in 1948.
The start of the war is 1948.
Oh, 1948, yeah, we started 1948. Oh, Yeah, like, it's just retarded. It's just garbage. This is garbage. It's actually garbage. It's so circular. It's so boring. Like, it's so boring, really. Like, it's so cringe, too. Like, they started it first, 1948. Oh, why can't we go back in time to pre-1940? Oh, because Israel was started in 1940. Oh. Yeah, I don't really care. Israel was bombing Gaza. You're just adding the way that they're doing it now. Yes, I'm adding that the way that they're doing it now is obviously way worse than what was going on pre-October 7th. Yes, that matters. The way that they're doing it right now. True. Like, bro, what are you saying?
Jews leave Europe and Jews go to the Middle East and go to Palestine, that the Christians in Europe will help us leave because they hate us so much.
We know. You're going through your dialogue tree because, like, you're going, like, you've already said this. You've already stated, oh, 1940, because there's no Israel. Oh, no Israel, therefore it doesn't matter. Oh! But Jewish people still existed pre-October 7th. So, like, I mean, yeah, that's true, too. But Jewish people still existed pre-1948. So, like, starting at 1948 is just, like, good for you, bro. Like, that's all I have to say to that.
Much. That's not an anti-Semitic idea.
So read.
I don't need to read. I just told you. You disagreed with me with what the context of that quote was.
So it doesn't matter if Israel was born in 1948 or not. Like, Zionist people still existed before that.
You were allowed to be not knowing. So yeah, so it wasn't an anti-Semitic idea.
Read his article, Moshel, which was written in a pseudonym. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's considered a racial slur against Jews. He wrote that. It is full of anti-Jewish tropes. Okay, that is the origin. But anyways, we can move on. You don't have to agree with this. I encourage you to read up on it. But the point is, let's get back to the fact that this is a settler colonial project. Okay, can we agree on that now? We've agreed on that?
So you said that, so if we purchase land because the intent is to create a nation, you would still consider that settler colonialism, yes? This doesn't defeat your argument, so you just agreed with it.
The settler colonial project.
Seaman Holike,
They had a settler.
your bot is blocking my message. Seaman Holike. The NS didn't exterminate the Jews the way they were doing at the end before the JS resisted.
The Nazis. Yeah, it's the auto mod from Twitch.
Colonial project in mind, and the first stage of that was purchase. Their plan was to purchase enough land, then kick out the Arabs from that land, and once they were strong enough,
like, I have no idea what that's supposed to have to do with anything. You're just adding an irrelevant point.
Build an army and then do the rest. And there are explicit quotes about this.
So if I don't understand, if the goal was, if it was always to kick out the Arabs, this is a complaint that's often lodged against early Zionists. Why is it in 47? Why did they accept a partition plan that would have had 45% of their population being Palestinians?
Okay.
Oh, what? What? Yeah. What? If that was the plan, why'd they accept that? Exactly. What?
This is an argument that you've raised on numerous occasions in different debates, and I'm very shocked that you would make this argument. Because
why would you just waste 15 seconds of your answer?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you waste 15 seconds of your answer to not answering the actual question? Just answer the question. Like, it's so like, bro, you're a PhD. Come on, man. Answer the question. You should know this.
Saying that. Why not just, like, answer the question?
Well, you
exactly. Boom.
Seaman Holike.
I don't.
Before insert date of Jewish resistance attack during World War II, the Nazis weren't exterminating them the way they did after, so the Jews started it. Seaman Holike. That's your logic.
No, that's not my logic. Like, I never made a comparison between Nazis and Jews. You're just coming up with that. Like, that makes no sense. So, like, yeah, you could say that's my logic, but obviously that's not. So, but I guess you're just deluded yourself into thinking that's my logic. So, good job for you, bro. You caught me.
Oh, and I'm speaking. I brought up a clear and concise point. I just asked for a response, and we got to, like, well, in 15 different debates.
My logic is I don't give a shit. if you really just don't, like, are you that, like, dense to, like, understand
Seaman
that?
Holike.
Like, just yeah.
Yeah, you didn't make the comparison, but you used the logic I used. Nth comparison. Seaman Holike. Same logic, different words.
No, it's not. It's completely different. Completely different. Oh, so what did I say specifically? Use the exact same words that I used, and then apply it to the logic, to what you just did. What words did I use besides Jew? Like, obviously, I guess Jewish people is the analogy. So use the words that I used, and then compare that to what you just said. And if you can't do that, then obviously you didn't, like, do what I. You obviously took whatever I said out of context.
It's okay.
Jump to it, Javad.
Yeah. So the reason that it's a silly argument is, number one, is you base this first on the argument that they even really accepted the UN partition plan. They tactically accepted the British partition, the UN partition plan, but they always rejected all of the details of it, other than the fact that it gives them a Israeli state from which they can expand. So they didn't accept the borders, and they didn't accept the demography. In fact, we have explicit quotes, not just from, and I've seen what you've discussed with Loner Box. It's not just the 1937 partition plan, but it's also 1947, where they said that they're not going to accept these aspects. And when here, I'll give you the explicit quotes. Here's David Ben Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, December 3rd, 1947. Every school child knows that there's no such thing in history as a final arrangement, not with regard to the regime, not with regard to the borders, and not with regard to international agreements. History, like nature, is full of alterations and change. This is from David Ben Gurion's War Diaries, December 3rd, 1947.
Why is he saying that? What's the point of saying something like
Holike. It blocked my message.
You said that because Israel... Actually, I'll let it read it.
Theman Holike. You said that because Israel didn't bomb Palestine the same before October 7th as after, so thus that's the starting point of the conflict, and I can say the same thing about Nazis. The Nazis didn't exterminate the Jews the same before they resisted as after, so the Jews started it.
You said that Israel didn't bomb the same way after, so... Yeah, but okay, so so we have an October 7th. Where's the October 7th of what happened before Nazi Germany? What's the parallel to October 7th before before the Holocaust? Give me what the Jewish people did to Germany. What is the October 7th of the thing that happened in Germany? Like, that's what make it analogous. What happened? What did they do? What did Jewish people do?
The point is that he always has in mind that he's going because the other Zionists didn't want to accept the partition plan because they wanted all of historical.
Correct. That's right. He has to have these ideas because he has to try to sell. Yes, he has to have these ideas because he has to sell to the Jews there. Hey, we need to accept this partition plan. Listen, I know that you are upset about accepting this now, and it seems like not much. But hey, listen, history is before us. Who knows?
The October 7th of Nazi Germany is when the Jews resisted the Holocaust and attacked German villages, and then after that they unleashed the extermination.
Resisted the Holocaust. No, I'm asking specifically, what did they do to entail the Holocaust? Nothing happened before October 7th. That's my analogy. So what did happen before the Holocaust that the Jewish people...
They killed Germans to resist the Holocaust.
To resist the Holocaust. I'm asking what happened before the Holocaust. Do you not know how to answer a question? What did Jewish people do before the Holocaust?
It did. Before October they were bombing them already.
No, they weren't bombing them they weren't bombing them the exact same way as they were after October 7th. So nothing was going on even remotely close to what's going on after October 7th. So you still haven't answered my question. What did they do pre-October?
But October 7th wasn't before the bombing of Palestine either.
I guess you forgot that there's a difference between bombing Palestine and bombing it exactly the same way that they're doing it right now. So where is the cutoff point? Where is the difference? In this analogy, nothing remotely similar is happening right now pre-October 7th. So where is the analogy?
Please allow my message.
Yes, the same for the Jews. They weren't blanking the Jews. They extract the exact same way before they released, before they resisted. Jewish people were resisting the Holocaust. So tell me, what did Jewish people do to the German people before the Holocaust started? What was that? What was that point? Like, what did they do? We got an October 7th. We know what they did on October 7th. So what did Jewish people do to make the Holocaust become a thing?
Theman Holike. Are you dense?
No, I think you're
Theman
dense.
Holike. I will make a drawing for you.
Oh my god. So you okay,
Theman
so
Holike.
they didn't do anything.
So your toddler brain understands.
So you didn't do it. Okay, all right. So you have nothing. You can't even give me what the Jewish people did before October 7th to actually like to I mean, you can't even tell me what Jewish people did in Nazi Germany to have a parallel for your argument. So obviously your logic doesn't make sense. Yeah, good. There we go. You can't even give the answer to that, so therefore your logic from before, your parallel doesn't make any sense. Good. Thank you. Thank you. You're saying, oh, I'm using the same logic that you did. And now I'm asking you, okay, then put the exact same words and make it perfectly logical. And you can't, because you still haven't given me a thing that they did.
What happened in the future?
He's like, oh, it happened during it. I'm like, bro, they're reacting to the Holocaust. Israel is reacting to October 7th.
Just like how the Jews didn't resist before the Holocaust, the Palestinians didn't resist before the bombings. Theman Holike. Dumbass. Theman Holike. Wait till I draw it so your toddler brain understands.
Yeah, that's great. So just like how Jews didn't resist before the Holocaust, the Palestinian people... No, No, you're lying. This is obviously a lie. The Palestinian people were resisting way before. Like, what do you think the rockets into Israel is? That's resistance. You're shooting rockets into Israel since 2006, at least. What do you say? So you're just lying. The Palestinian people were resisting since 2006. So obviously you're just lying.
So what you just quoted is an example of them accepting the partition plan. They did. Now, if you want, you could try to roll
those rockets into Israel came after the Israeli rockets.
Well, oh wait, I'm sorry.
Theman Holike.
Those rockets.
They made those rockets from scraps of Israeli rockets.
Oh, so those rockets came after.
Theman Holike.
In 2006.
The Jews started the war before 2006.
Oh, they started the. Yeah, because that we're definitely talking about everything that was going on pre-October 7, 2023. Yeah, 2006 was obviously after year 2023, October 7th. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. You're obviously, like, what are you talking about? We're talking about what happened after October 7th. And now you're going to 2006 and being like, obviously the war started way before 2006. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about something specific and now you're going off into La La Land. Like, you're going into La La Land. What are you talking about? That's wild. So, well, now you're not even talking about your old point. Your old point was literally that you're using my logic against me, and you still haven't figured out how to like actually make it analogous. So now you're like getting all upset and saying like, oh, what are you talking about? You ad hominem, you're dumb. Oh, yeah. Okay, bro. Israel won 9 wars. Just wait, bro, I don't give a shit about your drawing.
Historical counterfactual that, well, maybe in the future they would have broken it, but since the Arabs rejected it outright, we'll never know. So it is the fact that
true. Israel's such a badass country. The Arab people tried to like take them out 9 times and they lost all 9 times. And they still, because like if Israel were to just lose one of those 9 wars, they wouldn't exist right now. That's so true. But they're just so bad. They did
indeed accept the partition plan in 47. They did, and the Arabs didn't. Like, they accepted the borders, they accepted the demography.
That is not true. That they accepted. Okay, so here, let's go through the evidence. Okay.
Where's
so this is, by the way,
yes, sir.
An Israeli historian who's written an entire article on this. It's Simha Flappin, myth number 1. Zionists accepted the UN partition and planned for peace. That's chapter 1. Okay, let's go through the evidence. David Ben-Gurion has multiple quotes where he says, quote, a Jewish state in part of Palestine is not an end, but a beginning. Through this, we increase our power, and every increase
I'm so sorry, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't know what your major, like your concentration is for your PhD. Why do you think it's acceptable to give me one quote as a rejection of the argument that I just gave? I just told you that the Israeli people, they accepted multiple quotes is not an argument, sir. You need to show me.
True. Multiple arguments is not an argument.
That they rejected at the UN. Did they reject the partition plan? Did they accept Resolution 181, or did they reject it? They accepted it. We can go and we can read the UN logs. We can look at them.
So my argument wouldn't allow that because I'm saying that they did accept it deceitfully.
Maybe they did, but they did accept it. They did accept it. They accepted it, right? And they did it.
Oh, but they did it deceitfully, so it doesn't matter. Oh, deceitfully. Oh, how can you prove that? Oh, I can't. Quotes. That's my debate strategy. Quotes. Good
The man
one.
whole like. Multiple arguments is not an argument.
No, multiple quotes is not an
The
argument,
man whole like.
bro.
Yeah, it's several.
Oh, this guy said a thing. Therefore, you're wrong. Like, that's what he said. He said multiple quotes. Thank you for trying to do some little manipulative bullshit by saying, oh, multiple arguments? What? What? He said multiple... No, he said quotes. Multiple quotes is not an argument. You retard.
Accept it.
So remember when you said that in a previous debate, you talked about Yasser Arafat being deceitful about Oslo Accords, right? So there, for you, all of a sudden, his deceit, supposedly, which you were wrong about on that point, but let's say that he was being deceitful and saying something else to Arabs or Muslims somewhere else.
That's what you said.
That is factually relevant to you. But here
it is. But I would never say they didn't accept the Oslo.
Watch the
Yeah,
VODs.
I know you really want me to have said that. Yes, true.
Accords. They did accept the Oslo Accords. Now he might have been deceitful. He did it, but they accepted
it. Did you hear me? Didn't you hear me say that they tactfully
Like,
accepted?
whenever you lie, I just don't care. Like, you could keep lying. Like, I'm not. I don't need to prove myself against your false claims. Like, oh, read the VODs. Yeah, okay, yeah, we will.
Accepted it?
That's fine, but then that doesn't. But if they accepted it even tactfully, even if they did it in a sneaky manner, then the Arabs rejected it. That's true. These are true, right?
Chaim Weizmann, the first president in 1937. We shall expand in the whole of the country in the course of time. This is only an arrangement for the next 25 to 30 years. Moshe Sharet in 1947, September. We will get hold of as much of Palestine as we think we can hold. Benny Morris talks about how he never. This is talking about the 1937 partition plan. Avi Schleim talks about the 1947 partition plan, that it was just a tactful. And here is the most damning quote for you. Is Shlomo Ben Ami, who was the former Israeli foreign minister. He says, quote, his acceptance, Ben-Gurion, of this principle of partition, he explained, a week later was an attempt to gain time until the Jews were strong enough to fight the Arab majority. And in early December 1947, this is a few days
Fight the Arab majority for what? Because they thought the Arabs were going to launch war against them. Guess what happened after 47 when the Arabs rejected the partition plan? They went to war against them, yes!
True.
Okay, so this is another mistake that you've made, and this is also another chapter.
Mistake? That's true. That happened. What are you saying? How is that a mistake?
In Simha Flappin's book, where you
The-Man
initially
Holike.
in one.
Link said it clipped by The-Man Holike.
All right. Well, let's see. Did this guy own me? All right, let's go. Let's try this out. Let's see. Maybe this
The-Man
guy
Holike.
owned me.
Listen to what you said. The-Man Holike. Listen.
We're gonna listen to what I said. This guy, I think this guy, we're gonna do a little sidetrack. I think this guy owned me.
The-Man Holike. Multiple arguments is not an argument.
Oh, I hate listening to myself. Oh, wait, failed? Content certificate. Wait, what? Oh, failed to... Oh, okay, What? It failed. Yeah, it failed. It's not playing. Well.
Debate early on, and you fixed it later because you realized it's completely false. Okay. You claimed that the Nakba happened because the Arab states invaded, and then Dan Cohen rightfully explained to you. You said literally that.
Wait, hold up. I was putting the link in wrong. Let me try this again.
The-Man Holike. Look in your Discord DMS.
I didn't realize the link ended at a specific point.
I sent a recording.
Well, this is true. Multiple. Wait, where is this? Is this going on Discord? Arguments is not an argument.
That they rejected at the UN. Did they reject?
Oh yeah, I misspoke. All right, there you go. You got me. I misspoke. When I said multiple arguments, I meant multiple.
in your Disacro DMS.
When I said multiple arguments, I meant multiple quotes. Like I was literally repeating what Destiny said. You got me, bro. You got me. I misspoke. Thank you for catching my misspeak.
They did it, but they accepted
it. Did you hear me? Didn't you hear me say that they tactfully accepted it?
That's fine, but then that doesn't. But if they accepted it even tactfully, even if they did it in a sneaky manner, then the Arabs rejected it. That's true. These are true, right?
Chaim Weizmann, the first president in 1937. We shall expand the whole of the country in the course of time. This is only an arrangement for the next 25 to 30 years. Moshe Sharett in 1947, September. We will get hold of as much of Palestine as we think we can hold. Benny Morris talks about how he never. This is talking about the 1937 partition plan. Avi Schleim talks about the 1947 partition plan, that it was just a tactful. And here is the most damning quote for you. Is Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the...
Look in your DMS.
Yeah, I already... Wait, did it not play?
That's my drawing.
Oh.
Seaman Holike. Do you understand now?
Oh, look. Less murder, October 7th. More murder. Nazi symbol. Less murder, Jewish resistance, more murder. Wow, that's a... Yeah, I know, you're trying to make a very childish drawing into, like, simplifying something that is super complex. Yes, thank you for trying to simplify something that's very super complex, because you have a childish worldview of what you think actually happened in Nazi Germany back then. Yes, thank you. These lines, this is what I got. This is what I got. This is what we got boys.
Where's Neri?
Yes.
Crayons?
Yes, this makes a lot of sense to a third grader, yes. It does. It really does. But, like, the oversimplification of what's going on just shows that how, like, bro. Yes, murder less. October 7th, murder more. Yeah.
So by your logic, if indirectly causing a higher degree of murder against you through defending against that is starting the conflict, then that counts for both Israel and Nazi Germany.
No. It doesn't.
Yes, I know. You have the IQ of a third grader, that's why I made this drawing.
Ah, yes. Because this is what you think I'm saying. This is what you think I'm saying. You think I'm saying a third grade logic thing, when I obviously said, I didn't say less murder, Jewish resistance, more murder. Yeah, I didn't say that. Like, where did I ever say any of this nonsense?
The former Israeli foreign minister, he says, quote, his acceptance, Ben-Gurion, of this principle of partition, he explained, a week later was an attempt to gain time until the Jews were strong enough to fight the Arab majority. And in early December 1947, this is a few days...
Fight the Arab majority for what?
Because
they thought the Arabs were going to launch war against them.
No one thinks this is what you're saying. This is what I am telling you.
Oh, okay, so you made some shit up. And now you're trying to make me look dumb by making some stupid shit up. Okay, thank you. Thank you for admitting that.
Guess what happened after 47 when the Arabs rejected the partition plan? They went to war against them, yes!
Okay, so this is another mistake that you've made, and this is also another chapter in Simha Flappin's book, where you initially, in one debate early on, and you fixed it later because you realized it's completely false, you claimed that the Nakba happened because the Arab states invaded, and then Dan Cohen rightfully explained to you, you said literally that what preceded it was the Arab states invading.
Which is not true. What preceded it were the Arab Palestinians attacking the...
Noah is claiming you said this retard. Theman Holike. This is an explanation.
Why were you bringing up an exclamation that had nothing to do with what I was saying then? Like, you're trying to explain something in the most dumbest way possible when obviously the conflict that we were talking about is very...
Did he use DeepSeek to draw that? It's no grok. The Holocaust started and got more extreme after the Jews defended, just like how the bombings started and then the Palestinians defended during October 7th and then the bombings got worse.
Yeah, but the bombing started from Israel, from Palestine. They would bro.
Yes, dumb people require dumb explanations.
You live in a deluded world. You keep saying, "Oh, Israel has been bombing the Palestinian people," and we literally kept looking this. We looked it up twice now. There was no bombing campaigns made pre-October 7th. Like, bro, do we have to do this again? Did Israel shoot rockets into Gaza Strip pre-October 7th? Uh, 2023. Like, bro, you're just lying at this point. Hey man, what are you talking about? Stop asking an AI. I'd rather ask an AI that's actually legitimately like researching stuff than some rando Twitch person that came onto my stream. Like, bro. Like, bro, like, I think, okay, this is gonna be the end of it. This is gonna be the end of it. This is gonna be the end of it. Bro, the guy that's, this guy, what are we talking about? Right now I'm having a debate with a guy that thinks Hamas is the good guys. That's what's going on right now. And that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. What are we talking about? A guy that literally is having a debate with me that thinks that Hamas is the good guys. That's what we're talking about right now. Like, bro, it is so, actually, I'm just gonna get the conclusion. I'm just gonna get the conclusion. Input text manually.
Based on the research, it seems likely that Israel did not shoot rockets into Gaza before October 7th, 2023.
Wow. Okay, there we go. Like, debate one. Like, bro.
The evidence leans toward a period of relative calm in terms of large-scale Israeli military operations, with escalation only after the Hamas attack. This conclusion is supported by the absence of reports in credible sources for the specified timeframe, though smaller actions may have occurred.
Literally this.
The historical context of previous wars is noted, but these are outside the immediate period of interest.
Yep.
This analysis acknowledges the complexity of the
In other words, anything else that you want to point out pre-October 7th is irrelevant. That's what this
The historical context of previous wars is noted, but these are outside the immediate period of interest.
Which means it doesn't even matter.
This analysis acknowledges the complexity of the Israel-Gaza conflict, where military actions are often debated and sensitive. The findings aim to be diplomatic, recognizing the perspectives of all parties involved, while relying on available data up to the current date, 2:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time on Friday, May 9th, 2025.
Wait, I'm gonna do something. Input text manually.
Worsenary, time to grok and growl. Terrible joke, winking face.
Oh yeah. So like, yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done with the whole I'm just gonna ultimately stop responding to your Israel-Palestine like, you think, like, out of from this entire conversation, you still think Hamas is the good guys, right? I just want to hear you say that. You still think the Hamas is the good guys?
The Israelis, correct. And then the invasion of the Arab states happened in June of 48.
If you don't respond to that question, I'm just not going to respond to anything else you have to say. So, like, do you think you still, out of everything that we've been talking about, you still think Hamas is the good guys? Like, tell me. I just want to hear you say that.
Correct. That's the actual statement.
Yeah. No. Mm-hmm. So first of all, let's accept that you made that mistake at that time. Okay, let's accept that. Can you concede that? Because you said that you don't like how people don't concede things when they should. So
I'm not here to make concessions for statements I've made between 1 and 12 months ago. No, so I'm not.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah, see? Of course. He thinks Hamas is the good guys, and that's why I write off every single thing that he says. So there's no point in talking to you about this topic. You're completely ideologically, like, mind-rottedly stuck in one location. If you think Hamas is the good guys, then it doesn't matter what I say that Israel might or might have not done. You're ideologically captured in one side. There's no point in talking to someone like you.
Not here to concede anything I've said
specifically on that situation. But if you have any other topics you want to talk about, that's fine.
1948 Arab-Israeli War, Palestinian Fedayeen insurgency, Suez Crisis, Six-Day War of Attrition, Yom Kippur War, Palestinian insurgency in South Lebanon, 1982 Lebanon War, South Lebanon conflict, First Intifada, Second Intifada, Israel-Hezbollah War, Gaza War 2012, Gaza War 2014, Gaza War, Syrian Civil War 2021, Israel-Palestine crisis, Gaza War, Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Theman Holike. They used bombs. Theman Holike. I can say all of that to you about Israel.
Ah, it's really good that you know how to pull up history and type it out. And let's pull up the history of the history of the world. Yeah. Why is that relevant? Well, because you just pulled up the history of something. I'm gonna pull up the history of something. What is the history of the world? World history. Oh, cool. Let's play this with the AI thing.
World history encompasses the story of humanity from its origins to the present day, including prehistory, ancient civilizations, medieval periods, and the modern world. It examines human societies, cultures, and interactions across time and space, exploring how events and developments in different regions have influenced each other.
Wow, cool. Human evolution, hunter-gatherers, agriculture revolution, ancient civilization. Woo, wow. That's great. Good for you, man. I feel so good, right? I just pulled up the history and named some stuff and played it. It's great. It's cool. Yeah. Shows how much I really give two shits about a guy that thinks Hamas is the good guys.
Strange that you think that.
Like you think what I just pulled up is completely irrelevant, right? True. Yes. You think what I just pulled up is completely irrelevant. Yes. That's how much I give a shit about a guy that thinks Hamas is the good guys. That should show you where I'm at with your statements right now about the situation.
That 1 year ago, 8 months ago, is that big a stretch of a time?
I've said plenty of incorrect things over the past 7 months, but I'm not here to concede every single one of those things.
I mean, you didn't know where Palestine was on a map in the beginning.
Yeah, and you apparently don't know how to study history. What is your PhD in?
My PhD is in the study of religion at a little.
Okay,
I can tell because you said
it's not related to Israel.
Yeah, that's my point.
37 partition plan like 3 times now. 37 wasn't a partition plan. That was the Peel Commission, which is where they for the first time suggested partition. But there was no partition plan accepted or rejected in 37, and you referred to it as a partition plan like 3 times. So I don't know. But anyway, on this point, on this particular point, in 47, after Resolution 181, after the partition plan was accepted by the Jews and rejected by the Arabs attacked the Jews. And by Arabs, I mean the Palestinians. Is that false?
That is false too.
Theman Holike. Go ahead. Yeah, and those conflicts I gave you are where Israel attacked Palestine with bombs.
Yeah. Yeah. And there was also a lot of back and forth. Yeah. Because the only thing you know how to do is to give a one-sided telling, yeah. You only know how to get yes. Yeah. Israel was the only one that was bombing them. There was no back and forth. They were always getting annihilated, but somehow they're still surviving till this day and have a population boom in Gaza. Yeah. Perfect. True.
Go ahead.
Before I get to that, let's get to your claim that they accepted a 45% Arab population in their new state.
Okay.
This is Menachem Usiskin, chairman.
All these wars, they were just deleting Palestinians, but yet there's still 2 million of them.
Yeah, but we are allowed to bomb them because they are colonizers that come from foreign countries to steal land, you idiot.
Yeah, you keep believing that. You keep telling yourself that.
Jewish National Fund, quote, "We cannot start the Jewish state with half the population being Arab. Such a state cannot survive even half an hour." David Ben-Gurion, quote, "What is inconceivable in normal times is possible in revolution."
Yom Kippur is a Jewish holiday. They were attacked.
Yeah, see, Wartenary, don't listen to anything that this guy has to say.
Jews are still alive to this day.
Like, this guy has a completely backwards way of looking of the, it's a completely one-sided retelling and history revisionist stuff. That's why I'm playing this video right here, because this guy, Destiny's literally gonna tear apart this guy and how, whenever he talks about specific things, he's going to be like, well, actually, no, that's not right. That's why I want to play this, because, this guy in chat is the guy, that is, that literally has, a whole revisionist, history change. Yes, well, that did happen. But, we only talk about the deaths on one side, and we don't care about who antagonized it, who started it. They just said, oh, there was a bad war and Israel won, so therefore the other side must have been oppressed. Even though they might have started it, but it's just minor details. But like the people of the Palestinian side they just don't want to, anything that makes them look bad, they just don't want to talk about. So ordinary, don't take this guy seriously when it comes to anything to do with the history or the war or anything like bad, like anything that has to do, like, that's why I'm watching this video specifically. Like, these two actually like did research into this. I don't know what this guy is talking about. Like, it's the whole victim complex that this guy is like literally talking about. That's it. He has a whole victim complex, and he's surprised that I like got to get good luck, my friend. Say no to the cow, love. Yep. Bro, you can't point at... See, look, like, literally, he's saying I can't point to... Like, his arguments start with, like, bro, you don't know where India is on a map. You can't have an opinion on the situation, bro. Like, I don't give a shit. And he still doesn't understand that. He's still using that argument as if I give a shit where India is. Like, what? Like, this is what I'm saying. He's completely brain broken. Oh man.
Revolutionary times. And if at this time
colonizer's bad, bro. Colonizer's bad. Like, I don't give a shit, man. The only reason I'm in this place right now is because of colonization. Like, but colonize bad, bro. Like, bro, I don't care.
Community is myth, and what is possible in such great hours is not carried out.
Oh, why should I think a guy who doesn't know basic biography
He's literally telling
history?
that quote reinforces everything I'm saying.
I'm not saying you need to listen to me. I'm literally watching a video of two people that actually studied this situation. So, like, when did I ever say that you need to listen to me? That's why I said I don't give a shit what you have to say. It doesn't mean that you have to give a shit what I have to say. Like, I never said that you needed to listen to what I'm saying. Like, bro, like, what?
Understand that it's really hard to have a 45% Arab population, but revolutionary times can lead to radical measures. We can do this. That's the whole point of what you just quoted.
No, he's not. You're completely false. He's talking about forced relocation. David Ben-Gurion in December 1947, you said that he accepted 45%. He said, quote, can be no stable and strong Jewish state so long it has a Jewish majority of only 60%. That's in December 1947. 1 month before planned Dalit in February 1948.
In December 47, the Civil War had already started. Of course, the Arabs were already sieging and attacking the Jews at that point. Yes, they had barely just broken through and gotten back to Jerusalem. No, of course he would believe that in December 47. What do you mean fine? The timelines are important.
The timeline is definitely important.
Yeah.
Let's get to your next false claim,
Okay.
which is the claim that the Civil War began due to, first of all, you made the point about Arab rejectionism, so let's get rid of that.
Okay.
That's not the case. The Arab states didn't invade. Let's get rid of that.
Do you admit at least that they rejected the partition plan? That 181 was rejected by the Arabs?
Okay, and do you know that you have said in so many other debates that UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding? How many times have you stated that in other contexts?
Because sometimes they aren't. But what does that have to do with anything?
Sometimes they aren't.
Just what I said. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't.
Did you know that oh, really? Why is this one binding and the other one not binding?
I'm not actually sure if this one would have been binding or not. Chapter 6, I think, are generally binding. Chapter 7 generally are binding, I think. But regardless, I'm just saying that they didn't accept it.
Yeah, they didn't accept it, but they didn't launch a war. They weren't prepared for war.
I know they weren't prepared for war, but they...
Simha Flappin says, and it's backed up by Benny Morris's own quotes, even though Benny Morris will say that the Arabs started it, his own work reveals that they didn't. They weren't prepared for war. What happened was, after the partition plan, there was protests. Some of them broke out into riots, and some of them broke out into attacks, just like the 1936 and 1939 Arab revolt that happened, and prior riots that had happened. It wasn't a war, okay? It was the Irgun and the Lehigh terrorism that contributed to an escalatory procedure which led to the war. And the Haganah was prepared for war. So on the one hand, you have people who are reacting to a decision and rioting, and on the other hand, you have people who are have been preparing for a race war or ethnic war. These are not morally equivalent at all. Okay. In fact, Benny Morris has multiple quotes in which he's saying that a few months into it, they're not even sure is there a war. Elon Pape has mentioned how after a while the Zionists were like, it sucks that this resistance and this discontent has petered out, and the Palestinians are accepting this because we need the context of war. All right, because Zionists always need pretext, and that's one thing that you're correct about. That Zionists always do seek pretext.
Very convenient that the Arabs always give that to them. I don't know why we're conflating and mixing up. I don't know why we're mixing up so many timelines. The 36 and 39 revolts have nothing to do with the partition plan that comes in 47. Ben-Gurion making statements in December of 47 would make sense, given that in November the partition plan was rejected and the Civil War broke out. Are we saying that never happened? That there were never groups of Palestinians that were firing on convoys that had cut off the Haganah Israelis from even getting to the city? Are we saying that all of this never happened? There was no organized fighting going on here? Do you not believe that in 47, at the end of 47, did the Palestinians engage in organized fighting against the early Israel, I guess, or it wasn't Israel yet? Did they engage in this due to the partition plan, due to the rejection of the partition plan and Israel's acceptance of it? Do you agree with that or do you not agree with that?
So I'm going to read to you a quote.
Do you agree to that or do you not agree with that? You can disagree and then read a quote. I'm just curious. Do you agree or do you not agree with that? Do you agree that the rejection of the partition plan of 181, the rejection of that plan is what led to the Arab Palestinians launching a civil war, a war against the Jews that were in that area?
I already told you that it was not the Palestinians who launched the war.
Who was it?
Okay? It was the Zionists who launched the war. Specifically, it was the Irgun and the Lehi. The only reason why
the Irgun and the Lehi were first of all, these are very, very minor segments of
that is
the
not
Israeli.
True at all.
Of course, it's true. Yes, they are.
That's not true. In fact, you try to discount them, but in fact, there are Israeli prime ministers who come from their ranks.
Yeah, like who? Yeah,
the Likud. Oh yeah.
Yeah, who?
Like Shamir.
Yeah.
Menachem Begin.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, Begin came from the Irgun, right? Do you realize that he sailed on a ship and it was destroyed by the Haganahs? They tried to bring arms into Israel in 48. It was destroyed because the Haganah hated the Irgun so much that as Menachem Begin was literally on a boat back to shore, he's like, man, I've gotten killed by Nazis, by Polish people, and now by Jewish people too. It's insane. The fact that you're citing a prime minister as though it lends credence to the Irgun, who was a prime minister 30 years after the date, doesn't satisfy or justify any of the arguments you're making.
One point. Forgive me, guys. It's just that this is a super high-level conversation, which is awesome. It's just that if we can draw it back to the big picture for anybody who just tuned in, or even for people who have been listening
to be clear, there is no big picture. Every single time, not for some reason, I understand why. The Palestinian myth requires like a misstatement of every single historical fact, and then an obscurement with these massive macro modern terms for how to describe like movements. It's apartheid. It's settler colonialism. It's not classical settler colonialism.
Is Simha Flappin a pro-Palestinian activist? Or is he an Israeli historian?
If he says, I like how he just completely ignores the fact that Destiny said anything. He's just like, well, let me ask you another question, because like Destiny, you're not technically wrong with anything that you're saying, but let me ask you another question.
That Israelis were engaged in ethnic cleansing for no reason in 47, then yes, that would make him an activist. Yes, if he uses terms like ethnic cleansing or that planned Dalit was a pre-planned action to expunge.
Benny Morris has said it's an ethnic cleansing.
When?
He has, okay, okay, what, are you going to concede anything?
When? You don't even answer the question. Now you're just going to ask another question, bro. PhD dude, actually answer something. What?
If I show you that he's calling it an ethnic cleansing?
I would tell you that he's calling it, I'm just asking it, what period, what time period is he referring to an ethnic cleansing? What thing are we talking about right now?
The Nakba. He's talking about the Nakba.
If you go by a modern interpretation, then yes, but the biggest contention of the Nakba isn't that it was an ethnic cleansing, right?
Well, of course that is.
No, the biggest contention is whether or not it was pre-planned. That's the whole point. That's the whole reason why people debate over planned Dalit. It wasn't whether or not it was an ethnic cleansing. Benny Morris will say that it was an ethnic cleansing. He'll say that it happened as a result of the war that all of the Arab nations started against Israel. The big contention is whether or not they pre-planned it or not, which is what you're using 4 quotes to try to show they did.
No, okay. Do you want to show me? Okay, here's another place where you're wrong. Where you.
Wow, he just completely sidetracks because he knew that Destiny was right. Now, oh, well, you were right about this one, but here's another place where you are wrong. So we're going to completely ignore what Destiny just said. You're not going to disprove it in any way because he's a PhD, so he should be able to disprove him. But no, he's just going to completely ignore that Destiny said anything and move on to a different point. Come on now, PhD guy. Like, you're supposed to know these things. Like, you're supposed to be running circles around this guy.
You claimed before.
Not literally, not running away from certain points that he's making. Like, that's what he's doing.
This was in your debate with Eddie Liger. You, meanwhile, showed one quote, which was a spurious quote, which even Benny Morris has said is spurious. That's the Azam Pasha quote.
I'm going to pause, and I'm going to AFK just for like a minute, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. right. Boom. We're back. We're back. I had to do a thing. But now that thing is over. So I'm not gonna tell you what that thing is though. So yeah, whatever. Anyways, let's continue.
So you use the Azam Pasha quote that every Zionist.
I need a mini break because I've been streaming for how long now? Since the morning. 4 hours. Damn, it felt like longer than that, actually.
Candace uses, which is the one that you used. And you use that in order to claim that the Arabs wanted to drive the Jews into the sea. So you use one solitary quote to make your claim.
Can you give me like some context? What was this in relation to, or what was it describing?
The Azam Pasha quote?
Yeah, I don't. What is the quote, and what were we arguing?
General of the Arab League. He was the Secretary General of the Arab League, and you used.
Was this in '67 or?
No, this was before the Nakba. Okay.
Okay.
So you use one solitary quote to make the claim of ethnic cleansing. I'm telling you that Benny Morris himself has written an entire book on it. A book chapter on it. It's called The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited. Chapter number 2, which is in the expanded version, he talks about the idea of transfer in Zionist thinking, in which he says there was a consensus or near consensus amongst Zionists for transfer.
In what year?
From before 1947. All the way up, and then so the only difference between Benny Morris and the other.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, but like you don't know any of the pre-47 history. Like I don't know how to talk to you. When you speak in a broad brush, there are distinct time periods from 1880 up to 1947. If you just say, oh well, they believed in transfer for all of these things, conditions changed. The Arab revolts in 36 to 39 changed. The Peel Commission changed things. The Jewish revolts from 40 to 44 changed things. The expiration of the mandatory period of 47 changed things. The Civil War in 47 changed things. The invasion of the other Arab states changed things. You can't just speak with us whole time period in a broad brush. It doesn't make any sense.
The Peel Commission.
Bro, like Destiny is literally annihilating a PhD guy. Like, bro, this is so true. Like the PhD guy is literally just saying, well, yeah, pre-1947, yeah, it was all kind of just like this. And Destiny's like, you're a PhD, you should know what happened like just to generalize what happened before then is so like intellectually like completely dishonest. It is like it's wild. It's wild. He's a PhD. He should know this. But he's still gonna use generalizations to make stuff up. Like that's just wild. And I like that Destiny just calls him out on that. Thank you.
I want to make sure. Hold on.
The Wikipedia warrior calls out the lack of information that the PhD has. True.
I do want to jump in just to be sure that it's awesome. You guys have passion. I do want to be sure that each of you has your own time where you're not interrupted by the other. So I do want to, without going into time sections, just remind you that if one is speaking, if you can hold off until they're done. And I trust that neither of you will dominate the time because both of you are so experienced.
Okay, so as far as the idea of forced transfer, there are scholars who have written about, like Nur Masallah has a whole book on this. Israel Shahak has a book chapter on this. Benny Morris has a book chapter on this. They talk about the idea of transfer from the beginning of Zionism all the way to the Nakba. And so what they have said is it became a consensus, okay, by the 1930s and 40s is what Benny Morris writes, to...
by after 39, after the Arab revolts from 36 to 39, it started to become a consensus more.
Let's give.
I'm telling you what Benny Morris
for a second.
Benny Morris doesn't believe that 47 was an ethnic cleansing. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Are you serious? I just showed you the quote.
What was the quote?
Okay, so why don't you start? I'll get the quote ready, and you can get your next point, and then I'll give you the quote.
We can't speak broadly from the 30s to the 40s. My understanding
what I'm telling you is that it was a consistent viewpoint throughout that entire period.
I don't believe that it was. I think that even through things like the Haran massacre in 1920, even through things right up, I think, until the Arab revolts in 36, right up to that point, I think there was still some idea that it might be possible for the two people to live together. That's why the Peel Commission, that was the commission that was conducted in 36, I think presented in 37, was such a big deal. It was the first time when people were like, oh shit, maybe this isn't working. Okay, and then they kind of went back and forth, and both sides were like, oh, probably not going to work. And then in 47, there was the big, okay, we're going to partition, largely along what was discussed in the Peel Commission. The Jews accepted, which is strange, given they want to expel all these Arabs, they would accept 45% of them, okay, being on the new country that they're going to accept. And then the Arabs rejected, and then the Palestinians engaged in war against the Israeli Jewish people there because they wanted to expel them, obviously, of course. And I'm even sympathetic toward wanting to expel them, of course. You feel like they're fucking invaders. Why would you not? And then after they lost, then all of it, what?
You said you're pro-genocide, so I agree with you. But you meant ethnic cleansing, but not...
Well, listen, if I am pro-genocide and I go to the Middle East and I'm surrounded by a bunch of Arabs, I would be in good company in 48, okay? Because they all wanted to get rid of the Jewish people there, obviously, of course, right?
Okay.
And then in 48, all the rest of the Arab states went to Israel, and they also tried to fight, and they lost. Yes.
Okay. So let me just quote Benny Morris now, because you asked for Benny Morris. So he's saying by the 1920s and 30s, quote, This is from the book Birth on page 59. A consensus or near consensus formed amongst the Zionist leaders around the idea of transfer. All understood that there was no way of carving up Palestine which would not leave in the Jewish designated area a large Arab minority or an Arab majority, and that no partition settlement with such a demographic basis could work. Then on page 43, the logic of transfer solution to the Arab problem remained ineluctable. Without some sort of massive displacement of Arabs from the area of the Jewish state to be, there could be no viable Jewish state. And then you're talking about the only difference between him and others is that he refuses to say that it was a plan. He instead says it was a pattern. That's all. And then he says in his reply to Karsh, it's Refabricating 1948, that's the article, because Karsh is one of those guys who's like you, denying the ethnic cleansing. This is what Morris writes to him. Quote, perhaps I erred in not attributing enough weight to the Zionist transfer predisposition in explaining what actually happened in Palestine in 1948. Done. That's it. So he's admitting that there was this consistent, near consensus, and all of a sudden you have that exact same thing happening. You have statements going.
You understand, just as a real quick thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that's his euphemism.
Hold on, no. You understand that, like, yes, for instance, so wait, would you have considered if they would have accepted Partition 181? Is that ethnic cleansing?
What's Partition 181?
If UN General Assembly.
Bro, Mr. PhD guy doesn't know this. What? Bro, this is okay. All right. Like, bro, I have a piece of paper, PhD guy, and this is like his study, I think, right? How do you not know this?
Resolution 181, which is the official name given to the 1947 partition plan. Yes, it was the partition plan. Okay, right. If they would have accepted that, would you have considered that ethnic cleansing?
Absolutely not, because the resolution specifically said not to do that. It said to protect the minorities.
It didn't explicitly say not to do. Ethnic cleansing doesn't even exist as a term, so why would it explicitly say not to do that?
Use the word ethnic cleansing.
No, there was no understanding of ethnic cleansing. This is a very modern understanding thing.
They specifically said to protect the minorities within those two states, okay? Which is different than the Peel plan, in which the Zionists convinced the British to do forced transfer.
No, the Peel. I don't even think there was a Peel plan. I don't know what you're referring to. The Peel Commission was when partition was recommended because they didn't get along with each other.
You know, when you call it Partition 181, then you're okay messing up terms. But when you're saying that I'm using a euphemism, I mean, anyways.
Wait, what was the Peel Commission again? I'm sorry, I don't remember. Can you explain it to me? Wait, can you explain what that even was? Yeah.
So that was a plan of giving a Jewish state in a small percentage of the land, about 25%, I believe, or so, and it required the forced transfer of the transfer, either voluntary or forced, of Arab minorities in that region. And so the Zionists were the ones who came up with that idea because, again, that was their consistent
viewpoint. That's not, I don't know what, we're just looking at. So what was happening was there were multiple white papers, I don't need a quote. I don't live in quotes, okay? You're a PhD, you should be doing better than quotes, okay?
True!
British had discovered, the British and the Jews, and the Wikipedia would honestly be doing way better right now than whatever the quotes you're reading from, okay? Than cherry picking quotes, okay?
Yeah,
it would be helpful for you. It would be helpful for you. The British had realized, and all the people who lived there had realized, okay, that it wasn't working. Something wasn't happening, or something wasn't working. So Peel sent people. He sent a commissioner to Palestine, to the mandatory area, to do an analysis and figure out what the fuck is going on. Why isn't this working? So they go there, they do a big analysis, they do a census, they figure out like who's paying taxes, who's built stuff, like why isn't it working? You know what's going on, and then they come back and they present their findings and they say, hey, this is what's going on. Maybe it seems to be the case that because these two people's differences are irreconcilable, they might have to split up. That's it. It wasn't like a huge like a plan to split everybody, and the Zionists were doing it. It was an analysis of what was going on in the area, commissioned by the British, by Peel.
So the things that you're talking about, yes, there was the King-Crane Commission report of 1919, which was looking into what the violence was caused from. There was the 1939 white paper, these were different evaluations of the area. And of course, they did that in the Peel thing, but the Peel thing was a plan for partition. And the Zionists accepted it. In fact,
but that's not ethnic cleansing.
It's forced transfer.
It wouldn't have been if it's an accepted agreement. That's not forced transfer.
If it's against the wishes of the population, then it's ethnic cleansing.
But it wasn't. The British weren't going to do it. It was just it was a suggestion.
It was absolutely the British who were going to do that. In fact, Ben Gurion said it has to be the British who does that because we don't want to look bad.
Because so why didn't they do it then?
Because the plan was scrapped. There was the Arab revolt.
Yes, and the Arab revolts, by the way, were a huge reason why the Palestinians lost so badly in 47. They crushed the Arabs there. But if they wanted to implement
the colonial power crushed the indigenous population.
And if they wanted to implement some huge split, some huge like establishing of a Jewish state, why wouldn't they have just done it in 39 after they chased out like basically all the Arab leadership and crushed the middle class? The British were never going to implement the Peel Commission, right? That was just the analysis
they did. There were different factions amongst the British. There were some that were Zionists and there were some that had more pro-Arab viewpoints. So what happened was in the Peel Commission, it was a Zionist-facing plan, and then things changed. Especially with the war, war and all this kind of stuff, things changed. Yes. So the different plans differ. So the 1939 white paper, for example, guess who liked that better than so the Arabs like that better, right? And how did the Zionists respond to that? Do you know? They initiated waves of terrorism. Okay, and the waves of
Why
terrorism
did they initiate waves of terrorism?
Against the British.
Yeah, why?
Because the British were backing off from partition and said the majority of the population does not want partition, that it's not feasible, and therefore we should give this country, we should eventually move towards a democracy, and that's what we should move toward representative government. And that's what the Arabs wanted. That's what the Palestinians wanted.
That's what happened in 1940. The Brits said, we're going to make a representative democracy with the Arabs in Palestine. The first of all of its kind in 39. And then the Jews were like, no democracy, we're going to go do terrorism against the Brits. That's what happened?
It's 1939, the white paper, yes. So I don't know what you're talking about. In fact,
Destiny's so surprised that this guy actually believes that delusion.
1920, there was the Syrian Congress in which they created the Arab Kingdom of Syria.
Which lasted for how long? Syria had a revolution and a coup like every 2 years for like 3 decades, bro.
Really?
Yes.
Who crushed it?
I don't know what the Mossad patriots that existed before the state of Israel did.
The French and the British, including the Christian Zionists. And you know who didn't sign on to the constitutional monarchy with equal rights for all religious minorities? The Zionists.
You understand in 1940, the big reason why I don't know where this fantastic story, or maybe I do, I don't know, maybe it came from a friend of yours, but the idea that in 1940, the reason why the Jews were fighting against the British because they were upset that a democracy was going to be created is not true. What they were mad about was, what you don't mention is after the Arab revolts, the British said, hey, in order to like kind of ease tensions in this area, we're going to walk back on our agreement that we made with the Jewish people in the Balfour Declaration. We're going to say, we're going to heavily restrict immigration. And you know what was happening at that same time? And I know how much you guys hate to talk about this, but there was the Holocaust going on. And there were a lot of Jews that were really fucking mad that people were being death camped and they couldn't actually go to Palestine because the Brits had said no more immigration. There are famous stories of certain boats full of Jewish people being turned back. So that's why they were mad, yes.
And you know what the Zionists did?
They did a whole wave of terrorism from 40 to 44.
Not only that, they prevented immigration of Jews to other countries. They put on pressure for the U.S. and the British not to accept Jewish refugees. Ben Gurion has a famous quote. Ben Gurion has a famous quote where he says that I would rather I save only half of Europe's Jewish children and they come to Palestine rather than all of the Jewish children if they go elsewhere.
You live in quotes. I love your quotes. That is true. When he was having a conversation about how he felt about people fleeing, that wasn't a policy position, and he certainly didn't encourage people not to accept Jewish refugees. He didn't need to. The entire world hated Jews. It didn't matter.
Lobbied for the immigration restrictions. In fact, they even did a famous case where they bombed a ship, dude.
Oh, like in Baghdad, those Jews. That was all done by the Mossad as well, right? The Baghdad bombings were done by Jews too, right?
Yeah, that was
of course it was. Yeah. What else? What other ones do we have here?
Everything was done by the Jews. It's all the Jews' fault, man.
You're denying that that's.
There's no evidence that that's the case, but I know everything you believe. I've done all of these before. All these conspiracies. Yeah.
So is Avi Schleim?
Avi Schleim. I don't know. It depends. I would have to see him write up. Your problem is Avi Schleim is generally a pretty good historian, so I seriously doubt that he's saying whatever he's going to claim.
Okay, how much? Okay, I have the book right here. 3 Worlds.
I hope you got a sticky note with a quote ready for it.
Oh, I'll
the USS Liberty, that was intentionally bombed by the Jews, right?
He lives in quotes, the PhD guy.
Of course it was bombed. Yes,
intentionally, I asked. They knew it was a U.S. ship and they bombed it, right?
Okay, quote, page 129.
Yeah. Another quote. He's ready to go.
Some part in persuading the Jews of Iraq to immigrate to Israel is beyond dispute. The big question is who planted the bombs. The evidence I have unearthed provides a partial answer to this question. 3 of the 5 bombs were the work of the Zionist underground in Baghdad.
Wow.
Avi Schleim.
Backed by, there it is.
Mind coding, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I use books instead of Wikipedia.
Yeah, you should try doing it on Kindle next time instead of having your little notes in the books. You understand that the quote that you gave didn't actually support like the argument that the state of Israel was engaged in terrorist attacks on other countries in order to try to force the
Zionist underground.
First of all, even that claim is contentious, which Avi Schleim is saying right there, right? This is already a contentious claim based on new information that he's unearthed.
I'm not saying that it's
number 1. Okay,
number 2.
Okay, well, it seemed you implied that it was 100%, but.
Okay, I'm sorry that you think that, Stephen. All right, so let's go through the list of things that you've gotten wrong so far.
We don't even agree on that history.
Benny Morris, settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing. I gave you the quote by Benny Morris on that.
You did.
Did I, or do you need it still?
What was the quote again? What page? I'm sorry. Just give me the.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get that for you. And the reason. It's hard to find the exact quote when you need it, but it's definitely
the fact that he wrote in like 2016 an article for Haaretz saying Israel conducted no ethnic cleansing in 1948.
Yes,
that cut against your article? Okay, but he changed his mind, I guess.
He changed his mind because he became a propagandist.
Gotcha.
And so in 2014, Haaretz interviewed. They perpetrated ethnic
cleansing. Okay, so I like when people have my worldview, but as soon as they stop having my worldview, they become propagandists. They got paid off, guys. Yeah. The moment they start disagreeing with me, they're propagandists. True.
Cleansing. There are circumstances in history that justify ethnic cleansing. I know that this term is completely negative in the discourse of the 21st century. He's not saying don't use the term for past events like you do. And then he says, but when the choice is between ethnic cleansing and genocide, the annihilation of your people, I prefer ethnic cleansing. And that was the situation in 1948. That was the situation. That is what Zionism faced. a Jewish state would not have come into being without the uprooting of 700,000 Palestinians. Therefore, it was necessary to uproot them. There was no choice but to expel the population.
Why was it necessary to uproot them?
The villages.
Why was it necessary to uproot them?
Because Zionism has the belief that you need a super majority of Jews, which is at least 80%. And so because they believe that non-Jews...
It wasn't because there was a civil war going on?
The civil war came after the Zionists decided to initiate the war, correct?
It didn't. No, it started. It started with the civil war. It started with the Arabs fighting the Israelis after the rejection of 181.
I already showed you that as Simha Flappen has...
Bro, why are you not contending with what he's saying? He's literally giving you, citing a legit place, a partition, and you're like, nah.
Shown in quite detail, and Benny Morris's book will also prove this, is that Lehi and Stern Gang were the ones who, through an escalatory process, started the war.
Like, he's just not engaging with what Destiny's saying. Like, Destiny's literally citing a legit thing, but he's just not engaging with it. He's just going off into his own little world, saying, but I said this, though.
Because they kept bombing Arab villages. And
in response to Arabs attacking Jews.
No.
As they had been in the prior 2 decades.
They attacked... So the Haganah had the policy of restraint for a couple of months. And was
my God. So he's not even going to say that what Destiny just said is a lie. He's just going to skip over it and say, well, the only reason that happened is because...
They did defensive retaliation. Now, their version of defense was if an Arab village, even one person attacked them, that will attack the entire village. That's their defensive, and that's Israel's policy. Now, forever. But the Stern Gang and the Lehi said no.
Yes, attack someone and you're going to get attacked 10 times harder. Yes, true. Just don't attack them if you don't want to get attacked. Like, bro, what?
We're not going to restrict it. We're going to do a preemptive attack against Arab villages. So you're wrong on this.
The Lehi and the Irgun might have engaged in preemptive warfare, but one, they were doing it in response to decades of Arab violence prior to that. It didn't come out of nowhere, number one. And number two, those 2 groups were very small groups that were rejected by the Haganah.
The Haganah and the Irgun and Lehi worked together at various times in history, including during the war we're talking about, the War of Independence. All of them were folded into the IDF.
They were folded into it because they were disbanded. Yes, they were folded into the IDF because they were radical, because they were hard to control.
Integrated into the IDF.
They weren't just integrated. This is why when you brought up, that's great, that's fine. And
the Stern Gang, the leader, there's streets in Israel named after him.
Go ahead, Stephen.
You understand that, like, the event that I'm referencing, when Begin was coming in on a ship with weapons through the Irgun, that the Haganah fired on that ship and destroyed it and stole those weapons and didn't allow the Irgun to have those weapons, right?
The reason is because the Haganah feared that if there was violence against the British, and especially while the British were still there, the British would retract their support, and that would create a problem.
Wait, the British retract their support when?
So they were the mandatory power. So if they upset the British wouldn't allow there to be partition. So they knew that they can't. That's why they waited for the British to leave before they really, escalate the warfare.
No. They waited for the British to leave because that's when the mandatory period expired, and then they voted on what the country should look like afterwards.
You yourself have already said the Civil War already started before that period, correct?
No, the Civil War started right after the Arabs rejected the partition plan.
Exactly.
In 47. Yeah, as the British were already leaving. That was the point of the partition plan, is what would it look like afterwards.
So now, do you see how you're changing everything that you say? What I'm trying to tell you is that they didn't want to piss off the British during certain periods of time, and that's when they said to exhibit restraint.
No, you're already past from 40 to 44. The King David Hotel bombing, all this shit had already happened. The Jews didn't give a fuck about the Brits by 47. Like, the shit was fucked. That's why the Brits, part of why they wanted to just leave and get out. From 40 to 44, the Jews had already engaged in terrorist attacks and everything against the Brits that were there.
Yes, the Irgun and Lehi, and at various times the Haganah. But it depends on the situation. So when the Haganah thought it was strategic, they did it. Otherwise, they opposed it. And sometimes the Haganah showed some restraint. So this is, like you always say, be complex and nuanced. This is what I'm asking you to be right now. Okay, so I think we should move on because we've already gone to the point of, you're claiming... Okay, the other thing, the only other point that I think we should get to is the idea that the Arab states... Yeah, go ahead.
Just if you're able to turn your mic up just a smidge, Javon, just to be sure that we... someone in chat was saying... And I just want to be sure they can hear you as clearly as possible.
I don't know how to... Does that do the trick right there?
Not a problem. Frankly, I think it's good. Go ahead.
Okay. You have said that the Arab states intended to ethnically cleanse the Jews, correct?
I don't like the term ethnic cleansing is stupid.
Did they plan on massacring the Jews or kicking them out?
In 48? Yes. 47, 48, yes.
When they attacked?
In 47, 48?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
When the Arab states were involved. Okay. So, first of all...
Hold on. Sure, I have. Because now I'm not sure we're going. So here's what I would say. the public rhetoric, and I think the citizens of these countries were eager to see that happen, which is, I think, how the Arab states, the surrounding Arab states, because
where's your proof for that?
Because that was the Mufta in Jerusalem, the leader of the Palestinians at the time, wanted to see the Jewish people expelled. The Mufti, my bad, whatever, the guy that worked with fucking Hitler, okay? And the surrounding Arab states were obviously no fan. Initially, yes, because they hated the Brits.
And there was a Havara agreement.
I promise we'll kick it right back over to you, Javad. I just want to hear the rest of Stephen.
The rhetoric from the surrounding Arab states was obviously that they needed to defend the Palestinians, especially because of the Nakba, but the term partially originally coined because of the idea that the Arabs had failed to defend their population from being expelled by the Israelis. When they came in and fought, there was ostensibly this idea of kicking them out, but I think that each individual nation was probably a little bit more concerned with their own borders and their own kind of like territorial conquest than actually committing to a hard expulsion of the Jews. One, because they didn't have the military might or organization to do it, and two, because it was safer and easier to just conquer some territory and chill. I think that's probably why Egypt stopped in the Gaza Strip. It's probably why Jordan stopped after they had the West Bank, and it's probably why Syria stopped when they conquered a little bit in the north. Maybe they could have pushed further, but I don't know like how super committed to it, because Pan-Arabism after the defeat of the Ottoman Empire was always kind of like a myth and a dream, as we saw over the intervening decades, where nothing really happened, even though they kind of say it. So that's my nuanced answer to whatever. We go over there. Yeah,
I appreciate it. So, okay, so in the past you have said, and I think it's important, I'm not trying to I'm glad that if you're shifting your opinion, that's great. But the reason why I think it's important is because it's a standard Zionist talking point, and it's a powerful talking point, which is the idea that the Arab states wanted to invade and ethnically cleanse or massacre the Jews. That's still that's what the majority of Zionists think, right? So let's go through that.
What do you think from the river to the sea means? You're going to ethnically get rid of all the Jews from Israel because you guys don't want them to be there. So yes, you are going to be ethnically cleansing the Jews from Israel.
One by one, let's see what the evidence shows. Number one, the Arab states were reluctant to attack. They were compelled into war by the angry public, who was reacting to what? Reacting to the Nakba. There were all these Palestinian refugees.
They were reacting to the Palestinians losing in 47, yes, and 48, yes.
They were not them losing. They were reacting to them fleeing their homes in terror from the massacres.
Because they lost their civil war.
Because they were being massacred. No, they were being massacred. You don't have to be massacred. So Hutus and Tutsis, right? I know that you're a pro-ethnic cleansing guy, but normal people, when they see people getting ethnically cleansed, don't think that's something that you go, yeah, that's cool that they lost. Okay, but anyways, here's what General John Glubb said, and this is quoted in Morris's book 1948, page 181. The Arab statesmen did not intend war, he writes, and they knew that they were heavily outmatched by the Zionist entity. They only very reluctantly and lethargically mobilized for war because, quote, none could ignore the Palestinian Arab tales of massacre and exodus. Morris, page 182 of 1948. The stated objective for the war, what was it? It wasn't what you claimed in many debates before, that it was to ethnically cleanse. It was to save the Palestinians from the massacres that were taking place. Quote, Morris, 1948,
wait. You think that, hold on, so you think that in 48, you think the surrounding Arab states would have just wanted to fight to what, the partition borders in 181?
So let me tell you exactly what they were trying to fight for. They were trying, and this happens in multiple times in history.
Are you just going to say to save the Palestinians without actually...
Well, can I finish? Is that okay? So number one is, yes, they were forced by the public to at least publicly say that's why we're going to, and reluctantly they went to war. And number two is they were desperately hoping for international intervention to stop the war. That's why they went to war, okay? And they hoped that if they showed enough strong force initially, the international body would get involved, America would get involved. In fact, America did get involved. The Americans got involved and the British got involved. There was an British proposal, there was an American proposal, that both proposals the Zionists rejected, okay?
There was already a proposal. It was called Resolution 181. The Arabs rejected it. Kind of hard to go back to that after you reject it, start a civil war, and lose.
So I already told you that the Zionists also rejected every
They didn't, though. They
part
accepted it. You're saying they sneakily rejected it. They didn't. They accepted it in whole.
No, they didn't. They falsely accepted it. Okay, so when you accept the resolution, it's...
How do you falsely accept something? What does that even mean? Oh, they accepted it and wrote their names on the paper, but they were lying the whole time. What are you saying?
Okay, if I say, if there's a resolution that you can't have a nuclear weapon, is it okay to say, yes, I accept that, and then go and make a nuclear weapon? Would that be acceptable to you?
Asking me if it's okay to do it is different than asking if it was accepted.
If a country said, yes, if Iraq, let's say there was a resolution passed.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a manipulation bullshit that he was trying to pull there. Like, we're talking about accepting, not if something is okay. Like, what? Thank you for changing the subject without actually saying it. That's the little... See, this is the thing I was talking about. The little manipulative, argumentative bullshit that this guy... that Destiny does. He instantly seizes it and tries to correct it, because like he's sidetracking and Destiny wants to be on focus
against Iraq, that you can't have nuclear weapons.
And then I said,
I'm saying he accepted the resolution,
okay,
and then he goes
to go back a little bit.
So when you accept the resolution, is it okay if I say, if there's a resolution that you can't have a nuclear weapon, is it okay to say, yes, I accept that, and then go and make a nuclear weapon? Would that be acceptable to you?
Asking me if it's okay to do it is different than asking if it was accepted.
if a country
Yep.
said, if Iraq, let's say there was a resolution passed against Iraq that you can't have nuclear weapons, and then I said, Saddam Hussein, he accepted the resolution, and then he goes to his cabinet the very next day and says, I didn't really accept this. We're going to make a nuclear bomb, and then he makes a nuclear bomb. Would you then use that as a talking point that, see, he didn't want to, he said that he's not going to have a nuclear bomb? What's the point of that?
The point is that I would say the point is
It makes
that
it worse.
No, yes, it does make it worse. The point is that now you can go with all of the condemnation of you violating and agreed upon, whether it's a Chapter 6 or 7 UN resolution. You agreed to this resolution, you violated it. These are causes for which are causes bellies. Yeah, you can do these depending upon depending on the type of resolution. Yeah, of course.
First of all, it's a non-binding resolution.
It doesn't matter if it's non-binding. You can still use it. It doesn't matter. You can still use it.
Americans said, let's go to the UN.
So there's no evidence that the people of Israel actually, actually, I'm not sure.
Proposed that we should go to the UN Security Council and resolve this situation, and that's what the Arabs and the Palestinians wanted. And so it was only the Zionists who refused to do that.
The Arabs and the Palestinians wanted it. They already shot down the UN resolving things in 47.
So you focus on one thing that they disagreed with, whereas you reject all of the, or you ignore all of the other proposals that the Zionists disagreed with. Why do you focus on that? Because it's
ignore which ones? What are we talking about?
Should we go through the list of peace proposals that the Zionists have disagreed with?
After 48, what's the first one?
Before we can, okay.
There was the Lausanne Peace Conference in 52, where the Israelis accepted that they would have taken on 200,000 Arabs in the Gaza Strip. That was rejected because the Arabs didn't want to leave any land. Yeah.
You got the year wrong, and you also got the number wrong of refugees.
Sorry, was it 51 instead of 52?
No. So first of all, it was not 200,000 refugees that they accepted. In fact, they rejected the American proposal, which was around that, and Truman sent a letter to the Zionist leaders and said to Israel and said that.
Wait, what are we talking? I don't know. What are we talking about right now?
Talking about Lausanne Conference.
Okay.
1949. Okay,
my bad.
So. Yes, and so you in the past have, again, because you always blame the Arabs, because the reason why you blame the Arabs is because it's a Zionist talking point that the Arabs miss. Abba Ibn said that the Arabs don't miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity, so you parrot that point. But actually, what real scholarship has shown is that it's actually Israeli intransigence. There has not, in fact, actually, this is a really good book that I know that we don't like books, especially physical books, but Ze'ev Maoz is a great book that you should read. It's another Israeli scholar, by the way. He was the former academic director of the master's program at the Israeli Defense Forces National Defense College. His entire book is about how it's Israeli policy not to propose peace and to be very reluctant to accept peace. It's part of the Israeli strategy. And so we can go down the list.
For what years?
I do want to give fair time to the whole timeline. At the same time, I do also want to focus on the more recent events in Israel-Palestine.
Can we? So can we? How about this? Let's move on from 1948. We're not going to agree on that. So let's move on to the peace. Let's go to the next chunk of this debate.
But everything hinges on that, because you're going to justify things from what happened back then, in order to justify things that happen in for future stuff. So like we can move on from that. But if you already disagree with that, like it's just not going to be a productive conversation. Because like you guys both believe two different things from what happened in the past. So when you go back into the past and justify something that happened in the future, well, obviously they're going to disagree with that. So we would have to go back into the past to like figure out what's going on there first.
Is who's been actually intransigent, the Arabs and the Palestinians, as you have said, and the Zionists say, or the Israeli side? So let's go through that. So let's go through all of the peace offers that Israel and the Zionists have rejected. Okay. So
we disagree on every single thing you brought us for. Are you just going to name a bunch of things and say this is where Israel? Like you understand? I'm probably going to disagree with your characterization of literally every single thing, right?
You could contest it. You could contest
it.
Well,
even in Lausanne, literally just said that, but okay. I mean, I didn't say it exactly what he said, but that's what I was saying.
So you're saying that are you saying the Jews didn't consider like accepting that they were going to take back the Gaza Strip from Egypt and they were going to accept some 200,000 refugees?
I mean, they definitely. You brought this up in a previous debate, and the guy laughed when you said, "Of course they accepted that they wanted to take a Gaza Strip." Like, why would that be something that you're going to use as an argument? They wanted the Gaza Strip and they wanted the West Bank. So why would that be a thing for you? But
I don't think. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So by the way, the Israeli new historians, they have written not only about 1948, but they've also written about the post-1948 period, in which they combat the old historian myth that it's Arab intransigence that led to a failure to convert the armistice agreements into formal peace treaties.
Sweet Holiday 3L.
The new
Cheap viewers on Streambo.com.
It was Israeli intransigence. David Ben-Gurion said that he doesn't need anything more than these armistice treaties. Whereas
don't do it, chat. Don't do it.
Egypt sought a formal peace. Syria sought a formal peace. Jordan sought a formal peace. And it was in all three cases, it was Israel who rejected this. So when you're trying to lay the blame, that's what you're trying to do with the Lausanne Peace Conference, is to say, look at these Arabs, they just don't want peace, right? That's what you're trying to prove, correct?
I don't know how to. You're historically illiterate, so I don't know how to even begin to breach the conversation. You're bringing up Lucerne that happened in 49, and you're gonna give Sadat as an example of guy that pursued peace. That was in like 1970 was the first offer. If you want to make an even, if you want to make a,
you're just.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Did Nasser? Hold on. Wait. Did Nasser offer Israel peace? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, he did.
When was this?
He did.
When?
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, educate me, please. Tell me. Yes.
Let's educate you.
Okay.
Let's educate you. Okay. Let's go through the timeline now. Okay.
Go ahead.
And you can contest, obviously. Okay.
I'm sure I won't. Go ahead.
Let's start from 1919 and 1920. There was the Faisal-Weizmann Agreement, and then there was the Arab Kingdom of Syria, where there was a constitutional monarch. Wait, hold on. Let me just.
Israel didn't exist in 1919 or 1920. So rather than go through the pay spin of like pro-Palestinian, like anti-Semitic fucking links, let's start at 48 and go forward.
Just give me 30 seconds on the previous.
No, go. Tell me when did Nasser offer peace to Israel?
I do want to.
Okay, hold on. Before Nasser, you know that Nasser wasn't in the leadership role after 1948, right? You do know that, correct?
I don't know when he came into leadership, the year that he came into leadership, but tell me when he. But you just said that he offered peace to Israel.
About historical illiteracy, please. Okay, so
what is it? Then tell me when Nasser offered peace to Israel.
1948, American proposal to mediate and endorse trusteeship until a peaceful resolution could be reached, opposed by the Zionists. Morris, page 114 to 115 in the book 1948. 1948.
Wait, what are you talking about? But peace.
Let me give me 2 minutes.
I can't believe this is what a PhD from Harvard. This is insane to me. How is this possible?
Hold on one second. Javad, if you're able to give like a pithy explanation of where you're going. Okay. Are you able to give us like a summary, like
100%.
paraphrase of
what I'm trying to say is, historically, there were 50 plus instances of Arabs and Palestinians offering peace to, or outside groups as well, Soviets, the Americans, the French, offering peace, and it's Israelis who refuse. And the reason they refuse is because they cannot accept a Palestinian state. That is my argument. So it's very germane because Destiny claims that it's Arab intransigence, because that's a standard talking point. What I'm trying to tell you is, can you name a single Israeli prime minister who accepted a sovereign Palestinian state?
A single Israeli prime minister who accepted a sovereign Palestinian state.
Yes, please.
I would argue that in 47, I would argue Ben Gurion did, but with his acceptance of the partition plan. I believe that, I think it's publicly stated, I think in 2013, Netanyahu was probably willing to accept something, although it didn't happen. I know that Olmert, if you want to run off list, we can do it. You can look at 2013 Netanyahu Palestinian state if you want to find this, you can, okay?
Netanyahu, okay, perfect.
Yes, that's fine. If you're going to go ahead and quote me, the Likud party platform, also aware of that. Yes, Netanyahu is not the far right conservative leader. He's just a person that holds coalition together. Games is spineless fuck. Okay, pretty sure in 2008, yes, Olmert went back and forth with Abu Mazen, and he would have probably accepted one. I believe in 2000, after the Camp David talks and after Taba, I'm pretty sure that there would have been an acceptance of a Palestinian state there. You could argue that the Oslo Accords were kind of an acceptance of a path to a Palestinian state. I mean, what do you want? What more?
Okay.
Can you give me? Here's a question. Can you give me an example where the Palestinians have accepted the existence of an Israeli state with defined borders?
Yes. Yes.
Please don't just say that it's when Arafat recognized Israel.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, can I? Okay, so now you've given a list. Now let's respond in kind. You first said David Ben Gurion. Okay, so David Ben Gurion, 12 days before the UN met to decide the fate of Palestine, he sent Golda Meir, representing the Jewish Agency. She secretly met with King Abdullah of Jordan and reached a broad understanding with him, effectively splitting Palestine between them. This is in Iron Wall, page 31, Abby Schleim. Okay, so if you're going to say, let's say Germany and Soviet Union, they make a secret pact amongst themselves that they're going to split Poland in half. Do you think then that Germany is going to, you could say that they're accepting the existence of a Polish state? No, you'd say that they plan on invading. So that's
not a plan on invasion. What are you talking about?
It is the plan to split the West Bank in half. Between Israel, Palestine in half.
I would have to see the details of that letter from Golda Meir. I don't know if it was to split it in half or if it was just an agreement. If it was an agreement,
it was for them to take the West Bank. It was for them.
There you go. Not split it, but to take it. That's correct.
I already corrected myself right after because it was later that they went to splitting it. Because then David Ben Gurion, after the war started, then he regretted that decision and said we should actually attack and get the West Bank. And then there was a big debate amongst the Zionists about whether they should do that or not.
Absolutely not. He would have never. 100%. No, because they were super aware of the demographic issues. There's a reason why the fighting stopped where it did. No, absolutely not. They would have never invaded to take these things.
They were ethnically cleansing. Right?
Not for no reason. No, there was a war.
But you're actually not 100% incorrect. It is because of demographic reasons that they decided not to do it, as well as more importantly because of the British. Okay, because the British were still involved with Jordan. Okay, but let's go through the record now. You named David Ben Gurion, so I already told you that 12 days before. That's what he said. David Ben Gurion in 1956.
That didn't even make sense. What would the British being involved with Jordan have to do with Israel conquering the West Bank?
Because if they're conquering the West Bank, there can't be a Palestinian state. Right?
No, there wasn't a Palestinian state. Nobody even thought about this or cared about this at that point in time.
So the entire argument of Zionists is that the Zionists agreed to the UN partition plan, which said half the land for you, half the land for us, an Israeli and Palestinian state.
Correct.
That's the whole Zionist.
And then the Arabs rejected it. Yes.
And what I'm trying to tell you is even before that, 12 days before that, there was a secret plan that they're not going to do that. That they had.
There wasn't a secret plan. There was a discussion because Abdullah.
Okay, so this PhD is living in a conspiracy theory. A secret plan? What do you mean a secret plan? That's a conspiracy theory.
There was an
and later
agreement.
on, his
There was an agreement. There was an agreement.
No, I don't believe so.
Yes, there was. You're wrong about this.
Okay.
It's an Iron Wall, page 31.
Oh,
okay,
well, fuck.
Now let's go to
Iron Wall, page 30. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Debate one.
Bad. Book. But how do you quote a book, right? Okay. David Ben-Gurion in 1956, quote,
He
the
lives
West
in
Bank should be
quotes.
organized in an autonomous area connected with Israel economically, while Israel manages its foreign policy and security affairs.
It's in a book, therefore it's true. I read a lot of nonfiction too, and I also read a lot of fiction.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that every single Israeli prime minister, when they even have mentioned the state, they actually say less than a state, and they really mean an autonomous region or a Bantustan. So they don't ever want.
When was that quote? When was that quote?
I'm trying to show now, because you're always going to say, "Oh, that was this year, not the other."
No,
year.
I want you to have an understanding of what you've been saying. 1956. That's what you said, right?
Please, for somebody who didn't know where Palestine was on a map, have some level of humility.
Yeah, in 1956.
Please,
what?
so
Yeah.
it's 1956. Okay?
Yeah.
Like.
And what would he have been talking about? What was Ben-Gurion talking about there? Sorry, what was the quote again?
He was talking about his plan for the Middle East. And he had a very expansive plan at that time, not only to, by the way, there was a war that was launched because of this plan. So, anyways, so this was part of that. So part of his plan was that the West Bank should be organized in this way. Okay, so
the West Bank would have had, it would have just been.
By the way, Benny Morris, page 354 of 1948 says that Ben-Gurion was opposed to a Palestinian state. Okay.
When?
This is after the formation, so I'm giving you before and after.
But there is no formation of the state. What you're saying the funny thing about what you're saying in 1956, talking about a security arrangement of the West Bank, you realize it was the country of Jordan at that point, right?
So you realize that there's still a discussion going on among Zionists whether they should take over the West Bank, right?
No, because it was Jordan. No.
Yes, there were. Moshe Dayan and Ben-Gurion were both itching for war. There's multiple quotes where they're saying that we should launch a war, and then they eventually do launch the war in 1956 based on the plan that I just told you about right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because 56 was the Jordan River crisis, right? Or wait, that was the Suez crisis. Oh, damn! Do you think they missed? Do you think they threw a dart on the map when they accidentally hit Egypt instead of Jordan there, or?
Okay, so do you want to be educated on this?
No,
or are you gonna
I'm
keep
good.
Talking? So they talked to the British and the French, and Ben-Gurion laid out his plan, which involved the annexation of southern Lebanon, getting Jordan involved, toppling the Lebanese governments, and doing what they did in the Suez. And the British and French thought he was crazy when he said this.
They did, yeah, and nobody backed them for it. Also, you're talking about Lebanon now, not Jordan. Nobody was going to support them on that. They knew it, and they couldn't handle the demographic takeover of the West Bank anyways. It wouldn't have happened.
You know what David Ben-Gurion said? He said, "I know this plan sounds fantastic, but Israel can do fantastic things." And then they eventually fulfilled all of those things in that plan. Now they weren't successful in all of them, but they attempted all of them. In 1982, they invaded southern Lebanon based on law. Now I know you're always going to say,
yeah, I'm gonna say 30 years later, you're gonna Jesus Christ.
Holy shit! It's the ideology of a greater Israel.
That's crazy. I thought the thing is, well, because you're talking about Moshe Dayan and Ben-Gurion. I thought that they were actually inspired by, I think it was Aaron Yeager and Death Note. When did that come out again? And that was what they wanted to do. They thought that they were going to destroy the Marlians and maintain the purity of their Titan bloodline. I thought that's what happened. Or am I mixing up the time? I don't remember when anime started in the Middle East. Like,
I have no idea.
He's literally just using something that's 30 years later as a justification for why something happened. But now Destiny's literally drawing the parallel, like, bro, like this anime thing, like it has nothing to do with this happened like years later, but we still should actually use they still did this because of anime, even though anime happened like 20 years in the future. Like that's the argument that he's just showing how stupid the argument that this PhD guy is basically showing. He's basically the justification that he's using is something that happened a long ass time ago for why Israel is doing something bad that in this other separate time period. Like, I guess he just doesn't understand how stupid that is.
Neither do I. You can't. When you're talking about history, down in Ben-Gurion,
they invaded southern Lebanon based on law. Now I know you're always going to say,
yeah, I'm gonna say 30 years later, you're gonna Jesus Christ.
Holy shit! It's the ideology of a greater Israel.
That's crazy. I thought the thing is, because you're talking about Moshe Dayan and Ben-Gurion. I thought that they were actually inspired by, I think it was Aaron Yeager and Death Note. When did that come out again? And that was what they wanted to do. They thought that they were going to destroy the Marlians and maintain the purity of their Titan bloodline. I thought that's what happened. Or am I mixing up the time? I don't remember when anime started in the Middle East. Like,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, neither do I. You can't. When you're talking about history, you can't just jump around like in timelines by decade after decade after. I don't know how you could possibly quote things.
I'm literally trying to show to you that every single Israeli prime minister has opposed a sovereign Palestinian
True.
state. So I'm going through the record, but you keep interrupting using the obfuscation that is your debate bro strategy.
It's not a debate bro strategy. You're the debate bro right now. You're giving me single quotes, which, by the way, I don't even disagree with the premise. Israeli prime ministers have never wanted a Palestinian state because it would stand in the way of them expanding Israel.
You just gave a list of Okay, now I want people to rewind.
Rewind. Yep.
These are where sorry, that's old school, but you know what I mean. They gave a list of prime ministers who accepted a Palestinian state. You're the one who said that. Right?
Yes,
You said Omer.
they've accepted
you
it.
said Rabin.
Yes, I did. Yeah, and I Barak. Yeah.
You know what Rabin said?
What? I wish
You know
Gaza
what
would
he
sink
said?
into the ocean. Which one? Yeah. Which quote do you want to go now? Yeah, I've heard them all. Go ahead.
Okay, you have? Okay. What did he say about a Palestinian state? What did he say about a Palestinian state?
So I don't know. Tell me which one.
He said this to an address to the Knesset in 1995, exactly when the Oslo Accords were. Quote, "We would like this to be an entity which is less than a state." They wanted autonomy. That's it, Ubuntustan, and which will independently run the lives of the Palestinians under its authority. The borders of the state of Israel during the permanent solution will be beyond the lines which existed before the Six-Day War. We will not return to the June 4th, 1967 lines. We want a united Jerusalem, Jordan Valley, the establishment of block of settlements in Judea and Samaria.
Yes.
Do you understand what he's saying there?
Yeah.
No Palestinian states.
What he's saying is that they don't want to retreat all of the expanded settlements because they had expanded them a little bit past the Green Line, past the armistice lines of 47, 48. And the biggest thing would repeat, because every time a Jewish prime minister is trying to negotiate, they always have their backs against the wall at home. So they're always trying to shore up their base at home while they're also trying to do peace talks with Palestinians who are just doing terrorism after terrorism after terrorism. So yes, they will say things in order to.
There's your standard argument against trying to lean into stereotypes about violent Arabs and Muslims.
What is the stereotype? What? I'm sorry. Wait, have Palestinians not engaged in like terrorist activity against the state of Israel since they've like existed?
Really? I'm sorry. Didn't Zionists engage in mass terrorism decade after decade? Weren't they successful in their terrorism and they got the British to flee?
Now we're pivoting. First we were talking about the Palestinians, and now we're like, oh, but didn't Israel's do the same thing? I'm like, oh, so the Palestinians did do that. So you're conceding the point that Palestinians did do that. Is that what you're saying?
The mandatory region because of that terrorism.
Like, listen to that.
Yeah. The difference
nice
is
little manipulation.
What is the stereotype? What? I'm sorry. Wait, have Palestinians not engaged in like terrorist activity against the state of Israel since they've like existed?
Really? I'm sorry. Didn't Zionists engage in mass terrorism decade after decade? Weren't they successful in their terrorism and they got the British to flee the mandatory region because of that terrorism?
Yeah. The difference is I don't deny it. Yeah. No shit. Of course they did. Yeah. But I admit mine. But you don't admit. Oh wait. Okay. So then, do you admit that people like Arafat and the PLO literally started as like basically resistance fighter terrorist groups? Yes.
They all resistance. Yes, they were resistance liberation movements, just like
the Jews, in the 40 to 44, right? Thank you. Okay, there you go. Yes, they're all fighting. They've all got their reasons to fight. Yes, true. Thank you.
But when you're trying to portray the Arabs as specifically violent, I'm trying to show you that that's not true.
I'm not saying the Arabs are specifically violent. I'm just fighting against this stupid notion.
Specifically.
Because only when I argue against people like you who are like the Arabs welcome the Jews with open arms and kumbayas. It's not true. They were fighting the whole fucking time.
True. Yes. Thank you. I think this will be the last time I do anything Israel-Palestine related because it just goes into mayhem.
Actually, you have said previously that you said this in your debate with Eddie Liger. You said that Arabs violently rejected the Jews from day one when they immigrated. That's what you said.
Yeah, which they have. Yes.
That is completely false.
What are you considering day one here?
Day one is day one when they land, right?
What, like out of parachutes? Like they're going to drop in Tomato Town? What is day one to me? I'm just curious.
Okay.
You don't even have a day one because you don't even know any of the dates.
Wow.
What are you talking about? Do you know when day one started? 1880s.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So in 1880, right. So Zionist intention from day one was to get that exclusive Jewish state.
Oh, so when he says day one, he means 1880.
In fact, so this is now from Morris in 1948, page 3. He has.
Oh, but now we're jumping to 1948. Okay, somehow this is okay. All right.
Of 1882 that says, quote, "The ultimate goal is in time to take over the land of Israel. The Jews will yet arise and arms in hand declare that they are the masters of their ancient homeland." In 1882, there are another two Zionists. Quote, "We shall take away the country." Morris, 1948, page 3. Okay, so this is what the Arabs the Palestinians were dealing with when they first came. And they knew it. And that's why they responded when they did. But they didn't respond initially. In fact, the Ottoman Empire even said to them, "We welcome Jews to come to the Ottoman Empire, but please don't just move to Palestine, and you can't break away and have your independent state." Okay? In fact, there's even a letter from Ruhi al-Khalidi, who's related to Rashid Khalidi, the Palestinian scholar, who actually said that we welcome the Jews. He says, "The Jews are a great people and we could benefit from their expertise, wealth, schools, and contacts, but they must acquire Ottoman citizenship and should settle in other parts of the empire, not just Palestine." Meanwhile, how did the Zionist settlers, how did they respond to the natives? They responded with contempt. They thought, and this is from Benny Morris, by the way. He says, quote, "Like most European colonies..."
Yeah, they responded in contempt. Let's just ignore all the all the issues that's been going on there. The Zionist people, they just came over and just deleted people for no reason. There's no justification whatsoever for their actions. True.
Colonists in the third world, the Zionist settlers saw the locals as devious.
I bet that's what Destiny's gonna say. I wanna know. I hope Destiny says that. I hope he says that.
And untrustworthy, as simple, dirty, and lazy. Some mistreated their Arab workers. They looked down upon these barbarians.
Wait, what is that quote from? Some mistreated their Arab workers for what part?
What do you mean? I'm talking about in the early waves of Zionism, this is how the Zionists treated the indigenous population.
Okay, well, I'm just totally uneducated on that. My understanding was when Jews bought land because of the conquest of Jewish labor, that Jews expelled all of the Arabs from the land they were on. They didn't have Arab people working it. I thought Jews had to work the land that they purchased.
Well, you're exactly wrong, because they did want to do that eventually, but not initially.
Okay.
There weren't enough numbers, so they were working.
Well, the initial, I mean, like the first two waves.
Oh, so they wanted to do that, but they couldn't do that for the first time. Yeah, because
like
that makes
completely
sense.
fucking failed, right? Like that one quote that you pulled out of 1880 or whatever. The first two aliyahs basically completely and totally failed.
You always say that's this year, not that year, even though I'm trying to tell you that it's a consistent, near consensus of Zionist leaders for forced transfer, according to Benny Morris. Okay.
Well,
so,
none of the early quotes imply forced transfer. And again, it doesn't even make sense to think that they would imply forced transfer. How could you do forced transfer in the Ottoman Empire? It's their country. It's another country. Did the Jews think they're going to like single-handedly destroy the Arab state? Like what?
The Zionists thought that they could purchase the lands, use different stratagems to kick off the indigenous population off of their lands, and eventually get great power support in order to establish a state. So what's confusing to you?
The idea that they would establish a state or like destroy from within the Ottoman Empire. I don't know what the ultimate machinations were, or what they ultimately wanted to do, or what their aspirations were. And I'm sure also, by the way, that their aspirations were great initially, but the idea that we would take a quote from a person who has aspirations initially and say this is proof, especially from some rando from the fifth Jewish Zionist Congress of the year 1889 or whatever, right? The idea that we take that, oh my God, look, that's the plan the entire time because this guy said it. Bro, a lot of people have had a lot of great plans for everything. But when it comes down to the actual agreement, when it comes down to actually accepting things, this is kind of where the Arabs fuck themselves, because they constantly make the worst choices possible. Like, for instance, in 47, this isn't Zionist propaganda. You already agreed with me. I'm not, it has nothing to do with laying the blame on the victims. Arabs sucked at diplomacy, they sucked at military, and they sucked at having like any kind of cohesive grand vision, and that's why they kept fucking themselves over and then getting fucked over by the Zionists as Israel expanded into the Middle East. Yeah.
Did Native Americans get F?
Boom. And I have to cut it now because I need to go now. So thanks for watching. Do what's on screen. Yeah, thank you very much. And see you guys later. Stream is over. Bye. Get out of here.